Well, I actually been here. I just had to do a roundabout way of doing something, but
Sounds
Well,
sick.
now that we're all here, the gang's all here. Shout out to one episode of SpongeBob with his fingers. Phantom, what do you have to say?
Yeah, what do you have to say, Kamui?
All right, Immortal, how you doing?
Good.
Okay. Well,
Oodie, you're gonna
Oh,
have to fix some stuff here.
such as
I when you unadmined me, my alt isn't fully proper, and I can't fix it anymore. I don't have permissions to do that now because when you unadmined me for this, it's all fucked up now. And I know you don't know how to fix it either.
Kamui, the funniest part about that is that you're assuming that I did. I haven't done anything. You're just assuming I did it.
Well, I know you did because
I didn't do it.
I couldn't join stage. The button to join stage was removed from the Kamui thing, and I went into the alt for that reason so I could join stage and check the admins that I wasn't an admin anymore. Then I messaged you, and then it became an admin again.
Yeah,
So,
I
you tell
didn't
me.
do anything, Kamui. In fact, I can prove I
man.
didn't do anything. Look at the stage chat. And then compare with the times with your message. Your Discord was messed up, and you were just blaming me.
Oh,
Maybe
man,
it wasn't
Kamui's
showing
already-
me the changing the names thing, which was really
I
confusing
know.
too. It was all fucked up.
And I would have told
But either
you
way,
that, but based on your message blaming me, I specifically didn't message you back on that one.
Either way, it's all messed up now.
Yeah, you could have been like, oh, what's happening with my Discord? I'm like, oh, I don't know. Let's figure this out together. But no, hey, Oodie, why'd you do? I didn't do anything. Screw you, figure it out on
Seems
your
like something you
own.
would do because you were being like silly salty with me beforehand, so it definitely felt like a pretty thing you would do.
Could you tell I'm cranky?
Oh, man.
But yeah, I literally looked into the like I was deleted from admin. And now I can't do anything as admin, even though I'm back in admin. It's all weird.
Well, let me see. How do I check roles? Yeah, you have like all of everything, so I don't know.
Yeah, but I can't do anything.
What if okay, I gave you the verified role. I don't know if that does anything. You've mod now. I'll give you literally every role.
Yeah,
All
what
of them
I wanted
except for
to do is
unverified.
make it so that my alt has everything, and I couldn't add it. It doesn't let me. I don't know why.
Well,
Mm.
it's definitely
Can
not
you
my fault.
add a member to the admin, which is the Mr. Talky one?
Can I find your Mr. Talky one? Yeah, right there. Okay, has Mr. Talky talked? They have. The JJK chat. Okay. Let's see.
So stupid. I don't know what happened.
Your alt account already
Like, if
has
you're
all
wondering
the
why I
stuff.
didn't join stage, I didn't have a way to.
Yeah, your alt account
Which is
already
why
has like all the
it.
stuff.
It's stupid.
Gosh. Well, I mean, your alt has it all, so there you go.
Okay. Well, anyway, I don't know what happened, but
But it was my fault, despite you not knowing.
I'm still blaming you. This is very suspicious.
I think we all know who the real problem is based on this.
I mean, I didn't do anything. I never even logged out. Like, my Discord was open from the previous night.
Here, okay, Kawaki, you don't believe me? I will share my screen, and on stream, publicly, we will check logs of the Walky Talky Discord.
If I can figure out how to do that. I don't even know if you guys can see my
He's
screen.
bringing up the
I don't even know if that
facts.
shows anything. I don't know what that shows.
I mean, it shows something. Yeah, I gave you admin here. I gave you everything here.
Why
It's
did it
just,
do Why did it do that?
Oh, yeah, I mean, you could see everything that happened. Just, you updated the stage 20
So
times.
weird.
I gave you
at
every
the very
roll.
least, you can understand why I was saying it was stupid.
Well, I can understand why you were assuming that. And what are the first 3 letters in assume?
No, all right, Oodie. At the very least, I think it equalizes out your 6 times wrong time estimate. Well, actually, if I include the soon from an hour and a half ago, that's like 30 times. That evens it
All right, we're even.
out.
Anyways.
All right, so from the sounds of it, we're not doing Daigo rewrite.
We can do whatever we want.
Speaking of whatever you want,
Well,
I kind of want to talk about this.
Immortal. What do
Yeah.
you want to do?
I want to talk about this. So
I can't hear
there's a
you.
Oh my god,
Wait,
Kamui.
Your Discord is so broken. What do you mean you can't hear Immortal?
I
can hear him
can't.
completely.
What the hell? I can hear everyone but Immortal.
Kamui. Yeah, is that my fault too?
Hearing.
Okay, Immortal, try again.
Okay, so
I can't hear Immortal. Okay, get Immortal, leave and rejoin and see if that works.
All right, hold on, let me see.
Oh my goodness. Okay, real quick. Okay, Kamui, can you invite Immortal to speak?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so you at least have that ability.
All right,
Why can't I hear? Okay, I'm gonna quit and rejoin.
Oh my god.
uh-oh.
Well, Immortal,
man.
since at least
might
one
wanna
of
check
us
his
can hear
settings.
you.
So I was I think like a good hour or 2 ago, I started getting interested.
Bro, why
in,
can't I
like,
hear Immortal?
How the fuck can you not hear Immortal?
I think it's just on your end. If your alt account is also messed up, then it's clearly not just your account or the Discord.
Let me try
your,
logging out,
Windows
logging
setting.
back into the alt and see if I can hear Immortal.
Try to see if
Okay.
it's like your Windows, if it's your sound setting. Never mind.
Yeah, okay. It could be that too.
Mm.
I doubt he randomly has you muted for some reason, but I mean, might as well try.
So what I was gonna say is, I think like a good hour or 2 ago, I've been looking
Nope,
into.
I still can't
like,
hear Immortal.
That's like the 5th time you've interrupted him trying to say his thing.
Oh my god.
Okay. Kamui, last resort is, do we want to try just StreamYard instead? For tonight?
You could try the group chat call that we have.
True. Okay, do we want to do
I'm gonna
that?
log back out to my other account real quick.
Okay, well, sorry, Phantom Redbeard, but I guess this is where we part ways for tonight.
It's all good, bud.
All right, see you next time. Thanks for coming on. Bye.
All right.
All right, Kamui should be able to join up.
Ridiculous.
Kamui, can you hear me now?
Okay, Immortal, speak.
Oh no.
That was perfect
Hi.
timing too.
Hi.
What the
How you doing?
hell?
Oh man.
You can hear Immortal.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, me hearing Immortal does make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense that I can hear you, but not Immortal. That's not my headphones not being able to hear. It's not the account, because I tried both.
You randomly have him muted for some reason.
But the fact that
Turn
you
down.
can hear it doesn't...
I
What
mean,
is going on?
maybe
Tell him-
Immortal,
tell
or
him look
is your
into his-
microphone on mono? I don't know. Just some trying things. I don't know.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either. Kamui, just confirming, you
Oh.
don't have Immortal muted on Discord.
No,
Okay.
he's. Oh my
Tell
god! Why is he
Kamui to-
muted?
Tell Kamui to look into his sound settings on his PC.
Wait. Why was he sent to mute?
Wait, you muted me? Wow.
No, I have
Wow.
never adjusted your volume. You always have a
Oh.
perfectly good volume. I've never touched it.
Immortal, do
Oh.
you see why I set the stage name to Kamui as being pushy?
We have to go
I
back
feel
to the
like-
stage now.
No,
That is
honestly, Oodie,
crazy.
it feels like it. Look. I know you didn't do it, but from my perspective, it feels like somebody's had watched it.
I muted Immortal on your account, yeah.
Makes sense.
I guess Immortal, since Mello said he wanted to stream tonight, we could stay here maybe. I don't know if what the plan
Yeah.
was for that, but yeah.
Yeah, we could stay here for the time being. If
Okay.
he wants to join, it is what it is.
I guess we'll find out.
Okay.
But
Man,
Immortal,
I'm just so baffled by Discord.
well, now that Kamui's done trolling, Immortal, if you will please
I'm
present
not,
your
like-
topic.
like,
He's
I
not
wish-
done
I wish-
trolling?
did
Oh my
everything a true
god.
screen, like-
Kamui, it's getting
Like-
old. Come on. Let's be serious for
This
once.
is so weird, though. Like, I feel like the freaking Urashiki spooky ghost of Final Destination got into my computer because this is like Oodie. This is like when you have this weird thing with your Wi-Fi and power system to where like. See, I remember I can't remember what it was you said, but it's something that didn't make sense that just happens. I'm describing it so vaguely that
Yes.
you probably have no idea what I'm talking about.
You're
but,
right.
It's like your things that don't make sense with your computer, but like it just happened to my Discord now.
Okay. So, Immortal, Boruto TBV Vortex Chapter 24. What did you want to say about it?
I was gonna say, I actually like the chapter. I really did. I like the comedy in the chapter, the action, and I noticed that there were some interesting new mechanics they probably have added in when it comes to how you can utilize the karma seal. But I think that's something specifically unique in Kawaki's situation, where he was able to transfer his, I would say, karmic energy into his into a staff, and he's able to deal explosive damage on Jorah. I was like, oh, that's pretty. I was like, I didn't know the karma seal can do that. I didn't know you can use the karma seal for that kind of purpose.
Personally, what I think he's doing isn't that, but instead, I think he's just doing his normal chakra blast that he can do with or without karma, but he's transmitting it through the rod because the data is a chakra receiver. So that's what I think he's doing.
Yeah, that's also, and I keep forgetting that it is a chakra rod, so it can also I would say, what's the word? It can also transfer.
It can transmit
chakra.
chakra.
Transmit. Yeah.
We've
And
never
even siphon
seen it-
chakra.
We've never seen it do like a jutsu before, but in Kawaki's case, he does just fire pure chakra blasts, as far as we've been led to believe anyway. So because it's seemingly just raw chakra anyway, it might be a thing to where like you can do what Kawaki did, but not necessarily transmit maybe you can even do a Raseka, but maybe you can't transmit a water dragon jutsu through the rod. Maybe you can't do that, but you might be able to do pure chakra. Tough to say though.
Yeah.
It could also just be Ikemoto making up whatever. I don't, you know.
Oh snap!
mind.
Fleaboy Jetson here, $2 super chat. Have a great stream. Thank you, my guy. So, in case you guys don't know, that's the guy behind the Voice of the Heroes podcast, and I'm gonna have him on as guest at some point in the future. Hopefully, we're hooking that up. So definitely gonna schedule something out. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
thank you, Fleaboy Jetson.
Appreciate you stopping by for sure.
Have a great watch.
Yeah, we're currently talking to Blue Vortex chapter 24. So last night, me and Mello came up with a really cool theory on stream for how Kawaki was able to do the explosion thing through the staff. And since I timestamped the stream to Kamui, go ahead, Kamui, tell us the theory.
Oh yeah. So in Oodie's over 2-hour timestamp for his 5-minute heads up, when I said I didn't want to watch it till going to bed, I didn't watch it. The end.
Oh, okay. So the theory that me and Mello came up with, it's kind of tangentially similar to what you guys were saying, but so similar to in the Code arc when Kawaki told Boruto he should like put his karma seal on someone else or whatever. So me and Mello are theorizing that's what Kawaki did. He put the karma seal on the staff, and the staff is the thing that did the chakra blast.
Okay, I don't agree with that because the karma seal doesn't have the chakra blast ability.
Yeah, agree to disagree.
Yeah, but like Boruto can't do that. Code can't do that.
I'm
Jigen
okay
in
with
the
that.
manga can't do that.
Or they choose
And technically,
not to.
even in the anime, Jigen can't do that. Jigen's nuke jutsu, I don't know what that jutsu is, but it's not Kawaki's chakra blast. It's like Mobushiki's Red Rasengan or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, in the same
you're
exact
saying-
way that Boruto can't use the Vanishing Rasengan in 2 Blue Vortex.
Well,
Well, it's not the fact that he can't.
probably
use it, it's-
can. It just isn't.
Oh,
yeah, it's
interesting.
more
The same
code
way
related.
that nobody else is using a chakra blast. Interesting.
Yeah, but there's a difference, Oodie. Like, they've never done it, never been implied to be able to do it. Only Kawaki has been able to do it. He's been able to do it with and without karma. It's clearly one of his ninja tech, Shibai Cell, whatever Amado related things. It's what that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible.
I feel like that should be something that any karma seal user should be able to do. With the exception, I feel like that should also. I feel like Code shouldn't also be able to do it since, in a sense, his karma seal is defective. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be a weapon. Weapon my ass, bro. Don't do anything. But ignoring that, ignoring Code, my thing is, if the karma could do it, they would have said it. They would have shown it.
So I originally
They wouldn't
thought
have
that...
Kawaki doing it when he doesn't have karma.
Well, first of all, karma can only
like-
absorb chakra-based things, and it's absorbing the thing, and it'd be weird if it's a scientific ninja tech.
No. The absorption is karma, but
Yeah.
the chakra blast is Kawaki's ninja tech stuff.
Yeah, okay, well, I feel like that ignores what I just said.
Well, what you said doesn't make sense.
Yes,
then.
it does.
No, because you said... Say what you said again.
So is Kawaki using his scientific ninja tech to do a raw chakra blast?
Yes.
He's using scientific ninja tech to do that.
I don't know whether you want me to say it makes sense or not, but maybe it's Shibai cells if he has Shibai cells, or Ten-tail cells, or whatever the ninja tech actually is.
So I agree with you. The first year or two that the anime/manga was out, but it's become more clear that it just is Kawaki's karma. Whether you want to say it's a specific ability for Kawaki or whatever, it seems clear that it's his
Why
karma
does it become
ability.
clear? He's doing it when he doesn't even have karma.
Well, he always has karma.
Before it manifested. You know, like Kawaki couldn't absorb jutsu because the karma wasn't manifested. He was doing chakra blast.
When was that?
Versus Boruto, chapter 58. He couldn't absorb ninjutsu. He tries to instinctively. Couldn't do it because the karma wasn't manifested. And in that same fight, he was shooting chakra blasts.
Well, Kid Kawaki has the karma. That's when he first got it.
Doesn't address what I just said.
Yeah, I feel like you can absorb with your karma seal not activated at the time.
That doesn't address what I just said.
I think it directly does.
No, it doesn't. In chapter 58, when Kawaki's karma is not, when when I say manifested, the seal isn't on his hand at the time. There's no seal on his hand. I know Amado implanted it, but it wasn't there yet. Kawaki had to want it. He didn't do that yet, so he has nothing on his hand. He could not absorb jutsu when he instinctively tried to, but in that same fight, he was able to shoot off chakra blast.
Well, that
Telling me that
inherently
also-
doesn't make sense. Kawaki wanted it at that time.
Okay, then you can say it doesn't make sense, but you get what I'm saying in terms of this aspect.
Yes.
Okay, so he also morphs his hand into the ninja tech thing when he does that a lot of the time too.
Some of the time.
Look, I'm not saying it's the most sensible thing of all time. That's just the Boruto writing at that point. But what I'm saying is, it would be more probable based off the way everything's been presented that it's not a karma ability and it's his ninja tech Amado whatever thing.
I feel the opposite. I wonder what Immortal thinks.
So, when it comes to him being able to shoot those chakra blasts or the karma blasts, whatever you want to call it, if we are going on the assumption that it's like something unique to Kawaki, and it could be attributed to his scientific ninja tool body, or maybe it could be just the karma seal in general, which I don't think that will make sense for, just Kawaki to be able to do it, because if Kawaki can do it, then shouldn't that make sense for any other user of the karma seal to be able to do it? Like even Boruto, if that matter. I'm guessing it could be something unique to Kawaki as it pertains to his level of mastery with the karma seal, or just his something about his ninja tech body that allows him to be able to do something of that magnitude. But I don't know.
But then it's ninja tech at that point.
Potentially. Yeah. I don't see why it can't just be like the Mangekyo Sharingan. They all have Susanoo, but they all have unique abilities as well.
But that's not how... Okay, that's how it should be, in which case it would just be the Otsutsuki's abilities. But for whatever reason, that's not how Karma works. Karma just has set abilities. It's the same across all users, regardless of the Otsutsuki's abilities. Don't ask me why that's the case. I don't like it, but that's how it is.
Well, what makes you say that's how it is, instead of how you think it is?
Because they've consistently said it that way and shown it that way.
Where did they say that?
They've gone over the abilities of Karma, absorb jutsu, and healing, but that was kind of a drop plot point, but technically healing and absorbing jutsu and power.
The abilities that they know.
Jigen would know it. Momoshiki would know it. They've been doing this karma shit for thousands of years. You think Kawaki discovered it on his own and just nobody realized it was a karma ability all that time?
Well, Kamui, considering that Boruto and Kawaki discussed the sand mission off-screen, would you really put it past them?
Not necessarily, but like, I feel like we just have so many indications that it's not a karma ability, and that it's instead Kawaki Amado thing's ability.
Yeah.
Does Kawaki ever use it when he's not using the karma?
How many times do I have to tell you? Yes! He didn't have karma, and he used it.
When?
Chapter 50, were you listening to me?
When he had tried
58.
to absorb?
In Chapter 58, post Kawaki arc, he loses karma, doesn't have the seal on his hand. He shoots chakra blast. At the end of the fight, he tries to absorb jutsu. Naturally, instinctively, he's used to doing it. Same karma hand. Tries to do it. Can't absorb jutsu. But he could shoot chakra blast with that hand.
Yeah, I think his chakra blasts are separate from like his karma blast.
So you're saying they're two separate abilities.
Yeah.
Okay, so two things. One is, why were you so adamantly, like, you think it's a ninja tech ability earlier if you think it's a ninja tech ability regardless.
Well, I did
So,
say
you-
I started by saying I originally thought when it first came out in the manga and anime that it was Ninja Tech.
That is an indication that you no longer think it is.
Well, but also if you remember, I didn't say it this stream, but I've said in the past to where I thought his transforming his arm, his Ninja Tech, like his osteoclast, you know, the Katasuke, I thought that was his karma. It was like a karma ability. Since he was like using his karma hand as well. Only makes sense.
Well, considering he uses it with his other hand.
Well, I at that point, it doesn't matter. He has karma on his body.
But,
then again, it was like when
well, it's interesting that you
out.
thought that. But regardless of that, having it be two separate abilities is more understandable. But I think the implication is that he's just amping it with karma when he does it with karma. He's just amping the same ability.
So why does the karma like glow, do you think?
I mean, to be fair, in like versus Kawaki versus Garo, it just started glowing when he was walking.
Yeah.
So that's not even the ability. Kawaki's karma just glows.
But I feel like he can like choose to do that. Like I feel like he's choosing
But
that.
also when he does the blast, I think it's probably just like Ikemoto depicting the light as like the jutsu starting, like at the attack starting, it's flashing light as the energy's coming out. It's probably what he's doing. But...
Yeah, exactly. When does he use it when his arm's transformed that you said?
Oh, multiple times. Like, for example, when he's training with Boruto before the Delta fight. Pretty confident there. Is it a good example? That's chapter 29, maybe.
I was referring to like when with this karma seal.
With or without, sorry.
With.
So, with Karma Seal, like, as in, like, he has Karma, or he has it activated?
Has it activated?
Okay, so he has Karma activated, and the Ninja Tech hand activated, and doing the Chakra Blast at the same time?
Well, the third one is just automatically assumed based on the premise, but yes.
Okay. You know, honestly, what's kind of interesting is Kawaki doesn't use his Ninja Tech arms very like too much when he has Karma as much. Starts to rely on other abilities more so, but if he's going to have done it, the two times are either going to be versus Boro or versus Borushiki. So I gotta go look real quick.
Okay. And while he's doing that, Immortal, what do you think?
So, are we talking about like Kawaki's glow in the Karma Seal, his unique glow? Or
Yeah, like what's
something?
up with it? Does he need to use his hand in base? Is it better if he uses scientific ninja tech? Can you ever remember a time where he uses all three at once? Yeah, stuff like that.
Sorry. Well, his when he's about to activate a jutsu, something like that. Sorry. It's so whenever he's about to go, sorry, I got a little distracted.
Okay. Well, now that you're not distracted anymore, please continue.
Whenever I my bad. Okay, so Kawaki's Karma Seal Glow is a little weird to me. As in like he can literally do it whenever he can just literally do it as he's just approaching someone or just whenever he's about to fire off a jutsu, it's so weird because I've never seen Boruto do it. And like I said, it's probably got something attributed to his level of mastery with the karma seal, or just, something unique with his body as a cyborg. But I'm leaning more towards the mastery, the level of mastery.
I just
with
feel
the
like
karma
Jigen
seal.
would do it too then in that case. Now, I know he does have that nuke jutsu thing in the anime,
Yeah.
which, if we're gonna
I thought-
say that's the same ability, then I'll say that I would agree you're right, Oodie. The problem is that ability, like, he's holding it in the air. He's not shooting it. It's like, I don't know if it is the same ability or not. So that's going to make or break that one, because we don't know what the nuke jutsu
Yeah, but I feel
is.
like Jigen would have a higher mastery of it anyways.
Well, exactly. But, like, again, if it's the same ability, then that goes with the mastery thing. Or maybe Ishiki just has this ability or something in general. But if it's a different ability, then it starts to just make the whole thing tricky. So,
I mean, I think the Otsutsuki should just inherently have the ability regardless.
well, they don't. So,
But that doesn't make sense.
I think there's a lot of things that don't make sense.
At the very least, Momoshiki has it.
No, Momoshiki can't do it unless he absorbs jutsu first.
Well, that's what I was talking about, the ability to absorb jutsu.
Oh, I thought you were talking with the chakra blast.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
What's up, Mello?
What's up? What's up? Oodie, Kamui, Phoenix? How you guys doing tonight?
Doing
I-
good.
Nice, nice. What about you, Kamui?
Pretty good. What about
Oh,
you?
I gotta cut you up, buddy. Get you up here.
Oh.
Say something for me, Kamui.
Hello?
That's perfect. That's perfect. I am having a spectacular
Ooh.
night. What are you guys talking about?
That was a
Right.
four-consonant word of happiness. I love it.
We were.
The word.
I was at.
I'm so confused
Oodie,
about what-
I did
don't
just
know
double
what was
check,
just said.
Oodie. I'm going to check one more spot, one last spot. But so far, I don't know why. It's like, can Kawaki not combine his big ninja tech hand, chakra blast, and karma seal thing? Because so far, there's only going to be one other spot. It's going to be the training between Boruto and Kawaki sparring match. That's the only other spot. If it's not there, then Kawaki just never does them together for some reason. Never
Yeah.
combines them.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because I couldn't think of the time. I agree, that would be the only other time I could think of. Either way.
When does he spar with Boruto? I'm confused.
It's before
He
the Delta
does
fight.
spar with him before the Delta fight.
So
and
look
it's
at like maybe
was
chapter
it
26,
Naruto
25.
Part. Is it before or
Maybe
after?
38, I think, is Kawaki.
I'm so confused.
Maybe chapter like 30.
When is the Delta? Okay, maybe the Delta fight's at the end of 30, not the beginning of 30. That's okay. That's why I thought the Delta fight
Yeah.
was like in 30. Okay. All
Anyways,
right, let's see.
Mellow.
Wait! Hold on. He did do it. Okay, I found a spot. I don't know why
Okay.
Kawaki stopped. He does combine the two.
Feel free to post it.
I will. I'll post all the images together. He activates karma before. Actually, I'll just take the whole page.
So, Mello, you agree with me that a karma user can just absorb jutsu without their karma seal having been activated yet?
Well, we all agree with that.
I activated when it comes to karma is interesting to me. Like, what do you mean by activated?
Okay, I like that
think
you're
it's
saying
always
that.
active.
So it's just the diamond on their hand at the time.
I would say, yeah, especially from like early Boruto Part 1. But
yeah, I think we all agree. We've seen him do this
Yeah.
a bunch of times.
pretty
Unless
sure.
to be fair, we'd have to double check because actually, I'm looking at like Boruto, for example. And well, then again, he already activated karma first here. We have to like
That's what I'm saying,
really
like,
look
I
at their
don't-
hands. If they start to do the circle hand thing, if you know what I'm talking about, the hand turns into a circle instead of the diamond. If they
Yeah.
always do that every time, we're gonna have to look at every single instance.
it's Well, for me, I think the karma is always active, always. Um, and then when it spreads, it's just more active. You're getting like more of it or whatever. So I
So
would just say yeah. But
when you say that, are you
what I
saying
think,
all
oh, yeah,
karma, or like are all black karma active, and then maybe like Code's karma isn't active?
I think Code's karma is active too.
Okay.
There's really no distinction between their karmas and codes outside the obvious stuff. So yeah. But again, I'm going off of memory, bro. This is like a lot of this is going to be rooted in part one stuff, like lore, which I haven't really addressed in years. So take that with a grain of salt.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for scenes of
Really quick though,
Let's
what's
see.
the topic? Like, what are you guys talking about?
Karma.
basically anything and everything revolving around karma and Ninja Tech hand.
Okay. Do you
I
guys
was
think?
originally about.
Sorry, Phoenix.
I was gonna say I was originally before we even got started on the topic. I was hoping I was gonna mention something about what I was interesting. It was. I was interested in this like little series called Absolute Batman. If you guys have heard of it.
Of course.
I have
thick,
not.
thick Batman. Yeah, man.
And how pretty much the villains are just like, oh my god, they're absolute fucking monsters. But we'll get to that after we get done with this topic.
I love bobblehead Boruto and early Boruto. This is so
It
good.
did make me smile.
Oh
But
my
anyways,
god.
it's like chibi Boruto basically.
See, I'm
With the
trying
karma
to
seal, like, so
find
bad.
a scene of them like absorbing karma and base or absorbing jutsu and base. The problem is almost all of these scenes, they either already have karma activated, or this one with Kawaki, he activates it up through half of his forearm, which isn't what we want. And I'm just trying to figure out like when have they just absorbed it in base and just not already had karma activated? Like when would we look for this?
Might be in the anime.
I think maybe.
The anime might, but then that's gonna be harder to find because there's just more episodes to look for random scenes. So
Is there?
just trying to think of like where should we start looking? Because almost all these times they just have karma active. Maybe when Kawaki, oh, he activates karma there. God damn it! Where the hell do we look?
Well, I just think the key is what you mean by activated. So
Basically,
if I
we're
have
looking
karma
to
always
see.
activated, then it's
Yeah, so like
then it's
if it's
tempting.
just the diamond, nothing more, we're gonna say not activated for this discussion. But even if it turns into that circle, I'm counting that as something. Basically, just out of its normal state of appearance is what we're looking to see. But all these
Go
examples,
to-
they freaking activate the whole ass karma. So
What about Kawaki absorbing shadow paralysis jutsu from Shikamaru? Did karma fully activate in that scene?
when does Kawaki do it?
Right before the Boro stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me look. Thank you. Okay, that's a good spot to try. Let's see.
Jigen might also do it at the beginning of the fight with Koji. I don't remember when he activates karma in that fight.
I will check thereafter too. Okay, thank you. These are good ideas. Let's see. Kawaki absorb. Come on, Kawaki. Get to the absorption part.
Well, while Kamui's doing that,
Wait, when did he absorb it? Hold on. Wait, Shikamaru, what do you...
Shikamaru.
Oh, he
is-
doesn't absorb shadow possession. Wait. Is that
Right
anime
there.
only?
Oh, it might be. Yeah, might be.
what
Oh,
does
wait,
he do
no,
in
he's
the
doing
manga?
it after they make the portal. Okay. No, he activates his hand. I'll take a picture here. He does activate more than just the diamond, so
Okay.
we'll try the Jiken Koji fight. That might be our best bet. See, I thought they did this a billion times, not gonna lie.
Wait, do you consider that activated? Like, I mean,
It's
not
doing
all the way
something.
up
Like
the arm.
he's got it on it, his hands change. He's like
Oh,
done.
If that's
Yeah.
the case, if that's the case, then I would say no. Then, because I don't think you're ever going to get a scene where it's just a diamond. So no.
I'm just curious if there is one or not.
This was the closest I could think of was this scene here. But
Okay.
We're gonna see if
Is this
Jiken. If
just
Jiken doesn't
qualified
do
or-
it, then I think you're gonna be right there. Because there's one other scene pretty similar to that. It's only like halfway up his forearm. Jigen activated his whole hand. I'll take a picture of these. Yeah, okay. I think they just do this every time. It's only his hand. It's not further up. I still don't get why Jigen's karma's on both sides, by the way, and no one else's is. Why? Well, why don't they tell us this information? It's so much cooler that it's on both sides. Like, it makes Jigen unique and all, but I want to know why.
I like the one side personally. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, but like Jigen's is more useful. He can absorb with both hands. Kawaki can't.
That is more useful.
Like, why doesn't Ishiki put it on everyone's chin? I don't know. Is that the difference? Why is Jigen's on the chin? Jigen choked, or Ishiki choked Kawaki's neck, and the karma starts appearing on the Shadow Clone's hand, not his chin or neck.
So, I might have been not have been paying attention, but Jigen has literally both karma markings in both of his hands, or is he able to
look at
absorb?
the pictures I sent. The karma will spread to both sides of Jigen's body. Like, the diamond is on his chin, but the karma will be on both arms and all of his body. Whereas for Boruto and Kawaki, it's all on one side, and that's it.
So what makes you
that's
confident,
crazy.
and I'm not saying it's unlikely, but what makes you confident that when a karma user has their karma activated on one side of their body, they can't absorb jutsu through their hand on the other?
Because, well, not only do we never see it's very heavily emphasized them absorbing on the one side, as opposed to like Jigen absorbing with both hands numerous times.
Okay.
But that would
It's
be
just
a little
it's
weird.
the visual presentation. It's on that side. They only ever absorb on one side. It's like they go out of their way to do it. It just
I mean, I think it would
seem
make
to be like
sense that they would use their karma
and
hands
they're also
to do the
absorbing it
absorption.
with that karma, which isn't on the other side.
Yeah, but it's on their body, and it like overlays across the body, etc., etc.
Well, no, it doesn't, though. It overlays on one side.
So, okay, so Kamui, do you think that Kawaki could absorb through, like, his elbow, or just, like, the palm of his hand?
Just the palm of his hand.
But the karma's on his elbow.
See, to be fair, it's possible that that circle that forms on their hand is almost like a portal that absorbs it through that circle.
Yeah.
As opposed to everything else.
But that's weird
And if
why
so,
the
if
diamond
it's only on
wouldn't
that
be
one
able to
side,
absorb. Yeah, but I feel like the
because we
diamond
do see
should.
when Boruto and Kawaki make their portals, it changes into the Osusuki symbol, but that hand, well, actually, it just adds things to that circle, actually, because the circle stays and then they have another symbol on top of that. But that circle is what produces the portals as well. So there could be something to that.
Yes. But anyways.
Yeah. New topic?
Immortal, you said Batman or something?
Yeah, I was I'm just now getting into this series called Absolute Batman. And oh my god, the villains look so fucking monstrous on they look like they look like pure nightmare fuel. So if you guys were to look up Absolute Batman, start off with Bane first. Because Bane is, oh my god, Bane looks like he's way larger and more bulkier than the Juggernaut himself. And he literally lifted Batman up with just his hand. Is anyone there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
my bad. I'm back. No, Absolute Batman looks absolutely amazing. I do need to pick that comic up because I am getting increasingly interested. I saw this this little panel of the comic where apparently he's fighting the KKK. So I think I might need to pull up for Absolute Batman. He's doing God's work. Yeah.
Bro, Absolute Batman looks like an absolute beast, if I'm not mistaken, because this guy, oh my god, like he was taking hits from Bane, who is in this absolute. Sorry. Not, I'm stop using absolute. But he's Bane is just Bane's like Hulk. Looks like a Hulk on steroids when he uses his I think was it his poison? Was it like poison or the serum that he has on him that allows him to get bigger and a lot more stronger? But but Batman was just taking hits from this version of Bane. Like he was getting. Don't get it twisted. It looked like it was painful, but this version of Bane, it looked like one hit from him could easily kill you.
Yeah.
And not like any version of Bane can't do that. I'm not gonna say that any version of Bane can't do that, but it's just how the way Bane looks, how intimidating he is. It's just wow. And then Killer Croc is I don't know how to feel about Killer Croc though. I mean, from what I've heard, it looks like he is way longer and way lengthier than I would say Arkham's version of Killer Croc. But I'll let you guys decide whether or not if Killer Croc, this version of Absolute Killer Croc is a force to be reckoned with. Because I think I've seen panels and scenes of him extending his mouth, and his mouth literally goes straight down to his chest. I was like, oh no. Like, hold on. Let me send some. Let me go ahead and look up and send some screenshots in chat so you guys can. So that way, Kamui and Oodie can see it.
Alrighty.
I want to catch up on mellow Star Wars talks. I have been enjoying Star Wars a lot lately. Odin knew. Yeah, you can hit me up. Probably not in this stream, but yeah, I got you, bro.
So hold on, let me see. So what's so crazy is that this version of Absolute Batman is just beefed up. It's absolutely like he is just like something else. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, here he is right here.
Freaking beefcake.
That's the only thing I
Exactly.
don't like about
Batman.
the only thing I don't like about Absolute Batman is that fat bat. I hate the fat bat logo, bro. I hate that shit. I hated that with why am I forgetting the goat?
Ben Affleck.
Frank.
Ben Affleck's Batman or
Frank Miller? Yeah, Frank Miller. Like even with like old man Batman with the fat bat. I'm like, bro, I hate the fat bat. But I played DC Universe Online and they got Absolute Batman stuff in there now. So a lot of people running around with the fat bat. I hate it.
okay, here's another one.
I'm gonna keep it a bean though. I think Batman would kill in the Naruto verse. Like, dude would be so sick. But I think he'll be like a Kakashi type. If he like had chakra, of course. But if he didn't have chakra,
Batman.
that would also be interesting too. Because he fights like gods and demigods and shit in the DC universe.
Exactly. Like Batman is literally immortal. I told you, bro.
That Croc
Killer
is
Croc.
gnarly.
I told you, his mouth extends straight to his chest. It's like, oh my god, bro, this is pure nightmare fuel. When he
Does he only
opens his
have
mouth,
top row teeth? Where's his bottom rows?
That
It's
is it. Like when he opens his mouth, his
it.
chest has to open. Up.
Oh, okay. It just
That's
looks
such
like
an
he has an
interesting
upper,
design.
no bottom of his mouth.
Yeah, like he doesn't have like a bottom, but he's just a big boy. Nah, this is crazy. Nah, Absolute
Exactly.
Batman is like if everybody just got like a mutagen and just got freakishly big. What the fuck?
and now when I was mentioning the cover page, this is it. Like, bro, I thought, oh my god, how big is Killer Croc? That was
like the tyrant lizard. Okay, shout out to Godzilla. Now this
exactly,
art is
and
beautiful.
then I know with Batman just like towering over him, I was just like, Batman, bro, stop trying, bro, because we seen this other panel that Killer Croc is fucking bigger than he is. I was like, oh my god,
is Batman like the best fictional character in history?
I would
Bruce
say
Wayne?
he is.
In terms of
Bruce Wayne,
longevity, success long over like decades of time, still popping. Like you can like just everything about Batman is just a like him, Spider-Man, X-Men, like these guys are like fucking goated. But yeah, I don't know.
Hold on. All right, I got another one for you.
Well, hello. What if it's
I think it was-
actually Superman
Maybe-
who's better than Batman?
Superman's not better than Batman. We gotta go this
you know I'm rage baiting.
Good
Yo,
lord,
this-
man.
Exactly. This is what I was talking about. Bane
Nah,
is.
bro, that's
Oh
not
my
possible.
god. It is. I was like, holy shit. Is that Bane?
Look
That
how
was like,
small
oh my
Bruce is, and Bruce is big as fuck. Nah, this is crazy, bro.
I was like, oh my god, I gotta get into this. This is crazy.
That's disgusting. Nah, that's not.
And wait until you see Clayface and Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy. Oh my
Bro, imagine
god.
what Scarecrow looks like, bro. God damn.
Ooh.
Nah, this is
my
fire.
god.
I like it.
I know.
Outlast character right there.
Yo,
This is
Square,
like-
thank you for that $2 dono, bro. You got a question? Just let me know.
Oh
Batman Kage. I mean, if Shikamaru could just sit around and strategize, I mean, Bruce could easily be Kage. That's the prerequisite. So it's just paperwork and shit. But yeah, I think Bruce, like, if you had like 0-hour Batman, that dude could be fucking sick too. He's like Bruce with no filters. He just on demon time.
Mello, who do you
Yeah.
think has more money? Batman or Victor from Boruto?
I mean, can Batman buy more than one nation?
I would say probably. I don't know enough about Victor, but Bruce, there's a lot of stories where he goes broke or he'll sell his stuff. I don't even think he's rich in Absolute Batman, actually.
I think
I don't
his
remember.
stories. So his story's a little different. From what I heard, Thomas Wayne is no longer like this billionaire doctor anymore.
Yeah.
He's actually a school teacher teaching
Yeah,
young
I think-
students.
Isn't Alfred the rich one? Or like-
Alfred. Yeah, Alfred's actually, I don't know. Alfred's
He's
not
like-
really.
I feel like somebody's sponsoring Absolute Batman.
I think so.
From the, or maybe Alfred was Gordon, or maybe Jim. I don't know, but I have to go watch Absolute Batman. It's pretty good though. It's pretty good.
So, since you brought up Alfred, in this story, Alfred is no longer. I don't think Alfred is Batman's butler anymore. He is a soldier now. He's
Oh,
like, I
that's
think
right.
he's this little assassin. Yeah,
Yeah, he got a mercenary. He got hired to take out like he was like I remember that issue. He was watching Bruce, how he was like taking down these bad guys, and he was like doing analysis of like the breakdown of like he's super fast, he's super strong, but he's also really intelligent, he's really strategic. Like these guys don't stand a chance. Like he was just breaking down everything like Batman was doing.
yeah.
Yeah. That was cool.
He was,
Alfred's a beast. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to. I don't know if he was working with the. I forgot what the name of the gang was, but it was these guys with these black skull masks, and they were trying to infiltrate the. Yeah, they were trying to infiltrate the town hall, or if city hall, where Gordon was pretty much giving his speech about how he's trying to change the crime rate of Gotham, and everyone's just scared shitless. Because from what they heard, I don't know what the name of the gang was, but they took down the entire police force, and they were like, "Yo, what the fuck are you guys gonna do against them? The police can't do shit." And then we see Alfred and that gang moving in on them, and so they managed to actually injure Gordon. Now I haven't really watched the full read the full chapter just yet, but in this universe, Selena Kyle, Black Cat, she's actually working with Gordon. I was like, oh wow, a lot of things have changed in this universe. That's like, wow. So I don't know when she becomes Black Cat, but I'm gonna read into the comics to get more information.
Wait, isn't Black Cat Marvel?
No,
Catwoman?
she's Catwoman. Sorry, I keep getting them mixed up for some reason.
When I was a
close
kid, I
enough.
definitely got them mixed up. Felicia
Black
Hardy
Cat,
and Selena Kyle. Yeah.
Yeah. So that
I don't know which-
Catwoman. Yeah.
Since I know you guys are probably eager to hop back to some anime, but just one, like, who do you think has the best like mythology, like lore, like Batman or like Spider-Man? Like rogues, universe, villain. Oh, well, I guess rogues would be villains, but I don't know. I don't know which one I pick, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. It's like
I'm biased
Joker,
towards Spider.
Green Goblin. It's like, man, that's close. Got
Exactly.
Venom, kind of like Bane, who uses Venom, so that's that's kind of close. You got like Mysterio, who's kind of like Scarecrow with like the hallucinations. Like it's really close. Like it's a good.
Yeah.
They're really good. Like there's two
Mhm.
great mythologies for sure. I'll probably go with Batman though. That's my OG.
Yeah.
Mm.
Now,
Shout out Darkseid.
I think once I get finished with Absolute Batman, I'm probably gonna move on to Absolute Flash and Superman. Because mythology, the universe is different now. So it's like, oh, okay. And there's new unique takes on the superheroes in the absolute universe. So I'm like, okay, I might check that. I'm gonna look into this like with great detail.
There's
This
also
is
a
like
Batman anime. It's like a little
There is.
mythology anime. It's great.
Yeah,
I
I'll
don't
look
think
into
Spider-Man
that
has an
too.
anime. No, they do. I think it's like the Japanese Spider-Man. It's like a Japanese Spider-Man. I think he has
Oh,
like an anime.
Mangaverse Spider-Man.
I don't know what that is, but I
Oh
know
yeah,
there's like
I'm a
a
huge
Japanese
yeah.
one.
I'm a huge
Or no,
Spider-Man nerd.
maybe that's that girl from like Into the Spider-Verse. Maybe she's a Japanese one. The one with like the
Penny Parker?
spider bots. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe.
yeah,
I know you guys are desperate, so go on Kamui.
yeah.
Oodie.
Go ahead. I don't know if I'm boring you guys with this comic book stuff. Sorry.
I
Kamui,
love
take it
comics.
away.
Mm.
Please,
going
Kamui,
someplace.
the floor is
He's in
yours.
the Kamui. He's in the Kamui
Why?
dimension right now.
Why me?
Did Kamui fall asleep over there? Please, Kamui. It's up
Do you
to
not
So
hear
it's,
me?
No, I do.
So is Kawaki stronger than Boruto?
Well,
I'm
it's
gonna say
possible.
yes. I think so.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna say yeah.
Well, assuming you mean Boruto not using Karma Seal, you are assuming that, right? Or do you mean a hypothetical Borujiki?
Current Boruto. First 24 chapter.
Okay. So, also question, are we not going to allow Kawaki to whip out the horn or use more of Karma for this hypothetical? We're just going off what they did do?
Just TBV. Just TBV. What you saw, it was canon in 2 blue vortex. That's it.
Okay. Probably gonna go with Kawaki if I have to pick.
Why?
Because he did better.
Is that true? Okay. That's interesting.
It's possible. The problem that we don't know is this is where I would have liked better before or after comparisons or dialogue to indicate this, but it's entirely possible though that Jura tried harder versus Boruto than they did versus Kawaki. And the fact is we don't know.
Vice versa is also
Technically,
possible.
one indication of him trying more versus Kawaki is just the fact that he healed versus Kawaki but didn't versus Boruto. But
So do you
he didn't really need to heal in the first place. I think he could have just kept fighting if he really wanted to, but
do you take into consideration at all that Kawaki fought an inferior version in comparison to the one that Boruto fought?
you could say that, depending on how much the eye matters. But then you have to question the real thing that matters is how much Jura is trying, which is the one thing we don't know. Because hypothetically, he loses an eye, so he tries harder. Apparently, Jura's max try level is too much for the whole world combined to handle. So clearly that matters more than losing a Renegon if he's not trying in the first place. So it really just depends on how hard he tried, which we don't know.
So just for me, my process is I try to eliminate the stuff we can prove, like, or at least the stuff we can see, and then move on to like the more hypothetical stuff. So for me, in my analysis, I'm saying, okay, well, Boruto fought a 100% Jura at full power. And he also
Yeah, but you can't. Well, you could say he has full potential power, but that doesn't mean he was using it.
Yeah, but I can't ascertain either way why, if he can or he can't. So it's worthless for me to be trying to. All I know is the context in which he was had the battle. He wanted to kill this guy. He went there to do it. So under that context, I think it's reasonable to say, he's there to kill the guy, and he's bringing forth his power to do so. Especially given what Boruto was able to accomplish in the battle. And there also seemed to be like dialogue that implied that he was kind of turning up, similar to the dialogue with Himawari. So just Boruto fought like a superior version in comparison to Kawaki without karma.
My only problem is that whereas, yes, the ramp up's there, we know he wasn't going. Even if he's trying to kill Boruto, which he's also not trying to kill Boruto, bro, let him leave, didn't even care. But ignoring that, we know he's not going all out. Because if he was, Boruto is
That's not the point.
so stupid. Because he and Kawaki absolutely could take Chura if he was going all out versus Boruto before.
So what I'm saying is, when I asked like who's better, the thing that put Kawaki over for you was the feats. And what I'm saying is the feat that he has against Jura is less impressive than the feats that Boruto has against Jura, because Boruto fought a stronger version of the character.
Well, first of all, I said if I had to choose. Me saying that implies I don't have a strong opinion or care either direction. Meaning I'm not saying it's definitively Kawaki, he slams. I'm not saying that. But, like, I mean, I don't think they did a good job of depicting this in either direction, which is why that, like, unlike most fights where you just, it's just straightforward, you just discuss the feats and the statements and everything, Jura just has this not trying factor that's unscalable. That's my problem. Because yes, he lost his eye, but because he's unquantifiably not trying in all fights, you just don't know how hard he's trying in any fight, which means if he's trying harder versus Kawaki with the lost eye, that's could be stronger than him trying less with both eyes, and you just don't know. So what I'm looking at there is more so just, this is guesswork, but what is Ikemoto's intent? If he's not going to tell us that much information and he's going to show us Kawaki doing better, the best thing we have to work with is, okay, is he trying to convey that Kawaki's a little bit stronger? But we just don't know. That's my problem, which is why I don't have a strong stance.
That's cool. Just for me, just my analysis, what I would do is say, okay, Kawaki, Boruto, Jura. There's two versions of the character. Is he holding back against both of them? Sure. Okay, cool. Check that box. So since we've established that, then you kind of look at what's left. Okay, he has no visual injuries at the beginning of the battle with Boruto. He does with Kawaki. Kawaki sneaks attacks him and then damages him as well. So that factors and plays a role into it as well. So once you start eliminating everything else that we know, not hypotheticals, all this stuff, Boruto has a better case if you're trying to use the Jura as a feat for Kawaki, because he fought just a better version of the character. But we can move on to a different topic. I agree to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I'm fine with either argument. Personally, they should be equal regardless. And I say that because I get Boruto wanting to trust Kawaki with the team up and all, but it's a pretty risky gamble. If Kawaki's just gets stronger and he's gonna kill you because that's just, Boruto wants to beat Kawaki up. If Kawaki ever turns on him, he wants to have the ability to fight back. So Boruto shouldn't be weaker than Kawaki. And then narratively, it makes sense for Kawaki to catch up. They're both using a future knowledge thing to get themselves a higher level of power quicker. I do think they should be equal, personally. That's my honest opinion. They should just be equal, if I had to pick.
Okay.
Narratively, anyway. But what does Immortal and Oodie think?
Immortal?
So, for Kawaki and Boruto, like their power ups. When you were mentioning how Kawaki get pretty much learning about his power up through Kashin Koji's future sight, and needing to get his limiters removed to go on ahead to beat Jura. I was just thinking about how, whenever Naruto and Sasuke, if Naruto gets a power up, Sasuke gets a power up, and if Sasuke gets a power up, so does Naruto in a sense, because that is the main character and the co-main character as well. And so when Boruto, if what I do know is this: since Kawaki just got his limiters removed, there could be a chance that, Boruto may end up having to figure out a way to, get his karma seal under wraps. And I feel like that's something that they can probably focus on, since in this chapter, they heavily emphasize the fact that Boruto is worried about Momo, an eventual Momo possession. So I feel like there could be an arc geared towards Boruto learning to finding a solution towards controlling Momoshiki. And I think Kamui, I talked about this once with you about the Byakugan pills and how they're just a temporary little stopgap measure for Boruto to be able to use the karma seal without having to worry about Momoshiki taking over his body.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. They could reintroduce the Byakugan pills, but then again, what would happen if? But then again, like Amato mentioned that the side effects are unknown, and they never really explain whether or not if what's going on with Boruto's current situation is because of the pills, or maybe it's because of just Momoshiki overlaying his data with Boruto, and I don't think it was potentially not really fully in sync, but maybe there could have been something going on with Boruto's tissue. Who knows? But they could. I feel like that since Amato is the person who can grant these abilities towards, the characters, I feel like Amato could use something that can help Boruto out temporarily once again. But I don't know. Unless they go on some spiritual journey to get Boruto's karma seal under wraps, or for him to be able to use the karma seal without Momoshiki's influence. Because in the time skip, I feel like that's something Boruto doesn't have to worry about anymore, because we see Kawaki's reaction to how when Boruto activates his karma seal again, that he's surprised. Oh, he can control his karma now. But then we also see the Jogan. And I'm just like, okay, maybe there could be something involving the Jogan. Maybe the Jogan is the key to helping him suppress Momoshiki, or maybe something else entirely. Who knows? But going back to what I said, Kawaki gets his limiters removed, so there has to be a chance for Boruto to get his karma seal under wraps as another way to kind of even out the playing field, or maybe that won't be the case. But who knows? But that's it for me.
So, if anyone didn't have a response to that, I could give my take now.
Sure.
So, Mello, feel free to not take this seriously, but what makes you say that we know, based on what we see, that Boruto's fighting a stronger version of Jura than Kawaki?
I know
Mello?
you so well. I know exactly where this is going.
Yeah, so what about Jura
yeah.
is weaker?
So typically in media, they use visual indicators to depict.
Okay,
information.
typically, they usually. Interesting vocabulary, Mello, but please
I'm
continue.
sorry, I wasn't finished with my answer. That's crazy.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just preemptively saying, but go ahead.
So typically in media, they use visual indicators to indicate things to you. Hence the indicator part. So when I take a look at Jura versus Kawaki and I take a look at Jura versus Boruto, one of those versions of the character looks lesser than the other one. One is injured. He has a whole foot missing. And he incurs multiple injuries throughout the battle. He just looks ragged as fuck. But even before the injuries he incurred in the battle, just his state at the start of it is pretty nasty. And then you compare it to Boruto's version of the Jura that he fought, and he looks pristine. So I take those visuals and I arrive at a conclusion based upon the information presented.
Wouldn't that be an assumption rather than something we know?
Would it be an assumption?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a conclusion based on induction.
Okay. So, as an example, in the Naruto franchise, we know that having one Rinnegan in certain instances can be a buff as opposed to two. So, because Kawaki stabbed out one of Jura's Rinnegan, maybe Jura's like Obito and is better with one Rinnegan than two.
That's a bad position because all the Rinnegan are different and separate and unique.
Obito's nerf with two isn't because of the specific Rinnegan.
What?
He just
What are
couldn't
you saying?
handle two.
Okay. What I'm saying is, what applies to one thing, you shouldn't necessarily assume applies to the other thing, even if they're similar.
Well, yeah, but we can't
That's what I'm
assume
saying.
the other way either. We can't assume either.
Okay. I mean, I
So,
don't care about this point anyway. So
okay. So we would throw
the
out the
conclusion
eye.
at this point is that you're making an assumption. I'm cool with that. Yeah.
So, well, we both would be. So then, looking at the legs now. So Jura, as we see, doesn't have organs or blood seemingly in the wooden part of his body. Why wouldn't cutting off his legs just be like a speed amp? Like it's just dead weight. He's just faster.
Is that
Just like trimming the
is that an-
hedges.
Is that an assumption that you just made?
Based on visual indicators, which is typically depicted in manga, I'm inducing my argument that Jura was not hurt, even though he was injured.
No, this wouldn't be visual indicators. What you just said. You said he didn't have like any blood in the wood part of his body.
Is that
What's
not
the
visually
wood part of
indicated?
his body? Where's the wood part of his body?
The everything that isn't the Rinnegan or claw marks.
Everything's made of wood.
Divine tree.
That's interesting. I'm sorry. What are you asking? Where are we going with this? This is boring. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, that's to
it's
say
late and
that-
my ADHD is triggering.
So you were going
I'm
with
not
the
interested at all.
idea that Jura is stronger versus Boruto rather than Kawaki because we're
Okay,
going with what we
okay,
do
so
know rather than
I
what
got
we
what you're saying.
don't. And I'm putting into
So-
question if we do know the things that you're claiming.
Okay. Yeah.
Do we know
Kawaki
anything?
is not stronger than Boruto because if you're using the feats against Jura, then for all the reasons I've explained, if you disagree, that's fine. But I'm not going to debate or argue it moving forwards. So we can move on to a different topic. It's just stupid. It's like, yeah, one motherfucker is missing an eye, he's missing a leg, and one guy is not. So we're going to look at the whole history of all fiction, and we're going to say this guy looks injured, the guy doesn't look injured, so one guy is not less than as a result. We're just like diving, like, nah, bro. It's simple, straightforward stuff. If you disagree, that's cool. We can move on to a different topic. That's where I'm at with it.
Well, we would have to apply all of fiction to the specific uniqueness that is Jura.
Okay. So anything else
Alright, new
about
topic.
the chapter that you guys are interested in, or
Kamui,
No?
what topics did... Wait, sorry, what?
what are you guys talking about right now? Can we move on to a different topic?
Yeah, we can move on to
Okay,
it.
there's a few different
Oh, this
options.
shit's like mad annoying, bro.
Where did it go? Okay, this is a question. As a reader, it applies to everyone. How do you feel about Jura attributing Kawaki's power up to love when that objectively isn't the case? Unlike Himawari or Sarada, who you could say only got their power ups because of love shenanigans. And in your opinion, well, we'll stop there. How do you feel about that?
It was Ameno's love.
No, it was. It wasn't because of love.
Amado's love for his daughter.
No, in fact, Kawaki had to make him be like, "Sorry, I'm not doing it till after." he was very upset about this.
Well,
His
yeah.
love for
So
his daughter
Amado did it
want to do
for
it.
his daughter.
In fact,
who he
Amado
loves.
did it against his love for his daughter because he had no choice.
Well, he definitely had a choice.
Well, you're not wrong, but like he was left with no choice.
He absolutely was, but okay.
But he wasn't at the same time. Because Kawaki said he wouldn't do it at all until Amado did it, so doesn't really have a choice. He's obviously gonna do it.
So what you're saying is he did it for the love of his daughter.
Either way, though, that's not what Jura's thinking. He's not thinking it's Amado's love that causes.
Okay.
So back to that question.
So, Immortal, what do you think?
About Amado's love.
No.
Yes.
No. How do you feel about Jura attributing Kawaki's power up to love when that isn't actually the case? Unlike Himawari and Sarada, where it is something you could actually say was the case.
So if we're gonna attribute I would say, if anything, it's not really love. And I wasn't gonna use desperation either, because it's not really. Well, would you consider desperation if you're really just trying to, if you're realizing that no, it's not desperation.
I'll give you an argument for it being love, which would be because Kawaki loves Naruto, he wants to kill, the Utsuki and the Shinju and whatnot, which is what drives him to want to seek out Amado. And that would be fine. The problem, though, is one, Jura's saying this before he even confirms Naruto's alive. It's like he's saying, I never thought you'd come to Boruto's rescue. First of all, that's where he's starting with the conversation.
Well, Kawaki loves
After
Boruto.
He's already said this. He does, but Jura also thinks that he only loves Naruto. So, Jura thinks Kawaki doesn't love Boruto, but came to save the Boruto, which surprised him. But also, where it's like, but he also, so in the original timeline, that would be true, he's going to this, but in this timeline, it's also like, Boruto's told him to do it. And then, in the literal sense, it isn't that love unlocked this power, it's that Amado just did science. But you could argue that he originally awakened that power out of love, and then Amado nerfed him, and he just had to unnerf it. It was always unlocked because of love. But I feel like, basically, you can make a 3-step argument for it, but that's compared to Sarada and Himawari, where it's just 1 step. Yeah, her love for Inojin allowed her to awaken the power. Not even that great of an argument, but Sarada is just the most easy one. It's definitely the point, the Boruto stuff. But yeah, I don't know. The point is, how do you feel about that?
Immortal deafened. I don't even know when. Oh my god.
Well, Oodie, how do you feel? Or Mello?
Mello left. He said something. I don't know what he said. But he sounded
I think he just got
annoyed.
He thought we weren't doing it. Well, I guess he never really. Did he leave while I was talking earlier or before?
Yes.
Oh. I guess he didn't like the topic.
He definitely didn't like the topic.
I guess he got really annoyed about the Boruto versus Kawaki thing. Is he still alive?
I have no idea. He might just
still
be
alive.
We should be. Looks like it. He might be having technical difficulties and coming back. I don't know.
I'm not able to load it, so I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi or not.
But
Well, I guess how do
how many
you
were left?
feel, Oodie?
So I think he is still left. I think something that could be cool is it could be both for every instance. So it's the love of someone else as well as the love that the individual has for someone else. So for Himawari, it's Naruto's love that essentially gave her Karama, if you want to say it that way. Then obviously Himawari loves Inojin, or like Inojin is what Awaken the Power, if you want to say it that way. For Kawaki, it's Kawaki's love of Naruto, as well as, I do think it's fair to say, Amado's love for his daughter. Even if you disagree, but whatever. What was the third instance? It was Boruto? Sarada. Sarada's love for Boruto, and Yodo's love for Sarada?
Okay, that's making this seem bad then.
Yeah.
It the way it seems to be, like, it seems like the point is,
It could be Sumire.
no. The point is that seemingly, it's Sarada's the easy example. The point was Sarada's love for Boruto. The point. Himawari,
Yeah, but Sumire's the reason that Sarada's like struggling in the Sand Mission anyways.
yeah, but it's also like Sumire.
And Sumire told her that out of love. It was like tough love. But yeah. Because Sumire wanted to help her. Because obviously Sarada wasn't
like
thinking about Sumire, she was thinking about Boruto, but Sumire's the one that made her think
But
that.
it doesn't feel like that's the intended point.
I mean, I'm just trying to make it sound nice. And I think it sounds pretty nice, to be fair. But if you disagree, please tell me your idea of it. I can see you're speechless.
Like, it feels like for Sarada, it's really Sarada's love for Boruto. That's the end of it. And then for Himawari, it would just be, this doesn't have to be romantic, but her love for Inojin, and then, or the loss of love, I guess, or perceived the loss of love, and the threatened ending of losing of love. And then for Kawaki, again, it's like, I like Jura thought process. That's like, okay, I've been perceiving love as a weakness. I still think it's there, but it seems to be a repeated thing now. I've seen it 3 times. Okay, yeah, it seems like it's also leading to these evolutions of strength. I like Jura coming to that conclusion. It's just like, you can make the stretch of the argument to say it is because of love for Kawaki, but it's just not as like one step. Like, it's like the power up itself was Amado modifications. It's just the most far removed from the love thing. So, yeah, it's giving me mixed feelings. I like Jura having the conclusion, but like, for example, if Jura said this in the code arc when Kawaki got his karma seal back, I'd be like, hell freaking yeah. Right on point. But in this case, it's just like, especially since it's not even just removing limiters, it just is modifications of offensive amp. Like, which Amado didn't even want to do because he's worried about Kawaki dying, which means he can't bring his daughter back. He's doing this because Kawaki's just like, I'm not going to do karma unless you do this for me. He's just threatening him, basically. Blackmailing him.
So,
It just doesn't feel as lovey as it should, if that's the intended thing.
Do you think the limiters are on Kawaki's scientific ninja tech or his karma?
I don't know. It depends on when the limiters were put in.
Because if it's on the scientific ninja tech, then I guess you can say whatever, because it's just robots or whatever. If it's on the karma, you can absolutely make
a couple different ways for it to be out of love.
I agree. Like I think you can make a lot more arguments because of all the things karma has meant to Kawaki at various points. It's definite. Kawaki doesn't care about that ninja deck. He doesn't give two shits other than the fact that it's helping him be stronger. Like,
Yeah.
It's not important.
If anything, Ninja
So
Tech
karma
isn't
would be
even
more
important to a story. It's only
important,
important to
But
Boruto's.
then depending on when... Sorry, what'd you say?
I was saying Ninja Tech isn't even important to Kawaki's story, but it is important to Boruto's.
Not anymore. But it depends on when the limiters are put on, though, because again, if he did nonsensically plot wholly do it over the time skip, okay, we haven't seen him use Karma 2 at any point, but then again, even in this fight, he's not using Karma 2. So, but to be fair about this fight, though, you can totally say Kawaki just didn't do it on purpose, because if he uses Karma 1, Boruto's going to resonate maybe Karma 1 level at most. If he uses Karma 2, Boroshiki's probably coming out. It just might be like a, hey, I shouldn't do this kind of thing. But I don't know. It depends on... It doesn't make sense for the limiters to have been put on over the time skip. It makes a lot more sense if it's code arc. Maybe even beginning a Kawaki arc.
Considering how much everyone was expecting Boroshiki to come out, just the entire community, and the fact that Boroshiki hasn't come out again, we have to seriously, and I do mean seriously.
I'm going to say again. I'm going to count the prophecy arc too.
Yeah.
That's 3 times in a row.
So we have to seriously ask ourselves, are we ever going to see Momoshiki again? Like, at this point, we do have to start asking it in a serious manner. That's not even, like, a joking manner. It sounds so bad to say.
Like, we have to, but, like,
if they're not going to do it there, where are they going to do it?
That's the thing. I mean, to be fair, they can always just have a scene of Kawaki going Karma 2 and not caring about the consequences or something. But I don't know. It depends on Momoshiki's planning. It depends on whether... See, this is the scary part. Because Boruto's going out of his way to not use Karma and, like, not let him out at all costs. He's taking the preemptive measures. Apparently, Momoshiki can't take over even when Boruto's knocked out at this point. He hasn't done it yet. He can't. He's had 3 opportunities. Like, he can't, I guess. So it's like, if he just comes up with a solution before ever using Karma, how would Momoshiki come out? But, like, narratively, that's so... I don't want to say it's bad because the threat of him coming out is technically enough, but that is very unsatisfying at the very least. I'm sure Jonathan Oliver is going to eat it up as best thing ever, but like 99.9% of the Boruto fans would not be satisfied if Momoshiki never came out. But if he does come out again, he can come out whenever, but it's like, you didn't do it here, you didn't do it there, and you didn't do it there. Especially the prophecy arc. If you're not gonna do it, then
like the flash forward scene,
and then you're gonna leave it off and Momoshiki mad, and rather than feeling defeated, like yeah, he was defeated, but he was defeated, pissed off, wanting to try again, not defeated and accepting his loss and changing his ways.
Well, but that's the thing, though. It feels like Boruto just straight up defeated Momoshiki at the end of part 1, the farther we get into Two Blue Vortex, and Momoshiki isn't a threat. So, there was a comment that I saw today that I put into rewrites. I wanted to go over this, just to get your thoughts. This is a pretty big rewrite, to be fair, but like, I'm not gonna say it's the best thing ever, but it made a lot of sense. Man, it'd be so great if I could find the rewrites.
If you in there, we might as well do it in a row. Okay. You're doing a really bad job. It's higher, that's in the middle.
I was doing a really bad job. Okay. So from Guy from Eidos, dumb chapter, really, this is in reference to Boruto 2 Blue Vortex chapter 24.
So real quick, Jonathan Oliver and Mamba, we never said it was a dumb chapter.
Yeah, considering all the hate you give to us, shouldn't you give like 10 times hate to Guy from Eidos?
So, we don't hate him.
Yeah. Also, look at just look at the last word he wrote as well.
I know. I saw this.
Okay.
So, top chapter, really. The time skip keeps making it clear that what Kawaki did was dumb, and him sealing Naruto away was also stupid, considering that Kurama was dead. By the way, it's so ridiculous that Kurama was going, just with that interview in mind, ridiculous that Kurama went into Himawari instead of back into Naruto at that time. Seemingly. Unless Kurama wasn't in Himawari at the time, and it really was the future synergy that Damon was sensing, but I feel like he should be sensing the potential rather than literal future synergy, aka Kurama should be in Himawari at that point.
It depends on that.
Sure, okay, we'll ignore that.
Even then,
side note anyways.
Weird.
Yeah, but either way, like, everyone is okay with Boruto now. He can come in and out of the village whenever he pleases. Him and Kawaki have no reason to fight or even have conflict with each other. Jura's development was the best part about this, especially him pulling out a book in the middle of the fight to try and better understand why Boruto and Kawaki fight so hard. It's funny because a lot of people I've seen also have hated that, so I think that's really just a love it or hate it thing.
Oh, really? The book thing? I thought it was funny.
It's funny, but I can see why people have complaints. Either way.
Yeah.
Because, like, for example, just imagine, like, Tendo Pain pulls out a book while fighting the Six Tails. It's like, there's a time and place for stuff like this.
But to be fair, at least it's been established with Jura's character.
Yeah.
I guess. Like, he's done this so many times by now that it's kind of like... It also goes to show... that is just another piece of evidence. He's not trying, because it's like... the fact that he's doing this shows that he's not slightly concerned about any of this. Like, he just knows he's so much stronger that it doesn't matter.
By the way, side note, quick rewrite. I think when the Six Tails came out, Tendo should have been pushing Naruto even more by either Tendo rushing up to the people watching the fight from afar and, like, killing them in front of Six Tails as they're fighting, or Tendo goes up there and the Six Tails injures them as well, since the entire first half of Shippuden is all about Sakura and Naruto being so afraid about Naruto hurting people in his Nine Tails form.
I don't know if Tendo needs to do anything. You could just have Naruto's Biju bombs actually hit some people. Like, he got lucky that he didn't damage a single person. You could just have Naruto damage someone.
Yeah. Either way. I feel like it'd be more impactful.
Because to me, Pain already did his thing. This is just like when my parents were killed before my eyes by You Leave Ninja. I think he could tell that the Six Tails is not Naruto anymore. It's the Beast. Mm-hmm. The Beast doesn't care if he's killing people. Like, it's not... I don't think Tendo doing anything in the first place. And it's unnecessary.
I don't know about
already made his point.
I don't know. I feel like Tendo was still treating it like Naruto to a degree. Like, he's saying, "Do you hate me now? My hatred's far greater than..." Like, why is he talking to it?
Okay,
as if
I
he's
see
Naruto.
What you're saying there, but I think he also I feel like that's just him being somewhat, like, rhetorical. He's not actually expecting the Six Tails to answer the question.
Yeah.
He also does say, "Do you hate me now?" before Naruto actually transforms. It's when he's got the red laser beam in the sky thing, and he's making the bubble that's, like, pushing air everywhere. You know what I mean? It's when he's transforming, is when he says that.
Yeah, he might say it more than once as well, but either way.
But he says that my pain is greater than yours, too. The Six Tails, but he's not saying it he's saying it out loud, but he's not talking to Naruto. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but I feel like the problem with what we're saying, if it is just a random stray Biju bomb, that just feels more like reckless collateral damage, which just depicts the Nine Tails as very powerful, as opposed to, like, a dangerous threat to those close to Naruto.
No, I disagree that it makes it dangerous if he's so powerful and wild that he's just killing people.
I disagree, because hypothetically, let's just say Naruto just had a bad aim with the Rasen Shuriken. If that goes up into the bleachers, it's going to kill someone, but there's obviously a clear difference between if that Naruto does it versus the Nine Tails goes up there and does it himself. Because it's about intent.
Not trying to do it, whereas the Nine Tails just doesn't care. He's just
that's my point, though, is that the Nine Tails wouldn't care. So the Nine Tails would intend to kill the people around Pain if Pain goes up there. Like, he's going to kill everyone.
I mean, you could also just have the Nine Tails do it to make Naruto more angry. Or
that
something.
too, yeah. Especially since, like,
If
at that
anything,
point of
I
the
think if
series.
anything at that point, that would just be a Ninetales move. Like to me, I'm like, Pain already made his point and knows it's the beast at this point. I feel like there's no reason for Pain to keep doing it, whereas the Ninetales would make more sense, I think.
I feel like to a degree, Pain wanted the full Ninetales to come out. He didn't want to defeat the Six Tails.
You like to measure its power, you mean, kind of thing?
It could be. It could also just to prove his point about hatred.
Yeah, both make sense.
And
Which
so,
all the more reason to do the rewrite when the Ninetales does come out.
yeah, exactly, yeah. So, with that in mind, I feel like considering at this point of the series, Naruto had only gone up to the 4 tails before, it's ridiculous to have him jump all the way to the 9 tails. I don't care how much he's in love with Hinata, which he isn't. I understand it's still just progressing over time because Pain is just making the 9 tails angrier on his own in general by just beating it up. But, like, I feel like there should be something more if we're jumping 5 tail versions all at once. Like, that's more tails
I agree.
Naruto's
That's why we did the
maximum.
rewrite where we introduce more of a progression at the very least. Like, at the very least, you can do 4 tails, a 6 tails, and then the 9 tails. Like, at least have one in between. That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. So I like the idea that 9 tails Naruto, well, I guess 6 tails Naruto's going up and like killing Shikamaru and like stabbing Ino in the head and stuff.
No, again,
Cool.
I'm fine with the 6 tails doing it, like I said. I just think it should be more so the 6 tails, 9 tails, the 9 tails beast doing it than Pain trying to make it happen. I feel like I don't think Pain's. It's not really much of a strategy, and I don't think it's doing anything from that. But the Ninetales doing it makes more sense.
So at the very least, if you don't want to say that Tendo Pain is trying to draw more hatred from Naruto by either Pain or the Ninetales killing those around, you could at least have it be to where Tendo's Pain pathed closer to Nagato to do the...
Yeah, that's what I was about to propose is you could just do it to where the direction to the tree based off where they fought in the village could just be heading through the village. Again, they could just run through the village like that. That's probably the best way to do it. He's just running through and then Ninetales is shooting Biju bombs after him all over the place.
Yeah, and I feel like some of the villagers, especially with how much everyone loved Naruto at that point, if the villagers see 6 tails, 7 tails Naruto, they might try and get in the way just to calm Naruto down since they love him that much. He might as well be Jesus to him at that point.
Yeah. I was gonna say that, but at the same time, if the 6 tails just is butchering, a bunch of villagers, I mean, it adds more impact when they treat him as the hero of the leaf. But are they? I feel like it's going to be a greater number of people not cheering for him.
Yeah, I don't think it should just be random people.
At least as it is, they didn't really see it, a lot of them.
Yeah. I don't think it should be random people per se. I feel like it should be more like, especially Sakura. I feel like it should be Sakura would be one of the people, considering Sakura.
Not again.
Yeah, exactly. Well, but that's exactly why
Hinata
Sakura was
interesting.
Hinata. She gets back up. Naruto, I'm alive. Just 6 tails kills her.
Like Pain doesn't kill her. Naruto finishes.
Ridiculous. I love it. But again, since Sakura is the one who emotionally ran at the 4 tails and got tail swiped.
Yeah, I know. Makes sense for her to like do it again. The 6 tails.
Exactly.
Just out of emotion.
Mm-hmm. And I do feel like potentially killing Sakura there would make Naruto go.
I mean, it could be a thing to where in Sakura's mind, she thinks back to when the 4 tails slapped her, and she can either think she's stronger now, and or it can be like, I know I got hurt last time, but like, I know it's dangerous, but I can't let you do this to yourself. Like, it's like, even though it's like, it's this guy, it's like, I just can't let you do this to yourself, so she's going to try her best kind of thing. Like, she can have that type of thought process, and I think that'd be pretty cool.
Especially,
make people like her even more.
Especially considering a couple episodes later in the 5 Kage Summit arc, Sakura has her most controversial, decisive, probably most misunderstood moment in the entire series. This might help bridge the gap for people so they hate it less.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, just so that Sakura does love
I
Naruto.
think that would be a cool moment regardless. Just having
Yeah.
Sakura acknowledge that this could be bad, but she's gonna try it anyway for the off chance that she can reach Naruto.
Yeah.
Of course, she won't in this case, but she's gonna try it knowing that it might not work.
Well, there is a double-edged sword here to where when it doesn't work, the fandom just has more ammo to say that Sakura's useless.
I know. Yeah, that she's stupid or something. Yeah, that's where it's tricky.
Exactly. I feel
You
like
could have a
the hate would probably
what if
still
she
be
had
less.
what if it had a moment of wavering to where it seems like it's gonna work, but then in the end it doesn't, then Nine-Tails wins.
You could do that. Or maybe it was going to work and Tendo Pain realized that and just like did something to not let it work
Or if
at the last
he
second.
just kills her.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be to where he kills her. Maybe he just like flicks
Almighty
the Nine-Tails,
pushes her.
which makes the Nine-Tails angry while he's hugging Sakura, and like the Nine-Tails squeezes Sakura or something. I don't know.
I was gonna say maybe he just like almighty pushes, and then that kind of just wakes the Nine-Tails back up, and then
Yeah.
it slaps Sakura or something.
I'm imagining something stupid like Tendo Pain picks up a rock and just throws it at Naruto's head. Hey, idiot! You hate me, remember? No, even better. Just bring back like the shop owner with that threw the mask at Naruto's head. Just have that guy come back.
Oh my god, yeah, he just goes, "You stupid fox."
See, I told you all he was the Nine-Tails brat. I was right. Oh, stupid. Anyways,
But anyway,
so
this rewrite.
back to the comment we left halfway read. Yeah, so in reference to Boruto, everyone's okay with him just coming in and out of the village whenever he pleases, and Kawaki has no reason to fight or even have conflict with each other. Boruto and Kawaki aren't fighting. Jiro's development was the best part about this, especially him trying to pull out a book in the middle of the fight to try and better understand why Boruto and Kawaki fight so hard. In my opinion, Jiro should have been introduced pre-time skip. This is the big change. Jiro should have been introduced pre-time skip and be the reason why Kawaki does everything he does. He wants to devour Naruto to become better, so Kawaki being paranoid by a threat he doesn't know how to beat makes the reason and decision for him sealing Naruto more reasonable than Momomichi. Thoughts?
I mean, especially considering that he beat Momoshiki. I mean, the alternative instead of Jura would just be make Code more prominent.
That's what
to
I was
where
thinking.
Kawaki knows he's weaker than Code, and that Code's on his way with an army, kind of thing. Because the Momoshiki, it's like he knows. There's a lot of good reasons to do Momoshiki.
I agree.
Absolutely. So, I'm
Big
not
shit.
gonna sway too far to one side, but he does know from experience that he can fight Momoshiki and win. So it makes it less threatening from that perspective. You could try to emphasize both. So as it is, they're technically both there, not really though, but like you could emphasize Code a bit more, that he's on his way. Like Ada, when she says he's building an army, Code could have a line about being on his way. And maybe he actually comes. I don't know what you rewrite there, but like I think we did this rewrite before where he just does invade in the prophecy arc.
No, we have done this arc. Yeah, no, it wasn't in the prophecy arc. Technically we did two different rewrites. One just a completely new arc, then another in the prophecy arc.
Yeah, and with the prophecy arc one would just be this idea. It's the same as the Jura idea, but Jura instead of Code. Flip-flop,
I mean,
but
especially coming out of the Code arc. Anyways, he left the village, sacrificing himself, begging for Code not to go after Naruto. And now Code's stronger.
Yeah, and then he comes back, and then he regains karma to beat Code, and then if Code comes back stronger than him again, that's gonna add to that desperation of like, until I find a way to beat this guy, like
So I see everything good with this. Yeah, there is a little bit of bad by just removing the Momoshiki, but then again,
I would just do both. It's
I
the
agree.
safest answer.
yeah, plot and story if you wanted to do it that way. But yeah, well, especially if it's not even Code, if it's Jura who's stronger than Code, if we're doing Jura pre-time skip, I don't think we necessarily need to do that because then Jura has to be around for 3 years doing nothing. But then Jura runs into the same problem of literally every other character anyways.
Yeah.
So at that point, it doesn't matter.
I personally like the Code one best.
I agree. Yeah.
Give Code it like you did a great job as an antagonist in the Code arc. I like Code there. But I think in this case, you'd have Momoshiki be the antagonist and Code the villain in a way that could work really well.
I like that.
It's the opposite of the Code arc. It's the flip-flop. That could work really well here. And it gives Code... You don't have the fans being extra dumb with him. I do get a lot of people's sentiments with Code, but there's some stuff that are just overblown for sure or misunderstood if it's the Code arc itself.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just help alleviate a lot of that. At the end of the day, there is a sense of fans can misunderstand things absolutely and be dumb, but there is also a sense of if so many people are feeling that way, you can't critique the story for making it unclear enough to where people can have the wrong interpretation. Now, something like hard work beats talent, more so like that's mostly the fans being dumb because it's you just really look at it, it's not that present of a theme.
Ooh.
But it's you could say it's there enough that people have it for a reason, kind of thing. So
Kamui,
anyway,
what if I told you Kishimoto disagrees with you?
I read this, yeah.
Yeah, so here's an interview. I don't know if this is real or not for preface, but so if you wanted to say the interviewee part, I'll say the Kishimoto part.
Sure. In the beginning of Naruto, there was a lot of emphasis placed on hard work beating out talent as told through the characters of Rock Lee, Guy, and Naruto himself. But afterwards, it was revealed that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Did you never consider giving Naruto a normal background rather than having him be born as the chosen one? So real quick though, I have a couple things to nitpick.
Same.
One is, okay, but Rock Lee and Guy at this point of the story would need probably, I don't know when this was interviewed in terms of how far through the story they were.
It has to be later because revealed that he was the son of the fourth Hokage.
But how late? Because what I was going to say is, if it's not 8 Gates Guy late, then Rock Lee and Guy never beat talent. If it's 8 Gate Guy, okay, Guy did. But Rock Lee never did. That's the first thing. The second is that if it's late, really late, Hagoromo made it a point that despite being the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto just wasn't talented. And that is the thing that we generally get to see for the most part. Naruto does have certain talents, but like for the most part, that's what they're trying to emphasize. So you just wouldn't be that talented, and the chosen one thing was separate from talent anyway. If anything, the talent is his ability to communicate rather than his ninja talents at that point.
Yeah.
So I don't know when this was asked.
I feel like if they just left off Rock Lee and Guy, this is just so much better. Or if they just don't even specify any character at all. Because then it could just be like, Kishimoto could just be thinking generally vague of like anything. Like maybe the interviewee's referring to the rivalry between Naruto and Sasuke in the very early beginnings of the series.
Yeah, exactly.
But
to an extent, the person asking the question is like Plague of Gripes. See, it's the same type of person who is just saying this, but it's like, well, being the son of the fourth Hokage doesn't mean Naruto is talented.
Or the chosen one. What do you mean?
Exactly. Like, it seems like these are multiple separate points.
Like, it feels insulting. Like, did they not read all of Naruto Part 1? Or the first half of Shippuden?
Yeah, yeah, these are very disconnected. Like, I get what he's doing, but it's very.
It's just the
For
dude
once, I'm gonna
giving
use
his
Jonathan
own.
Oliver. It's a very surface level way of looking at it.
It's just the dude giving his own interpretation of the series as if it is the way the series is written. It's like in the Naruto
Yeah.
series where this is what you did. Why did you do it that way? But I didn't do that.
And also, I mean, like, I know we don't get to see many of these ninja, but like, Iruka. No, Iruka doesn't have a normal back. Okay, freaking Ebisu seemingly has a normal background, but he's not that talented. Like, you know, he's not the chosen one. Like, so it feels like they're very over. Like, they're assuming that like normal background means not talented. And if you don't have a noble background, you're talented just by default. It's like what they're implying.
Or that if you're the son of the fourth Hokage, you're the chosen one by default. If anything, that's not even the reason Naruto's the chosen one. Hagoromo himself said that's not why.
Yeah, it's like it's the fact that despite having these talented parents, you're not talented, and that's the Ashura's aspect. Like,
Exactly.
it's the fact that he's not talented that made him the chosen one, if anything.
Now, having Ashura's chakra, you can argue that makes him the chosen one, even though Ashura was a dunce. He's the chosen one. He's just not chosen to be something special, but he is chosen. He's special.
I mean, even then, Ashura wasn't the chosen one.
Yeah, but you get what I mean. Like, he's one of two people in the entire world. In that case, it's not even the chosen one, it's the chosen two. The chosen ones.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
I mean, technically, Naruto isn't even the chosen. That's just the problem I have with this, is that, like, I do get some people not liking the reincarnations too much, and that's totally fine. I, even myself, might argue it. I do see some benefits to doing reincarnations as opposed to history repeating itself. But regardless, he's not really the chosen one when the destiny itself is to continue the curse of hatred.
Yeah, but Kishimoto, did you ever consider Naruto not being the chosen one? Like, when you were writing Naruto, did you not consider that? Or
like, if you want to say he was chosen to prevent the tail beast because of that prophecy, sure, fine. But that's all he was chosen to do, befriend the tail beast. Now, I understand that's important and all, but like, that's one of many things he did.
I love how the final sentence of the interview question is just like almost just like passive aggressive. Like, Kishimoto, did you never consider giving Naruto a normal background rather than him being born as a chosen one? Like, I want to hear how this person said this question.
Yeah, instead of did you ever consider, did you never consider?
Like, someone was
so
angry. Stupid. Oh my god.
It's crazy how that one letter changes the tone entirely.
And I love
Kishimoto just say that's already an question.
Well, yeah, I love Kishimoto's initial response. I wish he didn't say all of the rest of it. He only left it there. Just add a cake to the icing or whatever.
Yeah, like I have to imagine that you're like, did you never consider this, Kishimoto? He's like, oh, that's a hard-hitting question. You really got to the heart of the matter, didn't you? But anyway.
At first, I wrote Naruto as a character who struggles with his impoverished upbringing. It's something that we have in common. Hey, shout out Kishimoto. Coming straight out of a rural town, despite wanting to be recognized, but unable to find anyone willing to give me a shot. I took those feelings that defined my childhood and entrusted them to Naruto. By doing that and working on Naruto, that's so weird that it's italicized here, but not here.
It's because
the
he's
character
saying it to
versus
the
the
character
series.
there, and that's the story, is what I'm assuming.
Yeah, I agree, but that's weird because this sentence applies just as equally to the series Naruto as the character, but still, I don't know.
I get that, but I think
I know, yeah, I get
I mean,
it.
the person writing it may have just assumed it too, as well.
Yeah. By doing that and working on Naruto, I slowly but surely began to gain recognition and praise from people around the world. In time, that feeling of wanting to be recognized by others had already been satisfied, and I found myself having some difficulty continuing to write him. While I was struggling with that block, I thought that maybe there could be some avenues to explore with family lineage or blood ties. I also came to realize that the pressure of living up to expectations can also take a heavy toll on a person. So I took that shift in my own mindset and applied it to Naruto. I'd like to depict my conclusions regarding that idea in a manga someday, so please wait patiently for it. So first of all, before anything else, do you think he ever did do that?
Well, I was wondering if you were gonna say, whether Boruto was, at least in the first couple episodes of the anime, was meant to do that or not.
Exactly. I mean, in a way,
Like the Boruto movie or something. Like, is that where he applied that? I don't know if he does it in Samurai 8 or not. So
yeah, I don't think he really does, unless I'm forgetting something. But like, if anything, I feel like this interview, it feels like it was conducted at some point beyond the beginning of Naruto. I mean, does he not do that with, if not Sasuke's character, absolutely obviously Hinata's character? Like,
I don't know when in the story. Well, again, this is after the fourth Hokage, so
what's he considering?
To be honest, though, it feels like a lot of the way this is written, because if you consider Naruto's fighting for recognition. Like, by the end of the pain arc is where, for the most part, he's pretty much succeeded. I know they continue with it slightly, but for the most part, he's won that battle. And then, what do you know? The family lineage or blood ties, so they send you Uchiha clan Curse of Hatred stuff, introduced in the next arc. Now, you do have Madara foreshadowing earlier on, and but the blood ties Curse of Hatred, it's introduced in the next arc, right after the reveal of the fourth Hokage thing, even though it has nothing to do with the fourth Hokage at all. In fact, the fourth Hokage family lineage isn't the point, so they're just wrong. Like, the point is the Senju lineage there. But anyway, it seems like he decided to do that after the pain arc. So for all we know, it's at the pain arc is when Kishimoto was like, you know what, I'm satisfied. Naruto's good. Everyone loves it. And then he's like, I guess I'll introduce the Curse of Hatred. Like, that might be what happened there. It was also the time that the editor changed, so it's possible he expressed that to his editors and they helped him come up with an idea as well.
I can imagine that, yeah. I mean, around that time, Naruto sort of takes a backseat. Yeah, I feel like Naruto sort of takes a backseat after that, for a little bit anyways.
Yeah, it's the 5 Kage Summits. Sasuke.
Yeah, for the most part. Again. So that could play a part into why it was Sasuke.
Exactly, yeah, he's having trouble writing Naruto's character, so he focuses on Sasuke's.
It's kind of cool, I like that. It's such a cool way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart, gives him extra time. If he has some ideas for Sasuke to explore. I mean, he already did, because independent of Curse of Hatred, he already wrote Sasuke going after the Leaf Village and Elders, so that's 5 Kage Summit. So actually, not gonna lie, I think that's what happened.
It's just so seamlessly integrated in the story. See, that's how you know. That's how you know Kishimoto's a good artist.
Unsure feelings of where he wants to go, and then between those feelings and his editor's change, he wrote 5 Kage Summit, came up with his plan for the war arc, and executed.
Yeah,
that's what he did.
A good artist will take any real life struggle and they will work around it in a seamless way to where the audience will never even realize. Like, it's almost turned into a strength, their weakness, in that way.
Yeah, it is. Like, Kishimoto and Hunter x Hunter's Togashi, I think, do a really good job with that. That writing as you go type thing. Like, not letting it get in the way and ruin. Like, they find a way, and they almost relish in it to some extent. Now, there are some downsides, of course, but like, I think
but there has to be. And let's be real, the downsides are the 0.01% of Naruto that we nitpick. Like, flags up too early on or whatever.
Overall, narratively, thematically, it is
Yeah,
so good. So
absolutely.
that's what really matters at the end of the day.
Hmm.
But anyway.
So there was something else I wanted to do after this.
But
now
also
I'm not
what's funny though
remembering.
is when you read what he wrote, he ignored the question.
I
He proved that it's
know!
not about hard work beating talent and that it is instead about what we say. It's about
Yeah.
the acknowledgement. It's not about hard work beating talent. What is he saying he was trying to do? Not that.
It's such a good answer to the question. So, okay, Kamui, let me ask you, as someone who wants to be a writer, and for me, it could be like if someone asked a question about false perfections. So, if someone just asked you a question that's just blatantly wrong about your series, how do you think you would respond to that if it's just like out of the blue and you're not expecting it? Like, do you think you just respond arrogantly or sarcastically or goofily or just like correct them and be like, actually that's not what happened? Or do you think like you would try and just like ignore their question and answer it politely like Kishimoto did? Or do you think you would just try and answer their wrong question with whatever right wrong answer there is?
I think a lot of it would depend on context of
Sure.
the thing. If I'm aware of like a meme about it, if I have a way to make it funny, and so on, and also just what I come up with in the moment, because I'm sure this was a live interview and you had to come up with this on the spot.
Yeah.
So it would be really hard to say because I think it just would depend on the thing.
That's fair.
Because, like, for example, this one, Kishimoto could have joked and just ran with the meme and been like, oh, yeah. So I thought it would be a great idea. In fact, it's like, at first I thought hard work beats talent is the #1 theme I'm going to write. And I tried to input it in every single character possible. And then I decided, why not just have a crazy plot twist? Naruto's the most talented person of all time. Just make him sound stupid. You could do that. Or I really liked the way he did it, though. They asked the question, he wrote the answer that is like a mic drop. You notice how it's not about hard work beats talent. It is answer. Like, I really like the way he did it. I would aspire to do it that way.
Yeah,
Whether
I agree.
would in the moment or not.
It was a brilliant response. I feel like the funniest way would be if Kishimoto answers with something absolutely nonsensical, pretending like it made sense. Like, oh yeah, hard work versus talent. I actually really tried to focus on that in the 10-10 versus Tamari fight. That's where I was trying to like narratively drive the point home.
Yeah, or like, some random fight like Kankuro versus Mizumi or Choji versus Dosu or something like that.
Yeah, or just like make something up that sounds like it could have happened. Like, yeah, when I was writing Pakun, like confronting Gaara, that's where I really was trying to like narratively make Naruto right through the hard work versus talent theme.
Yeah, I feel like that would be really funny. Or also another funny one would be like, there was there was emphasis on that. How did I do that?
I actually haven't
that's
gone
a
back and
theme?
read my own series. Is that what I wrote?
Wait, I wrote that? Who's
I
Rock Lee? No. Or
Who's
who?
Rock Lee? or no, even better. What's hard work? I've never heard of that.
Who's like, wait, no, you misunderstand. The theme was talent beats hard work.
I love it. But also, okay, doesn't the person here also sort of debunk themselves? And they do say at the beginning and then later on, but like if Naruto was an example of hard work beating talent, but then they're also saying Naruto's also the chosen one, that is just debunking themselves.
Well, also, did you never consider giving Naruto a normal background rather than having him be born as the chosen one? It feels like, from the way they start this, the normal background wouldn't be the hard work guy. Like, Rock Lee doesn't have a normal background. Naruto didn't have a normal background. Guy doesn't have a normal background. So like the way that I feel like they would think about it, the normal background character wouldn't be. Notice how they don't pick Sakura, who has the most normal background of anyone in the story.
Yeah.
Notice how he doesn't mention her. So I feel like if Naruto had a normal background, he wouldn't put him in the hard work beats down category.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. Anyways.
So if you go to rewrites,
Let me
kind of unrelated to all of this. Quite a few in there. After I say this, I'm gonna go get some cereal because I'm hungry now.
Sure. Just trying to touch things up a little, since pictures would be impossible to find otherwise.
Yeah.
If we ever needed.
I know we need to have more consistent with that.
Every time there's a stream, I come to this
Scroll
chat
up.
and y'all are either fighting about something or being extremely funny. There's no
Scroll
in between. Keep it going. Yeah.
Oh
sorry,
yeah, I know. I saw that earlier. Stop. Middle.
Okay.
Okay. So scroll up. It's gonna be this topic that you're on, but it's.
Oh my god.
So we're gonna have to take turns. Okay. So
yeah, we will.
this isn't really that important at the end of the day, but I was just kind of thinking about it. I want to see what you think here. This is really a fairly small rewrite. So this is assuming Code's White Karma isn't a secret ship by Karma or anything like that. Just assuming it's what they've been saying. Here's a rewrite idea. Not even saying it's necessarily better. It's just an idea. So Code's White Karma is a defective karma that doesn't house Ishiki's solar data. But instead of just being pure power and being weird because it's Karma 1 but not Ishiki's chakra, but it's Ishiki's chakra and it's weird, Code's karma is extracting. But it's turning Code into his own brand new Otsutsuki. Similar to the idea of how Boruto is 100% Otsutsuki, even though he's only 80% Momoshiki. In Code's case, it'd be 100% new Otsutsuki, 0% Ishiki, because just the way it works. So over time, Code is becoming an Otsutsuki, but not Ishiki. Code's hair is turning white anyway. Actually, I'll let you do this paragraph. Let's just alternate paragraphs.
So, real quick. So, part of this feels like rewrite, part of it just feels like you explaining what the series is and then putting the rewrite on top of it.
The first part is saying it's still going to be a defective karma that doesn't extract Ishiki's soul. Like, that's going to stay the same. But instead of the... Okay, I see what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is this, no, it's Ishiki's chakra, but it's also not. It's just Code Otsutsuki.
Okay.
There's no ambiguity. It's just you know what it is.
Sure. And I
but
wonder
I get what you're
if Sauron also knows what it
Oh, if
is.
Sauron's here, we could just pivot to your sword conversation if you want. But
I like
we
how
don't
you
have
say
to. We can
mine.
go back to it after.
But I know why. Yeah, I get it. Well, that was very quiet. But hello.
How's it going?
It's definitely quiet.
How's it going?
That's definitely a little louder.
Is that too loud?
No.
No. It's
I shall put
definitely
it
not.
quieter then.
No.
That's definitely the direction I should go.
Stay the same or louder.
Stay quieter, you said?
No. Okay, just stay the same.
Okay. Alright, so we'll just... Alright, there you go.
Yeah, put your skis in hamburger mode, not hot dog.
I don't understand what that means.
I do. Anyways. Yeah, I guess. You know what? Screw it. We okay. You're saying it anyways. Let's just pivot to the sword.
Okay, I'll just get my cereal while you do
Did
this.
y'all actually talk about Boruto chapter 24 in this stream?
In this one, yeah.
Not really.
Well, we're working on it. We're about to.
Wait, did you just lie to me?
Well, it's less of a lie and more of me just saying something else.
Okay, saying
It's
something that
complicated. It's complicated.
saying something that wasn't true.
It's not that it wasn't true, it's that it's complicated.
Yeah.
As in, like, you haven't gotten to it yet.
Well, no, as in it has complications.
What entails
We
complications?
have gotten to it.
Like, what are the specifics of complications?
Well,
what are the complications?
Well, yeah, that's because it's complex.
What's
As
the
opposed to
complexity?
surface level.
Yeah, because of all the
What makes
moving
it not
parts.
surface level? What are all the moving parts?
Well, the parts that are moving.
The parts that are moving? What exactly is moving?
My mouth.
Parts.
Your mouth?
Parts, yeah.
So, and that brings us back to you haven't gotten to it yet.
So,
Yeah.
Sauron, the Boruto swordship scene. Did
Brother,
you?
I haven't read this latest chapter.
Oh, well, there is no swordship scene. Okay, so Sauron, chapter like 23 or 22, whatever it was. So the Boruto swordship scene is actually worse than Kamui thought because of this chapter.
I'm sure it is.
So
I didn't hear anything about a swordship scene in this chapter.
exactly. So Kamui, do you
Yeah.
want to start, or do you want me to just keep reading?
And that character assassinates the
I'll
sword.
let you take it away. Because if I say it, Sauron's gonna vehemently so.
I haven't read the chapter, so who knows?
So, Sauron, I still think that for the most part, this is all being divisive, you know, I'm not gonna like vehemently die on the hill, but I feel like for the most part, last chapter, yeah, you and I were a little bit more reasonable with the swordship scene, but now Kamui is now, in light of the new chapter coming out, he is just definitively correct. So, not only is he correct, but the swordship scene was worse than Kamui thought. So,
Yeah.
in this latest chapter, it isn't just that Boruto didn't say anything about the swordship. It's that he had nothing to say. Boruto specifically had the chance to say something, and he chose. So, okay, when you say you haven't read the chapter, do you know anything about it? Of what happens?
I know Kawaki and Jura fight a lot.
And how does that resolve? What did the characters do?
I don't know.
So,
The things I know about the chapter is that Kawaki steps on Konohamaru's face, and
that happened.
Kawaki fights Jura.
So,
And Bug says something to Ada. Or Caution could.
That doesn't happen, unfortunately. I hate to burst your bubble on that one. Just keeping your expectations low there.
Then what was that Bug and Ada panel I saw?
It's that Mabushi said he said he's currently on the move, even though he was sitting still doing that.
Mamushi doesn't say it. Koji says that Mamushi's on the move, and you just see a panel of Mamushi just sitting there. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's really funny.
Yep.
He's on the move.
So I'm not going to spoil
really
it.
Slowly.
Exactly. It's so stupid. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I'm going to make you come to the realization of what happened. So, Kamui, what happened? Sorry, Sauron, what happened the last time Boruto and Jura got into a little bit of a scuffle?
What happened the last time?
Yeah.
Like,
what happened?
The chapter before this one?
No, like the last instance where Boruto and Jura got into a little bit of a scuffle.
Are you asking me this question for like a reason?
Yeah. Well, just so that I don't have to spoil you on what happened, and then you can just like realize it yourself.
But isn't this just a talk about the swordship scene?
Well, yes, but we're getting to that. I just don't want to spoil you on this chapter.
No, you can do that.
Okay.
Sauron, to be able to guess what happened in the chapter, like you'll be able to figure it out based off his build, is what he's trying to do.
Because, Sauron, what happened this chapter parallels, even mirrors, in fact,
what happened last time.
Does Boruto pick up his sword and simply not have anything to say?
No, it's worse than that.
Besides that, we haven't got there yet.
Interesting.
But Sauron, it's worse than that.
So, sorry.
What could be worse?
Do you
What could be
remember
worse?
how the last arc ended?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With Boruto getting shot by Jiraiya,
And then what happened?
he passes out and then just wakes up.
Sure, but ignoring that aspect, what happened on the other end of the conflict?
The other end of the conflict.
The antagonistic force.
I'm gonna be honest. Can y'all just get to the dang point?
Well, Sauron, his name starts with the letter J.
So
what
how
did he do?
how was Jura overcome?
Oh, Jiraiya said, Boruto, seems like fate is saving you today.
So, and then Jura
Leaves.
left. Yep. Okay. So this chapter, Boruto and Kawaki, as well as Jura, just stop fighting and leave.
That's hilarious. I'll. That's great.
And that's just it.
No, that's really good. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah. It just
On a baseline level, I'm a fan of that.
happened. So
If they have like some type of like conversation and then like some things that Jura has witnessed today, like makes him think about things like, oh, love this, love that, or something along those lines.
Well,
and that
I'm
made him,
glad
like, go,
I'm glad you're saying that, because words were actually exchanged, just not the parties that you would imagine. So once again, Boruto had nothing to say. He specifically had the chance and he chose to leave. Unlike Kawaki, who denied Boruto leaving because Jura dared to go after the thing he loved. And so here we get into spoilers. So while Kawaki is fighting Jura mentions Naruto. So later on, when Boruto's like, alright, Kawaki, time to go. And Jura's like, alright, see you guys. Kawaki just like slaps Boruto's hand away and is like, not yet, Boruto. I got something to say to this guy. And then he's just like, Jura, I'm gonna kill you for going after Naruto. I'm a really, like,
what?
paraphrasing.
For going after Naruto, Naruto's in Daikoku.
Well, Jura wants to eat him.
Jura,
Yeah.
We're just gonna spoil you at this point. Jura comments on the fact that he wants to devour Naruto. Like, he realizes from Kawaki. Okay, without getting into how, he realizes Naruto's still alive, and he wants to go after Naruto. He explains why. He actually explains why. And then, later on in the chapter, like Oodie's saying, Kawaki's like, he has a couple things to say real quick, and he mentions at the end, like, I'm gonna kill you.
Is that when he sticks up the middle finger? That panel's awesome.
Yeah.
That's him walking away. That's that. Actually, no. They don't just. By the way, this is even more goofy. Boruto and this is even worse than I realized, bro. Boruto and Kawaki didn't even flying Raijin away immediately. They turned around and walked away. Jura could have off guard sniped Boruto again.
And Sauron, do you know who Mamba or Jonathan Oliver are?
Jonathan Oliver, like the cook?
Well, he definitely burns everything he cooks, but I think we're talking about two different people.
He is French.
But there's someone who defend the Boruto series a lot. And they say that we're being stupid because didn't you read the reason that Jura let them leave is obvious. They were gonna leave.
Jonathan Oliver, like somebody in your comment section?
Yes. And Discord. But that's besides the point.
Wait, he's in this Discord?
Yeah, his like Discord name is Boruto MVP.
But anyways, so Sauron, do you remember like the 5 Kage summit where Kakashi tells Naruto that it's time to go at the very end, and Obito's telling Sasuke, "Okay, time to go," and neither of them want to go because they want to talk to one another? So it's like that, to where Kawaki denies leaving because he has something to say to Jura because Jura mentioned Naruto, who Kawaki loves. And Boruto just didn't do that at any point. Like, not only did Kawaki have to deny Boruto, but after Kawaki said his piece, Boruto didn't say his piece. He just left. So, what do you think about that?
I don't know if I like it like the way you explained it.
Well, I'll explain it
Let's
this
not
way.
forget.
Mhm.
Boruto told Jura in chapter 22, if you dare to do anything to that sword, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Then Jura does something to that sword. And Kawaki is mad at Jura. And Boruto is just like, all right, let's go, buddy. See you later, Jura. See you next time.
I shouldn't have come here. Now I'm disappointed.
So what happened to the fate worse than death?
So he just had nothing to say about the sword, like at all?
Literally, not a single. He has not had a single. He has not looked at the sword.
So he didn't
thought about the sword. Dotted about the sword. Not a thing.
So he
Like
didn't say
literally,
anything along the
the
lines
only
of...
thing. Like remember the goofy face, as I like to call it. That is the only thing we have ever gotten from the sword. That face. Nothing else ever since. So
yeah, the so not goofy face.
I think it's become more goofy the more they haven't done anything with the sword scene. Okay. Like imagine if that's just all you. That's all you ever get for the rest of the series. Are you okay with that?
Okay. No,
Is that the okay? So Ron, let me put it to you this way: if that base was objectively the last reaction Boruto would ever have to Sasuke's sword being damaged, would you be content with that face, or would you have wanted more?
Well, the scene would be goofy, not the face itself.
Okay, but you obviously realize that's what I actually am getting at. It's that
No.
it's bad. It's not enough. It's not expressionable enough if that's all you're gonna do.
No, it's not very clear because you make a lot of comments about Ikemoto's art, so I thought you just meant that it looked bad.
No, I literally explained the whole point. You just guys got stuck on Goofy, and of course you're gonna double down at that point. You're gonna be that way.
Well, you said
But like,
goofy face.
you got stuck on Goofy
What else is
and
goofy
ignored
face
the
supposed to mean?
entire discussion.
What else is goofy face supposed to mean other than you don't think it matches the scene?
I said it because I explained that it
And
wasn't enough.
you literally explained that the expression wasn't great enough when I think it was. Now,
Okay, so
not so much anymore.
given that he has nothing to say, do
Now
you
it's
think
not
that
enough.
expression was enough?
No.
Okay, that was the point. I said I would have liked a little bit more, either dialogue or a more expressive face.
And what was
and it's only become more important.
And what was my response? My response was...
Your response was that it's the best thing ever, and God forbid I think that maybe they could have done a little bit more with the scene.
So, that's objectively incorrect.
No, it's not, bro. I started the thing by saying I thought they maybe could have done a little bit more with the scene. That was the initial premise. You vehemently disagreed, and it got drastically more chaotic. And of course, I got more doubling down over time because of it. But you can rewatch the stream.
So, what I said was, if there's a scene in the following chapter where we have Boruto glance at the sword and makes a remark in regards to the sword, then that scene...
Well, you know what there wasn't?
You know, the idea was a hypothetical. My point was...
You know, it was really optimistic of you.
So, I let you talk before. So... The point was, I thought you were jumping the shark, and you were. This doesn't change the fact that you weren't jumping the shark just because I ended up being wrong. Yeah, you were still jumping the shark. Because if
Well,
that scene did
I
actually
disagree
happen
because I
within
still think
this
we should have gotten
chapter,
more in the moment regardless. But
yeah, but you hyperinflated that scene.
So
If that
Kamui,
I hyperinflated it because of how much you disagreed with my initial premise of full of maybes and littles.
okay,
So
so
you don't just hyperinflate something just because somebody disagrees with you. That's silly.
So Ron, have you met us?
Yeah, that's just a character flaw, though.
And I'm okay with it.
it's also our
more
greatest
fun
strength.
that way.
You should get rid of it.
We
No.
embrace it.
Exactly.
But yeah, that was my entire point, which was if there was something in the chapter.
No, it wasn't. You're capping, bro. You're trying to be
objectively
all
my
mellow
point.
about it. Like, oh, I only was doing this. No, you weren't.
That was objectively my point.
No, it wasn't. You
Yeah.
hated my initial premise.
Okay, at this point, I feel like we at some point need to just go back and watch the beginning of that conversation, but none of us have the timestamp and none of us are willing to go find it right now, so we'll have to do that
That's
some other
the
time.
problem.
Exactly.
We
But-
will watch it one day, because
Yes. Because we are
Kamui's
not going to drop
revisionist
this.
history is kind of insane.
So, okay. I have a
Ood's recollection of
compromise.
stuff is more in. See, this is my problem. Ood's recollection of stuff is more in line and is closer to my recollection of things. But Kamui's is wildly different than mine and Ood's. So it's just like, do you think that we are both just wrong?
First of all, what was Oodie's recollection? He hasn't given one right now.
Well, to be fair, I haven't given it, really, but, like, Sauron isn't wrong. I do remember you being the more unreasonable one at first.
Yeah.
No.
I think
I'm
you
gonna
have
go
a,
find this myself.
I think you have obviously.
If I can
think
get the
you-
stove load.
I think you have a point now. But my entire thing was that I thought you were jumping the shark and you hyperinflated how bad that scene was.
Mm-mm. Nonsense. Okay.
So, okay, a
have to-
Wow.
compromise for both of you, because I think it's not even compromise. I think it's just something both of you will agree. So, between chapter 23 and chapter 24, we would have preferred to have got more in chapter 23. Whatever they could have done in chapter 24, we would have preferred if they did in 23. But if they did it in 24, then it means that it would not have been bad, even if we would prefer one over the other.
No, I actually do prefer the idea of it being saved for the following chapter, 24. I did actually prefer that.
Okay, for me, I'd be like, I'm gonna take it when I can get it, but I would prefer it on the earlier end.
Yeah, but like Kamui, so but you wouldn't say that it'd be bad if they did in 24. You just say it's fine. Even if you prefer one over
It
the other.
kind of depends on how they do it regardless, but
sure.
It's more so because it's so unnecessary of a scene that it just, when it's there, I'm just like happy that it's there at that point and I can't be mad because at least I got it.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like that's just tainting the thing because I'm just so desperate for it that at that point I can't even consider it bad anymore because I just wanted it so much.
I guess. But at that point, it'd be more like, rather than reading it monthly, because you have to wait a month in between, if you just got both chapters at the same time, then if there was zero break in between, then would that be acceptable at that point?
It really just depends on how they execute
well, this premise would obviously be assuming that they execute it the exact same way, which would just be good, whatever that would be, in either 23 or 24.
Yeah. But, like, is there a reason why they're delaying it? Is the delay amplifying in a way? There's other factors, which would really boil down to specifics. So that's why I'm saying that.
Yeah. Now it's definitely too late. But...
From the scene that I'm looking at here, nothing can really fix this scene for me. He really does just say nothing to Jura. He really should have said something here.
Yeah.
Even if we get a scene in chapter 25 where he looks over his sword,
it's too late.
Yeah, it is actually too late. He should have said something in regards to Jura right here. This was the moment to do it. Or earlier on in the chapter, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, keeping it Kawaki focused is fine, but like you should.
did you think the sword
at some point?
thing was clipped out or in a scream?
That's disappointing. I don't like that.
No, I didn't clip it out. In fact, I haven't clipped
That's a
anything out in
shame.
like a month.
Okay, well that'll make this easier to find. Then.
Yeah. So
That is
So-
certainly a shame.
what I was saying
Mhm.
was only like half of what I wanted to say. Well, it was really one of two things that I had to say.
Kawaki
And-
looks good this chapter.
He looks pretty
never
good.
got to draw him again.
I agree.
Yeah. But anyways, so that was like in reference to like whether or not Kamui was jumping the shark, and I was saying that I think that we would prefer, regardless of what's early, me and Kamui would prefer if it was in 23, but it's not bad if it's in 24.
Would you prefer it?
I think I would prefer it, but I don't think I would really mind either way.
Okay.
But Kamui would prefer it, so that's fine. But the point is that it wouldn't be bad if it was in 24, even if we prefer it in 23. But so the second thing I had to say, if it just wasn't in 24, we all agree it would be bad, but I think we could get past it. We could look over it, just move
I
on.
can get past it. I just can't get past it because of the scene that's at the
That's
end of
that's
this
exactly what I was gonna
conversation.
say. Because of what they do with Jura and Kawaki, it
How does
is
he not
now
mention it here?
inexcusable for it to be there.
I know the Boruto portrayed like a significant amount of emotion in the past 2 chapters. Why is he stoic here?
I mean, he has a pretty goofy face when Konohamaru gets stepped on.
That one objectively is goofy, and it's meant to be goofy. So
Yeah.
You know, it's a really funny panel. I like it.
I
saw
do
it
think
out
the
of-
humor-wise, I liked what Ikemoto did here
That's actually a
in
really
this chapter.
good.
It had
face.
more funny stuff,
Mhm.
which I always like.
Yeah, pulling out a book
Wait,
mid-fights is...
I saw this panel out of context. I was really confused. I was like, why did he step on Konohamaru's face? Makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah.
I was like, why did he just do that? The thing was in his hand.
So
Okay.
that actually brings up the question, Saran. Do you think Boruto meant to step on Code's face in Chapter 1, or do you think it's just like coincidence, just happened to be there?
Oh, that's a funny thing. Wait, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, it's like the same thing.
Hold on.
Because
Wait.
I'm pretty sure, at the very least, I'm pretty sure Boruto knew this could happen if Code was close enough, and I'm pretty sure he knew through Koji and the Toad that the pendant was on Code, and that Code was close enough for it to happen. The question is, did Boruto know it was going to happen going into it?
Or did he at least want it to?
Like, was he trying to make it happen?
It could have just been a happy accident.
Good idea. Like
I'm switching
the
over to my
funniest thing I
phone.
can
got my
imagine.
dogs to take outside. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
The funniest thing I can imagine is Boruto's like preparing to like get in the stance before he teleports, and Koji's like, "What are you doing?"
But like, if he wasn't expecting it, I feel like that'd be such a shocking surprise. Like, oh wow, I lost my balance, and Coach just stabbed him.
Oh, it's so stupid. I love it. Oh my god. So are you still looking for it, by the way, Kamui?
I found the general area, but I can't really listen to it and listen to you at the
Okay.
same time. So I'm gonna have to like after stream
We
narrow it
could
down specifically.
do an intermission to where I just go to the bathroom and you look for it if you want. Shout out J-Man, who is here.
Well, he can, but what's the stream gonna hear? We should answer J-Man's question, by the way, because I would love to do that as a topic.
Sure.
But-
if you want to share your screen with the sound, then they could just listen to you trying to find it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh wait, where are
Ready,
we?
whatever.
Are we in the stage? No, we're not. We're okay.
No,
yeah,
we're in
still
this call. That's why we're able
Yeah.
to use.
Okay. Yeah, because that's exactly why I was
You
asking. I
can
was
move
like,
to the
wait, what?
stage after when Sauron gets back, so he knows. But
Um,
Hello, I'm back.
hello. Okay. We're letting Kamui find the thing. So go for it, Kamui.
A timestamp?
Yeah, he's finding it on
Yeah.
stream right now.
I will be muting it. Just tell me what's being said because I don't want to hear my voice.
Okay. Well. Okay. Stream can hear it.
It's probably blowing and yeah.
So
I won't be,
unless
though.
it's just inconsistent.
Terminator 2, just like
I did-
kind of, yeah. Like a
Walky Ninja Tech sword
sword.
thing.
I will verbally
Yeah, but
cringe
Yeah,
multiple
this is something
times.
just new. Like even Code's never
Just is stabbing regardless.
said about those.
Where did I put my other shirt?
Oh, the sword chipping. Wait, that would be
fine.
actually breaks or not in this condition.
Draw. Okay, hold on.
If Code like
Durability. You should be able to.
yeah, he gets
So,
excited
wait.
finding strong people. Possible. I'm just gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and assume it's the sword
know how-
shipping.
Is it
What
not
about
near
his
the like
goofy?
2 hour mark or something?
Well, it's not that. It doesn't feel like the face you'd make if Jura.
What to do?
That's possible. I just would have at the very least. Like they could have
Maybe.
done more. React to the sword. Boruto doesn't.
I think it's
Is
the
he-
guy.
That's the ground.
It's
Yeah,
the
there's-
ground. Is
okay.
it
I mean,
It
there's no
is.
crater.
Yes, it's
or-
done here?
So
So
that
I
being,
don't- I don't really know what's happening here. I can't really tell in midair
Yeah.
or
It's the
anything
ground.
from where he
Ground,
was
ground,
slammed
ground.
into the ground. Okay, yeah,
Are
that
they
makes
just
it a
on
little bit more
singing?
clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So before we continue,
Uh-huh.
I want to know your thoughts on this. So obviously, Boruto was knocked unconscious before he really had a chance to overly react to the sword chipping. But like, that's all you get. Boruto doesn't get the chance to react to the sword chipping here. Like he doesn't get a chance to be emotional. Like hypothetically, you could have had Boruto angrily charge towards Jura because he's so mad about the sword chipping and then Jura kicks him. Like you could have done something like that. They just didn't do that. He just has that goofy face and then he's kicked. That's all you're gonna get. I
Well,
feel like they didn't go as far as they could have at the very least. Like they could have
Maybe.
done more.
I hate
Okay, Saran. So when I said I don't think they went as far as they could have at the very least, like they could have done more. Are you really gonna say I had the craziest, most one-sided take of all time? No, I said they could have at the very least done a little bit more.
Hmm.
So I think I had the more accurate recollection.
Maybe.
You just
I
heard it.
look
What do you
at
mean, me?
I just told you I'm not going to be listening to the stream.
Did we?
I
get
just
to
played it on stream at least, so the fans heard it.
Oh, okay, I didn't get to hear.
I
What
said
was your
what I said
was your-
was that
what was
this
your
is all you
attitude?
get.
Mhm.
Not even just listen to it.
I'll listen to it. Go back.
Okay, so real
Sorry.
But,
quick, once
You're
again,
not
I will
talking
say,
in this, Saran.
once again, I will say that from how I remember it, Kamui was unreasonable first. I will add context to that by saying how I remember
you
it.
being reasonable.
Well,
in
how
a
I
little
remember
bit,
it,
and
how
you
I
become
remember
more
it is
reasonable.
that Kamui presented the topic reasonably, Sauron disagreed in a reasonable way, and then Kamui, as like a third thing, was then a little bit unreasonable as it went from there.
That's what I'm saying. I doubled down, but Sauron disagreed. I haven't.
But I
played to
do
see
think
some-
Sauron's
we'll play-
disagreement was reasonable.
We'll see what he says there. I
Okay.
stopped before that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on the stream
So
now. I'll
obviously,
listen to it.
Board.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm looking at Kamui's
Playing
screen,
it
right?
now. Yes.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Boruto was knocked unconscious before he really had a chance to overly
Oh, wait,
react
hold
to
on.
the sword chip.
This is
I wanna know
voice.
your
This is
thoughts on
voice
this.
settings.
So
I didn't actually
obviously-
turn on the stream sounds on my end. There we go. I got it.
Okay.
Okay.
The stream sounds on for me.
Before we continue,
Oh, is he actually unconscious?
At this
Yeah.
rate.
So before we continue,
Uh-huh.
I want to know your thoughts on this. So obviously, Boruto was knocked unconscious before he really had a chance to overly react to the sword chipping. Real quick, I'm gonna walk away and grab fruit, and on the off chance that like it just keeps playing too long, that's why.
Okay.
But like, that's all you get. Boruto doesn't get the chance to react to the sword chipping here. Like he doesn't get a chance to be emotional. Like hypothetically, you could have had Boruto angrily charge towards Jura because he's so mad about the sword chipping, and then Jura kicks him. Like you could have done something like that. They just didn't do that. He just has that goofy face, and then he's kicked. That's all you're gonna get. I feel like they didn't go as far as they could have at the very least. Like they could have done more.
I hate to say it though, Kamui, but even then, it's like a 50-50 on whether or not Boruto's reacting to the sword being chipped, or if he's reacting to Jura's kick, as he's about to do.
That's possible. I'm just gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and assume it's the sword chipping.
What about this face is goofy?
Well, it's not that. It doesn't feel like the face you'd make if Jura just chipped your most prized possession in the whole wide world. That's the face you're gonna make. Hey, Oodie, I'm sure you can do a good impression of that. Like, I mean, it's not. That's not the face. Like, bro, I don't care if he's in the fight that could result in his death. Look at Inoji's face when Himawari's getting trapped. Okay, that's a fight for life or death. He has a reaction.
I feel like this is a face that you would make. What?
Bro, he should be like freaking out. That's because he has no
No.
control over his emotion. Then shouldn't he be freaking out?
It's just like, what the, you guys are so dense.
So he
To be
Kamui was
fair, I
really
feel
hard
like
to
I'm with
understand.
Sauron.
Okay, if his face
Yeah,
is
right
what
there.
the,
I feel
it's
like
not,
that's. I feel
how
like
dare
probably where
you,
he
I'm
started to elevate
angry.
it.
It's how did you do that?
Like, I think it's fair to say
Like, his
Boruto
mouth is
didn't
open
need to
because
be
he's shocked. Look at the way his
freaking
eyebrows
out.
are. How is this not a face that you would make in this type of position? What do you mean?
Bro, he should be furious. His blade's been chipped. The thing he said, if you do that anything to that blade, I'm gonna give you a
Kamui,
fate worse than death.
I think he has a. He's thinking about more than just the fact that his blade has been chipped. But how is this not an angry face?
Yeah, so but that's my point though. If you're gonna do the blade chipping, you could have given Boruto, I don't know, an extra panel to think about the fact that the blade's been chipped. From the perspective of this, if you didn't get the previous scene, Boruto's just surprised. Oh, he chipped my blade. Wow, his finger's strong. And it's not relating back to what the sword means to Boruto. It's just the fight superficiality. It's removing the meaning of the sword that the last chapter hammered home. Because they're not giving him a chance to do anything about that.
You know that he can.
Yeah, he can do it next chapter. Not as impactful.
So you want a panel right after?
You know,
his
in
sword's
fact,
been
actually,
chipped?
Boruto wakes up later this chapter. He doesn't have a damn thing to say about the sword. I'll spoil you. Didn't even think about it.
So you
Had
want,
nothing
like,
to
in
say
the
about it. Doesn't even know.
So you want, like, in the midst of this, the sword slightly chipping, Boruto, like, oh my gosh, the sword chipped. Then we get a panel.
I want him to have something to say.
The
bro.
face is not
Anything.
enough for
Any
you?
thought.
How is this face not enough for you?
Bro. Compare it to... So, Saran, how is this face not enough for you?
Mm-hmm.
Because I said I want him to have something to say. Any thought. And you said this face was enough. You asked, how is it not enough? It sounds like you agree it's not enough.
So I still stick
Um,
by what I said. It went on a lot longer, more reasonably than I thought it
This
would.
goes a lot longer, but
But
yeah,
I
it was more
pinpointed the
reasonable for a lot longer than I thought it was. But
I pinpointed the
basically,
exact moment it got elevated for sure.
Yeah. So you were really harping on this face not being a furious face and him not being angry, which I thought was asinine.
No,
And I still
because you were
do.
so like, how is it
I
not
was
enough?
harping.
You just kept. It's the way you kept asking. Like,
No,
it's the way
yeah.
you. So
I
at least for me, it's how you did the. How is this not enough? So many times in the beginning, I'm like, what do you mean? Like,
in terms of the
like as if
expression,
you're
how was that
as
not?
if you're saying, how could you fathom wanting more?
Yeah,
you
as
like
in
laugh.
how is
You
the
like laugh. You like, how is this not enough? Like you're baffled that I would want more. That's why I doubled down.
Okay,
yeah, I'm
but
baffled
okay,
that
but
you
Kamui,
think
to be
that
fair,
this is not a face that somebody would make when something that they have that they like
But
is
to be
destroyed
fair,
or chipped.
in your
I think that's
defense, I'm
baffling.
pretty sure there's some silent parts, unless you were talking at like 0.01% volume. I think I was responding to like Dan or something, and that also definitely played a role. Because if you know
yeah,
Dan, Oodie knows Dan, you can imagine how that's going to play a role.
Or
yeah.
you
So
were
I do
replying
think,
to some people in the chat
Mhm.
in the
That was
yeah,
Dan,
Discord
which
chat.
is probably Dan, and that definitely elevated things too. So
Mhm.
that's in your defense. That would be separate from you already elevating it.
Yeah. So when I'm like, this house is not enough for you, I'm talking about the expression. The idea of wanting more in this scene, like, when I'm like, oh, you want a scene of like, oh my gosh, a sword chip right there, I think that that's really clunky. And this goes on to what I say later, which is I think that it's as impactful, at least in regards to me. I actually prefer it if it happens later on in the chapter.
Well, but
Not later
again,
on
but
in the
then again,
chapter, if
like
it
I
happens in
said,
the following
it doesn't
chapter.
happen later in the chapter.
No, I meant not the following chapter, not later on in the chapter. I think it could
What
be
would be
just as
wrong with
impactful.
later in the chapter?
There's nothing necessarily wrong with it, to be honest. It's just I don't think that it was something to harp on as it being not
But again, I
good.
feel like I know. In fairness, I gave an example of Boruto being mad and charging at Juro, which is the example is just based on Inojin because I mentioned Inojin. But realistically, I probably did say this a couple of times later on. I wasn't asking for anything specific. I was asking for anything more. For example,
Yeah.
when Boruto wakes up, and also you have to remember in hindsight, I'd already read the chapter, so I knew there was nothing later, so I'm factoring this in. But if Boruto woke up and just looked at the sword, that's something. And I'm asking for even that, to just have his eyes drawn in the direction of the sword chip. Like, I'm not asking for anything specific or much. I even said, one more panel, all I wanted. It's the fact that it was that and only that. If we're gonna have only one panel, then I wanted a more expressive
And
face.
for Kamui's point there,
Okay.
I started off by saying I don't even know if his expression is in reference to the sword or Jura's kick, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know why you said. I don't
Well,
know
Dan
why you
was
said.
no. It's not just Oodie because I was responding to Dan's comments, like I said, and Dan said the same. Well, Dan didn't say the I don't know. Dan and I think one other person, probably Jonathan Oliver or Mamba, specifically said it was because Jura had the physical strength to chip it rather than the sword being damaged. And I'm like, which obviously can make me double down, but I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is this face is specifically only reacting to Jura being strong and not his sword being chipped, which
That guy was
only
wrong.
amplifies my desire for more.
Yeah.
But
I never.
come on, you can laugh and say it's ridiculous. The fact that two people said that was the interpretation, and Oodie said, we don't know, and I was like, I'm just gonna give Ikemoto the benefit of the doubt. I'm almost being the most fair in that case.
Yeah.
After reading the chapter, I don't know. I thought it was very clear that it was in reference to the sword chipping.
So I agree. I thought
I
it was going to be
never.
that way too. But the fact is, Saran, we're in the minority of our sample size. So that's not the high, I'll admit. But we have
No,
two saying it's
like
the other
the
thing,
few
one saying I don't
many.
know, and then us saying it's the sword being damaged. So
I'm
we're
pretty
in
sure
the
there was many.
minority. If it's
I'm pretty
not
sure there's
clear
many.
to the audience, it probably wasn't enough.
So the reason I say it is because in this specific context, it would obviously make sense for it to apply to the sword. In 99% of every other instance where something like this happens in all of anime, where someone just has a random sword, it's because of the reaction to the sword breaking, aka the power.
Also, in light of the fact that Boruto had nothing to say, that technically amplifies the interpretation
Exactly.
that it is just the power.
Yeah.
Because if it is the power, I don't blame Boruto for having nothing to say. What is he gonna say? So it
Yeah,
might not
I
have
guess I could agree.
genuinely might not have been meant to be reacting to the sword being damaged, in light of the fact that he had nothing to say.
In light of the fact that he had nothing to say, I would agree to that now.
Okay.
But in that moment, I never didn't think that he wasn't reacting to the sword chipping.
I agree. I also felt that way. But again, we had
But it
other
could be in
people
reference to just the power
to say the
now.
opposite, and Oodie saying
I've had
he's not sure.
The thing is, I've had several people on like social media before say that they didn't understand what
Were
was
they on
happening, and it be but it be very
Okay, so
clear
the
to like
Mega
a large.
Boruto fans didn't understand it. That's not a good
I just
sign.
don't think because 3 people are questioning something that no, I disagree
Well, so Ron,
with
is from
that.
the sounds of it, you and I the only people who didn't question it. That's not a good look.
Well, here I guess, but like other people and like Vaz and whatnot, they thought it was clear as well. So I mean, my sample size is a little larger. They didn't think that it was in reference to just power either. But sure, I guess your sample size, I guess it's 3 versus 2, I guess, here. But
I mean,
most
either
people
way,
that
I don't think there
I've thought,
should be a potential misunderstanding.
I agree.
I think
well,
it should have just
there's
been clear.
potential for misunderstandings in regards to many scenes. Even if it is clear, people sometimes conflate other things with other things and make them come to different conclusions, for sure.
But some
I
scenes,
guess
it
so.
doesn't matter if it's misunderstood or not. For scenes like this, it does.
Sure, that's true. I agree. Yeah, sure, I agree.
And then, like, for example, like, Oodie and I love to just quote this hot voice statement, but you don't need a narrative analysis to just understand the significance of Sasuke awakening the 3 Tomoe. Nobody's debating. Nobody's asking, but you just know. It's clear. It looks meaningful. It is meaningful. Like, if you're having to have the debate about it, that's a sign right there.
Yeah, I do think you actually are right. I think it was just in reference to Boruto's shock that the sword was even chipped. Oh, I hope not. Oh gosh, man, I hope that we at least get some type of
See, Saran, though.
some type
But
of scene in the
imagine if we
following
got
chapter.
one extra panel of Boruto doing anything, having thoughts, looking at the sword. I don't care. Pick your favorite panel. Then you would know, and you would feel more satisfied.
My whole thing was that I don't think it's actually needed, depending on what's in the following chapter. But since it's not there,
Okay, Saran,
now
okay,
I think it is needed.
okay. Let's roll that for a thing. You don't think it's needed, but do you think it could have been better?
I think that it's a net neutral, whether it was in the following chapter, the start
No,
of
no, no,
it,
no, that's
or
not
in
what I'm
this
saying.
moment.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if the expression had been either more expressive or not in replace of, but in addition to your next chapter, whatever scenes, there is one singular extra panel relating to the sword chip scene. It could have been right in that moment. It could have been in the later in that chapter when Boruto woke up. I don't care. You got one extra panel relating to it, and or a more expressive version of the panel we got. Would that have been, I don't care how slight, would it have been better to include that?
I feel like since y'all still misconstrued this, I think a more expressive panel like he just looks more angry. That could still just be misconstrued for power. So I don't.
Well,
that wouldn't really fix
no,
anything.
No, probably not if
But
he's
the other-
angry. Concerning Boruto hasn't been angry about Jura being stronger at any point, and he knows he's stronger. I don't think angry. I think angry would be more clear. But that's my point. I didn't even specify the type of expression. I'm just saying, amplify whatever expression you want.
Angry makes sense.
Add an extra panel or amplify the expression. However you like, sir, in your favorite way.
So
would that have made the scene better, no matter how slight?
So what? Okay.
Real quick, the expression amplified, what I'm imagining in terms of like how it would look if it was like about power, aka Boruto being hit. I'm imagining it similar to Madara when he's like kicked with Night Guy and he's like coughing up blood as his eyes are wide and his hair is furrowed. Like that's what I'm imagining Boruto's expression would be in that moment.
I'll be right back.
Let me see what he looks like when Uzuhiko doesn't work.
Sure.
That could be a good surprise one. Let me see what this looks like.
Yeah.
Well, at least it has the exclamation point.
That's funny. It could just be because we've talked about the scene for upwards of 2 hours now, so I could just be biased, but like, I feel like my first reaction to this was, I don't know, it could go either way. It's still unclear, so it is still an I don't know, it could go either way. But I feel like I'm leaning more towards it being the sword chip. Again, I feel like it's because we've talked about it for 2 hours now that I probably am just biased towards it being that. But I don't know. I think that is what it is. Because there's good arguments for both ways. That's the problem. It's not clear.
Well, we can move on from that aspect, because technically, Oodie, we haven't even finished
I know. I want Saran to come back so I can ask both of you a question and not have to re-ask it.
I'm
sorry.
back.
Okay, so I have a question for both of you. The same question for both of you. So
I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I can't find it.
Sure. So Kamui prefers if we had something more in chapter 23, and Sauron, you prefer if we had it in 24. I don't really mind either one. I'm not going to lean towards a preference necessarily, but I'm curious why both of you do. Kamui, why do you feel it would be more impactful to be in 23 rather than 24? Sauron, why do you feel it would be more impactful to be in 24 rather than 23?
Because whether... So, if it's an initial reaction, this is very indicative of every other emotional initial reaction of every other character, including Boruto, and like every single scene in the whole wide world. They just do react initially. They have initial reactions. So that would just be in line with what's expected. It also works well with Jura saying, you will come to suffer thanks to love. I mean, if he literally knocks Boruto out because of this, works for the things Jura's trying to tell Boruto, basically. Works in that regard. Also just shows, because we've seen earlier in this arc, Boruto went to save Konohamaru. That's him being emotional and acting irrationally. Ikemoto's favorite thing. This would be another example of that. Alternatively, if you save it for later, when Kawaki shows up, that's like a good thing. You could see in that moment, though, because he's going to look at the sword somewhere in that interaction, that despite the good thing, Kawaki showing up, Boruto is bothered by the sword chip. Because it's something important to him, and Jura did do this. And you're going to see that reflected. Like, he notices it, and it doesn't have to be anything crazy, like I said. It can literally just be him looking at the scene. I just want to acknowledge it. But that's showing you, like, he's noticing it. Now, when he chooses to not run at Jura angrily, and he's going to do his job with the Flying Rising, you're knowing that he's acknowledged the sword chip and is choosing to do what he needs to do instead of acting emotionally. In this case, he's just going to do the opposite of the earlier example. The point is, you're going to do something narratively with the sword scene one way or another. But if he has no reaction whatsoever after this point, especially if you're including the potential power scaling reaction to it. If you delay it, then when Boruto was first, Boruto didn't come to suffer thanks to love. So Jorah's just kind of wrong there, had nothing to do with it. 2, Boruto going to do Flying Raijin, it's not despite noticing the story. He just hasn't noticed the story. It's just not even on his mind if you do it later. So yeah, do it later better than nothing. I want him to do something at some point, but I feel like you can do a lot more things narratively if you do it earlier.
Okay.
Would be my reasoning.
And Sauron?
Okay, so for me, I find it a bit more impactful having Boruto right after his sword ships not actually being able to fully process what had happened. And before he gets punched, he passes out, and then him being distracted by Kawaki. I would have actually preferred, because of all the other scenes that are within the chapter that are now there, for me, having Boruto then have to remember the fact that his sword then got chipped, and then having at least a couple of scenes of him just staring at it. I don't know, for some reason that just flows better to me rather than having a scene of Boruto interjecting, going, "Oh, my sword chipped," or having him
And like I said, though, he
immediately
doesn't have to do that. He just has to look at it.
Yeah. I like what you said too. I like what you said.
I
But
actually really like the one where
like
he
how-
wakes up after Kawaki shows up, and even if it's mild, somewhat troubled expression looking at the sword before doing his job. That's the most minimal thing you could ever do. It's one panel, but I think it does wonders.
Yeah.
And that's the best compromise. It's not initial, it's later, but just not as late.
Because I don't know, I just really like the idea. My only thing was just like having it right there in that scene. That I would disagree with, but I like the other thing that you said, where it could just be it could be after that, because that's what I would like. I would just save that for the following chapter because of how much is happening in this chapter. I would save it so we can have just the start of next chapter be just that intimate moment with Boruto and his sword. There's nothing else going on but that scene once the chapter opens. I like that more than having Kawaki do everything that he did with Jura and then immediately jumping to Boruto scene in the same chapter and then cutting back to Kawaki.
Well,
I
no,
don't know.
like you don't have to do it that way. You can have it. You say everything Kawaki did to Jura. I mean, he didn't really do that much. He just stabbed him through one set of rods on him anyway. But it doesn't really matter.
So I think that what Kawaki said to Jura, Boruto should have something equally as weighty. And Kawaki didn't say a lot. He had like 3 speech bubbles on like 2 panels or something. It's like ridiculous how little he said. But besides
In
that,
fact, you know what? You
Boruto
could
should
have
have to say.
actually had it on page. You would have had to get rid of some of this other dialogue.
Yeah.
But it could have actually worked really well. When Kawaki reaches the ground, you have to hear some of this other dialogue, but have like just one full half spread of Boruto just like looking at a sword and all it's like ...
In
Yeah,
fact, it could have
worked
been
really
cool if
well,
he's
too.
like looking at a sword and his sword is what gives him the conviction to not be taken over by the Karma Seal.
My whole thing is,
exactly. I mean, like, there's so many spots I'm fine with. He doesn't even have to yell at Jura. Even though
I
he
just
said
don't-
he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. But, like, I just wish he would acknowledge it. But acknowledging it after the mission's over is just like, for example, Naruto sees Hinata stabbed, then he goes unconscious via Ninetales. He wakes up, he jumps down. The first thing he's doing is thinking about Hinata and being glad that she's alive. Whereas imagine if Naruto just doesn't think about Hinata, didn't even think about the Leaf Villagers, and then he talks to Nagato and everything. Then he comes back home and then sees Hinata and is like, "Oh my god, you're alive! Yay!" Like you wait that long. It's just I don't know. It's better when it's done earlier.
Yeah.
I just don't think if it was done at the start of the other chapter, to me, it doesn't negatively affect the scene in any particular way. Because it could just be that Boruto got distracted by the fact that Kawaki was there, his focus on the fact that his sword just got shifted to something else. He didn't even really process it before he got passed out. And then he looks at the sword and remembers the tragedy of what happened to his sword. That, if it played out like that, and it's the start of the next chapter, to me, it's not a great.
I mean,
this-
but when
this
he
is just-
get distracted, especially in light of the fact that Jura's making a point that Boruto loves the sword so much that even unconscious, he's have a death grip on it, holding it tightly, keeping it with him. If he's like, if they're gonna have Jura say things like that, I feel like the first thing Boruto's doing when he wakes up is looking at his sword. I mean, actually, he quite literally he sheathed it. He took it, moved it around with his arm, and put it in the holster.
Hmm.
In that scene, he could have looked.
So in this chapter, it depends on narratively what they wanted to do with the thematics of love and all that. But if Boruto was going to be taken over by Momoshiki, I think it'd be really cool and symbolically heavy and all that if Boruto's trying to like hold the sword as the karma's taken over him, and then you cut away from that, and then you have Kawaki versus Jura, Borushiki comes out of nowhere and does something crazy. You cut back to the sword on the ground, indicating that Boruto dropped it, aka he failed. Which that means so much because he wasn't even letting it go when he was knocked out. He only let it go when the karma took over. That indicates that Momoshiki truly has taken over. And I mean, like, not just physically, but like mentally.
That's cool symbolism.
Yeah. It's just like, it's a subtle visual cue to show rather than tell that Boruto has failed and that Momoshiki is here. There's been a failure.
That would have been good.
Yeah. So I think it could come down to a case by case basis for every individual scenario, but I feel like on the other hand, it might come down to just a writing thing, and I don't know which one it would be in this case, but like, what would be more impactful in all scenarios in this case? So there's a reason that callbacks exist, but callbacks don't exist all the time, obviously. So just like as a quick hypothetical rewrite, if we had the beginning of the Land of Waves, the Demon Brothers show up, they kill Kakashi, not really because they did the substitution, and Naruto gets poisoned in his hand, and then Sasuke comes out and he saves Team 7, and he says, "Hey Naruto, you scaredy cat." All of that happens the same. Kakashi comes back and he looking at Naruto and, "Oh, Naruto, you got badly poisoned in your hand." And then he looks over at Sasuke. "Oh, Sasuke, you got a little bit of grazed on your pinky too. You're poisoned too." Naruto looks at his hand. He stabs it because of the scaredy cat line. And he looks over at Sasuke and he's like, "You're a scaredy cat." Or he says something cool like that. And then Sasuke just like smirks and he just like takes a kunai and just like slashes the poison out of his pinky and he's fine because it's just like a small cut. Is that more, less, or equally as impactful if you do it there in the same scene, or if you wait until the next arc, not even the same arc, but another arc to call back to that scene in the Force of Death, as it actually is?
So impactful, I'm gonna say the way it is, but I do like your scene. It's very fun, and it has a different thing going for it.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to present it that way. It was kind of cool.
Yeah. Like, I like your idea too. Like, they're doing two different things because in the actual case with the Force of Death, Sasuke is scared and Naruto's talking sense into him, and they're doing the callback, and it's a really powerful way to do it. This other scene is like Naruto's trying to prove he's scared, and then he's like, "Yeah, take that, Sasuke." And then Sasuke's like, "Okay." And it's like almost a very brotherly feel to that. Like, that's developing their bond in a different way, but a really cool way, like that rivalry.
Exactly. It's like really trying to one up one another.
I really like what you're doing there, but they're doing two different things. So that's the problem.
Okay.
It's unfair
That's fair.
to ask it like that because it's just doing two completely different things altogether.
Sure. Saran, what do you think? Do you agree with Kamui on that? And he's muted. Never mind. Well, I wonder what a
I don't
mortal
know
would
what-
think. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know what was said. I was talking to my mother.
Oh, that's a shame. It was pretty good.
Well, Oodie, what do you think about what you said?
This whole dog
well,
situation
I don't
is
know.
hectic as hell.
I would like to like talk to other writers about that and see what they think. That'd be interesting. I think it would be
Yeah.
a case by case basis. Part of that might be
I do
because
think
it
so,
would
too.
be doing two different things, like you said. But if it's doing the same thing, which one would be more impactful and why?
Well, can we come up with a reasonable example that is doing the same thing? And not a new thing.
So, okay. Okay, I have one for you. In Shippuden's final fight with Sasuke, episode 479, when Naruto's like dying. Actually, I think it's 478, but you get the point. He's like dying, and he's thinking to himself, sorry, Granny Tsunade, looks like I failed our bet. You won't see me become Hokage after all, because I'm dying. You could have it there, or you could just have it in the Search for Tsunade arc. You know, when he's dying. Tsunade's right there. Which one's more impactful? I mean, they're both impactful, but it might be equally impactful. I don't know. I really like both.
They're almost doing two different things to that.
Are they? Why? Why is that two different things?
Repeat what you said again.
After the final fight versus Sasuke at the end of Shippuden, Naruto in his like purgatory ninju death mind space realm thing, he's thinking to himself like, oh man, Granny Tsunade, I'm dying. Sorry, looks like I failed the bet and you won't see me be Hokage. He could just say that in the Search for Tsunade arc when he dies.
But the problem was the bet at the time was the Rasengan, and he says the opposite, which
I
is...
know, it's a small rewrite
Yeah,
to where
I
you
won
would
the
have to
bet.
have the bet be done already. But I don't think that's necessarily a problem. So like Naruto does the Rasengan, Tsunade gives him the necklace, it's like, you won the bet, Naruto, you'll be Hokage! And then like 2 episodes later, I guess, Kabuto comes back and just like slashes Naruto's... I don't know, like... So, like,
I mean, at that point, though, I guess it's just the same. Because it's the same thing.
Yeah. So, but that's the point, though, is that it's not doing two different things. So you would say it's equally impactful to have it in the exact same arc rather than a callback way later.
I think so. If it's, at least in that example, if it's just doing the same exact thing, I don't know that the timing matters.
Okay, interesting. So do you think that would be a case-by-case scenario, or do you think that would apply to everything if it's doing the same thing?
It might. It's tough because we'd have to get like a solid like 3 at least examples to really see.
Yeah.
Because your first example, they were doing 2 different things. The second example, they're doing the same thing. So,
Well, this
what are just some other callback examples of just callbacks?
Yeah, in this case, it would have to be doing the same thing. It would just have the callback be in the same area rather than way later.
Okay. So when
okay.
Sasuke says, this is gonna be a really goofy one. When Sasuke tells Sakura, "You're still annoying," all 3 times. For this one, if it's all in the bell test, bro.
Okay, no, that okay. Even if that's doing the same thing, that's not doing the same thing.
I know, that's the problem.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know how.
So okay,
I think what it's gonna boil down to is if it is doing the same thing in the same ways, it's probably equal. But if it just, this is why it's gonna be case by case, because even in that case, it's literally the same thing, but it's not doing the same thing. So if it's not doing the same thing, then it's gonna depend. But if it is truly doing the same thing, I feel like it won't matter.
I think what it would boil down to in that case is whether or not there's meaningful, unspoken development or progress between the character dynamic or the stories between those two that changes fundamentally this aspect. So when you call back to it, there's like growth there or something left unsaid that would matter.
Yeah. So I have another example. So Naruto using the 1,000 Years of Death on Gaara would be a callback to the Bell test.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is an aspect that works really well with the Gaara fight, which is basically like Naruto Shinobi things, like the Ninja Handbook, all that. But hypothetically, instead of doing it versus Gaara, he does it to beat Neji, or he does it to beat Kiba, or he does it versus Sasuke, the Sasuke retrieval arc, or he does it versus Deidara, or whatever. Is it really any different than doing it versus Gaara? Like, really?
Yeah. I agree with
Not
that.
really, I don't think. Honestly, of all times, doing it in the Kiba fight might actually be the most appropriate. It's when he's doing the trickery, foolery, goofy stuff. He's showing his ninja progress, calling back to the belt test to show how far Naruto's gone. Actually works really well there. Like, if he just did beat... ironically, the fart scene, Kiba's about to do the opposite to Naruto, but, like, hypothetically, if he just 1,000 Years of Death beat Kiba or something, or not even beat, but just does it,
but
that
like,
could be really cool.
Likewise, a similar but different but similar thing would be...
I wonder if you're going to say the one I was going to say after.
Ignoring timing of when things happen. Kabuto being the person Naruto first does the Rasengan on is no more impactful than anyone else.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
Another one... this one has an element that you're going to argue the timing matters, but it's not the... It only really matters in two ways, which is one, what this antagonist represents, and two, the fact that it's the end of the story. But doing sexy jutsu / reverse sexy jutsu as a callback to like episode 1 and 2 and so on, technically... that could have been done at like any time. He could have done it versus Neji. He could have done it versus Gaara. He could have done it versus Orochimaru. He could have done it in so many other places, and it would still be really cool. That one's tricky though, but you could argue it's best to do it at the end of the series and against the Shinobi history person. So that's where that's tricky. But then it's doing something different. If it's specifically about the Shinobi history aspect, that's something different. And if it's specifically just beginning and end, then... But that's like a very situational situation, so...
I agree with that. Going back to the Naruto Kabuto Rasengan example, I'm thinking of, like, rewrites to try and, like, see how we could make that more meaningful to where Kabuto would be the one to matter for it to be Kabuto that Naruto's Rasengans in particular. So, thinking of the Mizuki rewrite to where Kabuto just is Mizuki. So in this case, Naruto's Rasenganing Mizuki, and it matters that it's Mizuki as opposed to anyone else in this case. Under that hypothetical, if you tweak the story to where the point of that arc is to where Mizuki's so much stronger because he overly relied on the Forbidden Scroll, because at some point, somehow, I guess maybe when Orochimaru snuck in, maybe Mizuki stole the scroll during the tuning exams or something. But either way, so Mizuki has every forbidden jutsu in that scroll, whereas Naruto only has one of them. But Jiraiya taught Naruto the Rasengan, a jutsu that's not even in the scroll, but maybe you could even write it to where the Rasengan is forbidden. It's just Minato purposefully didn't put it in the scroll so Jiraiya could pass it down to Naruto, or they could do like so many different directions here or routes. But I think that would be so cool if Naruto uses the Rasengan to defeat Mizuki under this specific niche, very particular example or hypothetical.
Well, also, in light of that idea, so I was thinking of something. So at first, this is going to sound goofy, but this is a cool premise. You know how Tsunade has the bet about the Rasengan?
Yeah.
So if Kabuto, one way or another, had a bet that Naruto wouldn't learn the Rasengan, or alternatively, what if the fourth Hokage's jutsu? So in the Mizuki rewrite with Kabuto, you could do a thing that this works really well with rewrite to where Naruto just knows he's fourth. I don't think he would see. If you put one that Naruto will never learn one of the fourth jutsu, and then having it the same guys who he learns does it on could work really well.
So okay, I like that. So okay. So
pulling it away from having the same.
what I think the best way to do it is the Rasengan is a forbidden jutsu written down in that forbidden scroll. It's the hardest jutsu in the scroll to master. It's the only one Mizuki hasn't mastered because he didn't even bother because it was too difficult. He might as well do the easier jutsus, learn all those to
Have the
master.
Shadow Clone be the easiest one, so it's the first one Naruto does. Like.
Yeah. So, okay. So, Mizuki's beating Naruto up with every forbidden jutsu in the scroll, and Naruto just getting overwhelmed by all these forbidden jutsus. But Naruto has the one forbidden jutsu that Mizuki doesn't have. The one that's better than all the others because it's more advanced or whatever. And that's how Naruto beats Mizuki.
I mean, in premise, that's cool.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
It's doing a different thing, but like, it's to some extent, like, to be fair, I think the hardest part about that rewrite is why is the Rasengan forbidden? We just need to answer that in a reasonable way.
I don't think that's too much of an issue considering the wind style Rasengan. I understand why it's forbidden, but ignoring why the wind style Rasengan, it just is forbidden. So it's not too much of a stretch to just vaguely look at that and then to apply that to the Rasengan. Hey, Rasengan's forbidden.
The forbidden jutsus are either forbidden because they pose harm to the user,
I know.
Other like bad, like Edo Tensei, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, hey, to be fair, the Rasengan does cause harm to the user.
Yeah, but my thing is, if the Chidori's not forbidden, the Rasengan has no business being forbidden.
Well, but I'm okay with that. Throw the Chidori in there.
I mean, to be fair, it would make sense. Minato could say it's forbidden when Kakashi first uses it.
Exactly.
Just since it's a forbidden jutsu, it's too dangerous for the user.
Yeah, instead of
then
incomplete,
Kakashi just uses it anyway when he gets the Sharingan. So he can be like Tsunade to where, this jutsu is forbidden unless you have the Sharingan. That's his thing.
Exactly. Oh, I like that.
So if they're gonna do that, should we do something similar with the Rasengan?
Well, yeah. Well, again, I think you didn't get what I was trying to hint at. The Rasengan does damage the user.
Not really.
What happens in the very final Rasengan clash?
Well, that's not.
Let's say it is.
Okay.
There you go. Easy.
You're right, though. I didn't realize that's what you meant.
Yeah.
You know what's funnier, though? Before I fully registered very final Rasengan Clash, I was thinking the first Rasengan and Kabuto, and I was gonna say, are you rewriting it to where Naruto, passing out is because of the Rasengan, not Kabuto?
Okay. Yeah, well, that could be something, too. Maybe, you pour all of your chakra into the Rasengan to make it or something. I mean, hey, based on what Kakashi's saying about Zabuza says about Kakashi, it's chakra that's visible! Maybe that's what they're going for. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, since Chidori practically literally took out half of Sasuke's chakra at one point, you can just write Chidori to always do that, but as you get stronger, your Chidori will get stronger, but it is going to wipe out half your chakra, or maybe we'll say a third or whatever. Rasengan can be the same. It's just very chakra draining. You can only use it 3 times in a fight or something.
I think you could also write it
the
that
problem
way.
is that you can't have Naruto doing 500 massive Rasengan barrages. That's breaking the rule.
But that's Naruto. He's Uzumaki and Nine Tails Chakra Reserves. He's the guy to have the massive chakra jutsus.
if you're writing it to where it just does take a third of your chakra reserves and your percent guns only get bigger, that's just all you're stuck with it. You can't do 500.
Well, I'm not saying like the one interpretation of Shadow Clones to where it's by default, no matter what, takes a third of your chakra. I'm saying that it just takes a massive amount of chakra, and Naruto's one of the only people that can do it. Just like
Flying Raijin.
Yeah, exactly. So, and again, I think that can make sense if it's visible chakra. In this case, how I would write that is to where, ignoring what Zabuza says about Kakashi, how I would write it is to where Naruto has to use his raw, unmolded chakra, and that's a lot more difficult to do. He has to pour a lot more into it, as opposed to something very similar like the Chidori, which uses elemental chakra. It's molded, whatever. So you could say it uses less raw chakra because it's like substituted with elemental nature, which maybe is like easy or like less chakra, but it's like more advanced or whatever. Maybe that's why Kakashi made the technique, because he didn't have enough chakra to make the raw Rasengan, but he did have enough to make the foundation and then apply the lightning nature on top to like substitute the rest of the chakra amount.
You could go that route. I also think another idea with the Rasengan end of it is, at the end of the day, it's modeled after the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beasts are just these giant masses of chakra.
Yeah.
So, of course, they can get away with using this jutsu. So, when Minato's doing it, he's trying to replicate that jutsu, which for most people could just be unfeasible.
Yeah. I mean, I know that Boruto has the compressed Rasengan, which means that Rasengan exists now. But outside of that lore, even despite that, the Rasengan itself still has to be compressed, and that means you're condensing a lot of chakra into that ball.
Yeah.
It's more chakra than you think it is based on how it looks, because it has to carve into you. You can't do that with a small amount of chakra, so it has to be enough chakra to add like density. It has to be hard, so there's at least that.
And I mean, Boruto's compression Rasengan, to be fair, we just call it that. It's actually the high compression Rasengan, which the regular Rasengan is the compression Rasengan.
Yeah.
It's just high compression is Boruto's.
If anything, Uzuhiko might be the normal Rasengan with that in mind. It's not compressed.
The uncompressed Rasengan.
Which is just the Rasengan. You wouldn't specify at that point. Oh my god. So I don't know what topic we were doing before this, but everyone else left. What do we want to do? And how long do we want to go for, by the way?
Well, at the very least, we could finish that topic and do the J-Man question that we still haven't done.
Yeah.
So we'll finish my topic because it's already written.
Your code one?
I'll shoot. Yeah, you can find it. It's at the bottom of rewrites.
Do we
just go on your screen?
I mean, I don't know how long the J-Man topic's gonna take, but it was just like one sentence if we want to do that one first, since it's probably gonna be way quicker.
Well, it's the question's short, but
okay.
Can someone explain how Jura knew that Kawaki only wants to protect Naruto? When did he learn this? How did he learn this? It's theoretical.
Yeah.
We have to we can be quick, but it depends on how much thought we want to put into it.
Okay.
So,
we can do the code one
at the
first.
very least, can I copy and paste it? Oh yeah, I can do that. At the very least, let me just copy and paste the question.
I would just take a
and I'll put
screenshot of
J-Man's
it.
name next to it.
Oh, we could talk about it with J-Man as well if we want to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that is actually what I was thinking we could do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that.
J-Man, if you're still listening, when are you available next?
Is it hypothetically right now?
Actually, yeah. Should we message him?
Sure.
Be like, do you want to come on for like 20 minutes just to answer your question? Because I don't want to go super late, but
yeah. So I am assuming that Mello, in fact, did not have technical difficulties and just got really annoyed.
yeah.
Okay.
Which is weird though, because if it was during my question, that's why we'd hate that. I don't know. I think he was just annoyed about the versus battle thing.
I completely agree. Which is funny because I prefaced by saying you can dismiss this as not being serious. I guess he just didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I don't think he liked me saying, like, at the end of the day, Jorah's not trying, so you can't scale anything anyway, but I also feel like he didn't really listen to the why they should be equal point. I don't know if he's wants to get to Boruto stronger or if he wants to get to equal. I don't know what his take. I think he wants to get to Boruto stronger because he's saying the thought of stronger Jorah thing, but
He definitely didn't like us pushing back against his reasoning, but we weren't pushing back hard at all.
I know it's very gentle. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it was a lot of we just don't know, and I think he wanted to be Boruto slams out of the park, no question.
Yeah. But also, technically, he never debunked what I said.
No, he didn't. You won the debate.
And I want
Every
everyone
point-
to let him know.
But anyway, you can here. Let me just restart. Okay, rewrite. Code's karma is white karma. I'm just gonna paraphrase the first part because you didn't really like how it's written anyway. The rewrite. Code's white karma is extracting, but it's turning Code into his own brand new, unique Otsutsuki. So kind of like how Boruto's 100% Otsutsuki, even though he's only 80% Momoshiki. But in Code's case, he'd be 100% Code Otsutsuki. So over time, Code is becoming an Otsutsuki, but not Ishiki.
So, I don't know if you
No.
thought of these specifics, but... Oh, by the way, okay, real quick. I wanted to say this earlier, but how you were with Sauron during the sword chip scene, I was thinking about it, is how I am with you when presenting a rewrite, and I just have a general idea, and then you're asking about the specifics, and I don't have specifics. That's basically what was happening with you and Sauron there. Because he's like, what do you want him to say? And you're like, anything! That's the point! And I'm like, oh, he gets it now. But anyways, applying that to this.
Okay,
So-
that is really funny now. I was trying to think about it. That's really funny.
That's so ridiculous. But applying that to this. So, first of all, Code still has the white karma, right?
Yes.
Is it still going to be called like a dud or whatever and not housing Ishiki and all that?
Yes. It's not housing
Okay.
Ishiki, so whether you want to call it a dud or not, it's kind of up to you. But I think at least from Code's perspective and Ishiki's perspective, they'd see it as a dud. Momoshiki or whoever doesn't necessarily have to, but it might see it as a breakthrough.
Okay. So it's
Many
not,
things there, but Ishiki and Code would view it as a dud.
so it's not going to have Ishiki's housing of his soul, or Code's not going to turn into Ishiki, and they're going to state that, and it's obviously that's not going to happen. But
Yeah, the only difference so far, well, I'll go over some more specific things we can do, but like the premise is it's the same thing, except Code is becoming an Otsutsuki because of this karma. Not Ishiki,
Okay.
but Code Otsutsuki,
So-
essentially.
But real quick, so does Code's white karma seal have... This is a yes or no to both of these. Either either Ishiki's chakra or his compressed genetic information that just isn't extracting.
So, the
Does it have
chakra one,
Anything from Ishiki.
I was... personally, I'm still kind of stuck on how I want to approach it, because
Yeah, that's fair.
saying generic Otsutsuki chakra feels like bullshit
Yeah.
to just say. Even though that's what I want to get to, that
Mhm.
just doesn't make sense.
I think it
So-
could if... Well, actually, it doesn't, because what I was going to say is rather than Ishiki, he's using Jigen's Otsutsuki chakra, which you could also do something along lines of like Ten Tails chakra as opposed to that. If all Ten
Ten
Tails are the
Tails would
same.
work great, but then that works more so if it is not an Ishiki dud, but it's like Amado shenanigans to make it a Ten Tails karma that is doing... I mean, to be fair, we could adjust the rewrite of course, this is assuming they're going to do this in the story, because otherwise it just becomes a bigger rewrite that I can't control because I don't know enough. But for a moment, at least, we could just say Amado intentionally messed it up and made it a 10 Tails karma.
Yeah.
The result of that is he has 10 Tails chakra as the power, and it's turning him into an Otsutsuki via the 10 Tails' genetic data.
I like
could
that.
do that.
That's cool.
That
I do
could be
like
the
that.
explanation. So let me
So especially, yeah, feel free to write that down. But especially with Boruto's theory in Two Blue Vortex about why Code's karma is like reacting with the Ten Tails to turn them into Shinju and seemingly their own unique beings as well. I like that.
Yeah, it works extra well because his is the 10 Tails. It's having some of that effect. So yeah, okay.
Yeah. Also, the fact that could explain why it's white in this case as opposed to black. Because
yeah, that's why I've always liked the idea that it's either a dead Shibai body karma, that's why it's white because he's dead, or 10 Tails, and that's why it's white. I've always liked both, just I've liked that.
Okay, I like that too. Well, now that we have that decided, please continue.
Real quick, I just want to write this real quick.
Yeah,
for a specific explanation, Amado could have messed with the karma experiment and made it a 10 Tails karma, which gives Code 10 Tails chakra for the power and 10 Tails data, which makes him an Otsutsuki. I spelled that wrong. Otsutsuki. The 10 Tails being white-ish and making Madara and Obito white makes white karma make a lot of sense too, even though Otsutsuki are white too, but that's besides the point. Okay, updated. What do you mean the message? Oh shoot, the message is too long. Okay.
It is a long rewrite. To be fair,
because I forgot that there's a. Okay, that's okay though, because it's actually just organizes this in a more sensible way. Because now I can do my numbers all together. So
yeah, but no, like nowadays, like half of the rewrites I write in here do hit the character limit, or I have to like do 2 messages.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so you can skip over that middle paragraph because I just said it out loud. Okay. So now the Code's hair is turning white one. That's your turn.
It's turning white. Anyways, Kawaki specifically hates Otsutsuki and wants to kill them all. And Kawaki wants to kill Code too. He might as well be an Otsutsuki too. Why is he the odd one out? I did the emphasis differently, but I like it better my way. Why, rather than why is he the odd one out? Why is he the odd one out? Which one do you like better? I'm flipping it on you. Okay.
When I do this in scripts, I'll go back and forth. I'm like, man, which do I like better?
Exactly. Well, that's why I'm flipping it on you. That's why I said that. Obviously, Code was mean. That's so stupid. Code was mean to Kawaki and wants to kill Naruto and all that. So it makes sense for Kawaki to kill him. Like, he's mean to Kawaki.
If you remove wants to kill Naruto and all that, it's so funny. I'm supposed to mean to Kawaki.
That's so what makes sense for Kawaki to want to kill him. Oh, I love it. But he's the least Otsutsuki of the bunch. And that kind of makes him feel like a less important afterthought to some extent. Now, I will say, the story should make it clear, but as of right now, even though it's bad for the story, it's good for us because I did enjoy the interesting discussion of what Kawaki's ideology exactly is. Whether or not he wants to kill all Otsutsuki, or just the one stronger than Naruto, or anyone, or anything that's stronger than Naruto right now, or anything that he thinks can become stronger than Naruto. So I did like that conversation.
I agree. And the thing with Code is we just don't really know how exactly Kawaki views him in this regard.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like he's a karma, he's related to the Otsutsuki, has the karma of Otsutsuki. Is he viewing Code as an Otsutsuki or extension of Otsutsuki, or is he viewing Code as Code? That really is the important part there.
Yeah, like hypothetically, if Garo just didn't die and he was just still out there somewhere and blatantly weaker than Naruto, but still like someone that abused Kawaki, would Kawaki wait to bring Naruto back until Kawaki killed Garo?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
No, I will say, even though the story has not leaned into this angle whatsoever, in fact, done the exact opposite, I do think, and I wrote this rewrite with that in mind, of course, but it would be cool if they leaned into the angle of Code is not Otsutsuki, and Kawaki wants to kill him anyway, and they really emphasize, like, he's doing it despite it not being Otsutsuki, and they're kind of getting to your question, is it anyone stronger than Naruto / wants to kill him? That's what he's going after. Like, if they really emphasize that, that could be cool to play with, but they just only emphasize Otsutsuki, which makes it like, is he lumping Code in with them because Code's associated with them? I don't know, but
also just on Naruto himself, is he expecting Naruto to train and get stronger? Does he expect Naruto to stay his current strength level? Or is Kawaki considering or not caring if Naruto gets weaker over time? If he stops training, becomes rusty, blah, 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 whatever. He lost the Nine Tails, so what's he gonna lose next? Sage mode? He's gonna become younger and lose his wisdom of age or whatever. Oh, who knows? But either way, that's important to consider, as well as the fact, what does Kawaki want Naruto to do? Does Kawaki care if Naruto is fighting people weaker than him? Or does he want Naruto, or prefer Naruto, but still would be willing to bring him back under this case early? If Naruto is in a violent situation where he has to fight people weaker than him every day and win, guaranteed, or does he want Naruto to just live the life of peace and luxury forever after?
I feel like Kawaki would tell himself it's just the people stronger, but I could see it spiraling into an obsessive thing to where he won't let him out until there's just nothing for Naruto to fight, period, because he wants Naruto to never have to fight anyone ever again, kind of thing.
I think that'd be cool. That would be like,
I agree.
He turns into Madara, but more of like an obsessive version of Madara.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to
it works,
achieve
and
the
I
same
actually
thing,
do
just a
like
different
that.
way.
Like if they did that, and obviously if they do it in a way that's good, but like I like that premise, and I think it makes a lot of sense for Kawaki with what they've done with him so far. That's a very reasonable. They've already mentioned the obsessive side of love thing with him anyway. It's very reasonable. He's going to end the freaking Age of Shinobi. For all we know, he's ending the Age of Shinobi, so there are no Shinobi for Naruto to fight. Like, literally, nobody's ever thought of that theory until just now when I just came up with it, but that might be what he's doing.
That would be really cool. I like that, yeah.
And that works with what we're saying with this, like, idea. Like, that actually...
It's almost perpendicular to Obito.
Lie.
Yeah, I like it. It's like Obito, how Obito's doing it for Rin, but, like, Rin isn't alive. He doesn't expect Rin to come back. It's just Infant Tsukiyomi. In this case, Kawaki's not going for the Infant Tsukiyomi, but maybe he will in the end. But, like, the point is, maybe he doesn't just stop at people or things for Naruto to fight, but, like, universal concepts themselves. Maybe he doesn't want to bring Naruto back until Kawaki can remove the concept of hunger. Just as an example, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a little bit too ridiculous for this, but, like, essentially... It's not like it's almost like he wants to end the Age of Shinobi so that there is no more fighting, period. Like for Naruto, but also for the world at the same time. It's kind of like Obito Rin, where it's because of Rin, but it's also not.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So like maybe not hunger, but like maybe the things that are like personable to Kawaki in terms of his true suffering, rather than Kawaki like stubbing his toe on a pebble or something. Something like Kawaki wanting to solve thirst because Kawaki's name means like dry or whatever, and his lips are always thirsty.
Eliminate alcohol so his dad can't smash bottles on his head.
Exactly, yeah. If it's something personal that actually harmed Kawaki in a very intense suffering way, I can imagine he might want to like fix that. Just remove that.
That could be a cool way to get back to Kawaki's dad. I have a rewrite about, because we had talked about it, Jigen giving Kawaki his name. Since they're not, at this point, it doesn't really feel like they're gonna come back to Kawaki's actual dad because he hasn't said a damn word about him. In the
I don't know if
manga,
he's
he's
still
literally
alive.
never talked about his dad, actually. In
Yeah,
the
I mean,
anime,
his dad got a lot of money. I'm surprised we haven't heard about him. He should be a big deal in the world.
like, I'm surprised he's not like a feudal lord of a nation just through his money because
Yeah.
he has enough money to buy a nation.
Like, what did he do with the money? That's a whole other podcast topic. We should write that down for another time.
I'll write it down right now. Yeah.
Like, I don't know if Kawaki dad is even still alive. Did he be like one of those lottery millionaires that just like the money ruined his life? Did he lose it all within like 3 months or something? Like, what happened? Like, it seemed like he was in a pretty bad area anyways. Maybe someone stole the money. Probably made himself a target.
Yeah, I'm just curious too. Like, it would be. It's not necessary to come back to Kawaki's dad, and especially since after all this time, he's never been brought up since that chapter showing him. So it does feel weird to shoehorn it in randomly, but if they were gonna do it, implementing like that initial suffering into like Kawaki's goals could be cool.
I think the funniest
Even
thing
if they're
they
not
could
gonna
do.
literally have him confront his dad as an antagonist, you could just have like the suffering that he went through with his dad could influence things he's doing, even if only symbolically.
So they shouldn't do this in the manga, but I think the anime could do a filler one-off or a filler arc of like Kawaki's dad coming back with the karma still trying to reignite Kara or something stupid like that. Like it's similar to the Mizuki comeback or whatever, where he's like Orochimaru's tiger, chimera hybrid. I want something like that for Kawaki. It'd just be stupid, goofy fun.
No, okay, that'd be hilarious.
Okay.
Unironically, there's 2 ways you could approach this. 3 ways, I'll say. Some of these are funny. I'll start with the goofiest one. But this is going to lay the premise. So the premise is Kawaki's dad has a karma seal. Now I've got 3 options. One is Urashiki put a karma on Kawaki's dad. That's how he said the story. 2 is Jigen secretly gave Kawaki's dad the karma too.
Yeah.
And that's how Ishiki comes back. Kawaki's dad is a vessel. And 3, regardless of the specifics of what he's doing, Amado made it to where Kawaki's dad got a karma secretly.
Yeah.
The point is Kawaki's dad comes back at whether he's in control or Jigen's in control or whoever, he has karma. And that's the reveal when he comes back.
So if Kawaki's dad's gonna come back in the manga, I don't think it should be this way. Which means it would have to be an anime filler if it comes back this way. But I do think Kawaki's dad should come back in some other type of way. And if he doesn't, arguably something that's even more impactful would be, rather than seeing Kawaki seeing his dad, I think Kawaki should see some other abusive father just randomly like in Konoha or out in the world somewhere. And I want to see Kawaki's reaction to that. Whether that's just a one-off chapter or maybe even like a 3, 4, 5 chapter arc around that idea.
You know,
not
I
like
could see
central around it, but
if they wanted to do like a spiral thing to where his Age of Shinobi's over thing starts, I could see a thing to where the dad should be a shinobi in this case, just like his dad. But it's gonna be similar to Gato at the end of Hidden Inventory, where he sees like the people and the kids who were cursed and all that, to where he sees like a dad, like a ninja dad abusing their son, just like his dad. He has the flashback of his dad slamming him with the bottle, and then Kawaki just brutally murders the dad. And that's like the I'm done with this shit moment kind of thing.
I'm down, bro. Turn
Like,
into
that's
a victim
pretty
to
good. He doesn't have to
warrior.
be Kawaki's dad. He doesn't have to kill Kawaki's dad. He doesn't have to ever come back.
Yeah.
But that, I'm not gonna lie, that goes pretty hard.
So cool, bro. Like the dad's gonna like smash the bottle. Kawaki cuts off his arm. You see the bottle smash on the ground, connected to the arm that's severed from the hand.
I think that would be pretty good.
Yes, I'm down.
It has nothing to do with Otsutsuki, though, which makes me much more skeptical about them actually doing that. But I feel like it's more that's so much more meaningful, though. It's getting to Kawaki's trauma. It's so is the Otsutsuki, but I feel like it's doing it in a more personable way because Ishiki is personable to Kawaki because he was his abuser. But like Urashiki, if he shows up, is not Kawaki's abuser. I don't care if he's Otsutsuki. He's not. Jura, he's got to Naruto. He's not Kawaki's abuser.
Yeah.
But Kawaki's dad, or a replication of Kawaki's dad, that just feels more resonating. You know what I mean? Like that just is so much you could do. I know Kawaki's voice actor would love it, but
I hope that Kawaki's dad comes back and gives Kawaki a very special gift.
like his name.
That's gonna sound so weird and bad and wrong to people that have no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
But
anyway, scroll down.
Oh yeah, one more thing I want to say on this topic, at least from like 5-10 minutes ago. I think of all people to go back to Madara's ideology in some kind of way, I do think Kawaki is one of the most poetic to be that. Not because of Kawaki's ideology itself, but because of Kawaki's origin or history. So this is under the premise that basically the meme of like Kawaki's dad is the first guy in the Shinobi Alliance that was charging at Madara. He was the guy, the front runner there. That's the funniest one. But, like the idea is, more realistically, is rather than the war specifically giving Kawaki's dad PTSD, it was more or less Madara. And so that PTSD obviously affected Kawaki's dad, and that cycle of abuse or violence or hatred, that continued onto Kawaki, obviously. And because of that, that turned Kawaki into who he is now, especially in contrast to the peaceful world around him. And so then Kawaki, who he is, with that in mind, basically it's Madara remade Madara. In a way, it's almost like, I feel like at that point, Orochimaru should have been the final villain, because then it's almost like Orochimaru always come back. He's like the head of the Hydra that you cut it off, but it regrows or whatever. It's like...
Yeah. That would be cool, but ignoring Orochimaru for a quick second, it does. You could do a cool thing with Kawaki Madara, though, because Madara's, I'm just going to say obsession for this, but obsession with protecting Izuna. Now, in Madara's case, he lost to Izuna before he finishes his ideology. You could say he's like wavering at different points, but like realistically, it's when Izuna dies is his breaking point. Kawaki's trying to prevent that, so it's almost like Madara's very intense desire to protect his brothers and then his clan and so on. Kawaki's is isolated into that one person, Naruto. And it's almost like if Madara got... Like if, imagine Tobirama slices Izuna, but Izuna barely survives.
Yeah.
How would Madara react from then on? So Izuna's alive, but he nearly died because Tobirama cut him down. How would Madara react? So imagine a Madara who basically is the same person he is, but Izuna's alive, but he's trying to protect Izuna. That's gonna be like Kawaki in this case, kind of. Not exactly the same, obviously, but
in this case, Madara would realize the same thing, whether Izuna actually dies or not. I don't think that Madara would think that Izuna died, and then Izuna went in hiding for 10 years and came back suddenly 10 years later, and Madara thought he was the whole time. It's Madara realized Izuna could have died and Madara couldn't have protected him despite him being his final brother.
That's exactly what Kawaki does in his case. So for that hypothetical, that's how I would go about it.
I like that. That's good. Because
that's a cool way to... It's basically the what if on Madara. He ends up in the same place anyway.
Exactly. But...
Which Madara is kind of going with that kind of inevitable thing anyway, to where things always end up this way no matter what kind of guy. So...
Yeah. because
Kawaki doing that would be a good exemplification, you know?
they already have something interesting with continuing Madara and the novels with the Sons of Madara, that group that's continuing on Madara's legacy.
Yeah.
But whereas everything they do there with the legacy is very interesting, the people themselves, and in fact the people play into why it's interesting, but the people themselves are just random people. They don't really have any purpose being who they are. It could have been literally anyone. And to be fair, that could be part of the point. But Kawaki's such a very specific person with how, in this case, Madara affected him. And because of that, in a way, Kawaki turned into his abuser, even though that's the final thing he wanted to do. The last thing he wanted.
Yeah.
Because in a way, his abuser wasn't Jigen or Kawaki's dad. It was Madara, and he's become Madara in a way. But you could argue that Madara saved him at the same time. Depends how you see
I mean,
it.
it all depends on what they do specifically. But I definitely I know that, to be clear, I don't think Ikemoto's gonna do that.
I don't think so either.
It would be a cool, interesting narrative thing they could do that could work.
Yeah. But back to the code rewrites.
Yeah.
This is why we have a problem with this kind of stuff. We've done,
So-
2 different, 20-minute rewrites within this one rewrite.
Moreover, there's no ifs and or buts about it. Now, as you can imagine, I got that in my head because of that translation.
I love it.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Code will become a full Otsutsuki 100% for sure eventually. As you know, so he doesn't just die before then. But in canon, it seems like the only way that can happen is if he eats a chakra fruit, which Momoshiki and Jura also want to eat, and I'm not sure how we'll get there without killing everyone unless we go to a new planet. So with this rewrite, Code will eventually just hit 100% extraction eventually, regardless of a chakra fruit, and Ishiki can still give him the exact same mission for the exact same reasons, just you'll become an Otsutsuki Code and go do what Otsutsuki do, devour planet, blah blah. You can do all that. You don't lose anything there. Now, when it comes to Amato's limiters, do you want me to stop there? Or
So
keep going?
you list multiple possibilities. I haven't read them yet, but I'm going to assume one of the possibilities. If not, I guess I'm making another one right here. Rather than limiters, one direction you could go, I don't know what direction you're going to go with the end of Boruto Part 1 or To Blue Vortex, but rather than limiters at all, the moment Code gets his huge power-up white hair, that could just be the Karma Seal extracting to 100%, and that's when Code's Otsutsuki.
I did actually consider that with that. So
So there just are no limiters
I didn't write
in
it
this
down.
case.
There was a couple other considerations I'll mention. Something like that was one of the things. So actually, I'll just get into it because I was thinking about something earlier with a separate rewrite, which kind of just became this one instead, which was instead of limiters, hypothetically, Code could have been as strong as Jigen. Even in this rewrite, he could have just been as strong as Jigen. Jigen let him live because he was loyal.
Yeah.
And so it's just the next threat's just he's as strong as Jigen. Or he's gonna become stronger than Jigen eventually, which is kind of similar to number 1 here, except you just remove the halting. It would just be he just hasn't gone there. So he's currently weaker than Jigen, so Jigen's letting him live, but in his 100% future, he could become stronger than Jigen, kind of thing. That's not exactly number 1 there, but that's another option.
Yeah, because it depends how long you want the Karma Seal in general, or specifically Code's Karma Seal to extract, whether you want it to be throughout Part 1, or over the time skip, so it's over 3 years, or even into Two Blue Vortex. It depends how you want Code's power to progress, whether it's through the Karma Seal extracting, in which case that would just make sense of how Code progressively gets stronger over time. It would just be through that percentage number going up.
Exactly. And that's what I was going to say. And so if you're going to have Code be 100% in the Code arc the way he does when he fights Damon, that's the weirdest one to do with the extraction, no limiters, because he's not resonating. So one of the things I mentioned is he's not going to be resonating with Boruto and Kawaki. He just doesn't. And so if that's the case, he's not gonna boost up and he's not gonna he would just be at like 99% and you just be that strong, you know what I mean? Like it would so for that one, I would have him hit 100% over the time skip. Or even at the end of part 1, like when he gets up and says, I'm gonna kill you, Boruto, that could be when he hits 100% or something. You have many options. And then in the code arc, you could just not sounds crazy, but you can just remove the epilogue. He just loses the Kawaki and is like, I'm gonna have to wait till I hit 100% or something. Like there's things you could do there. But
Okay.
For less drastic changes, though, you could do any of these. Option 1, it's no particular order. Amado halted the karma extraction so that code stopped at, let's just say, 50%, and he never surpassed Jigen like he would have if he were to continue to 100%. So it could be the same powers as it is, he has 50% karma, and because Amado stopped it. In this case, when he removes the limiters, it could be a thing to where now he can continue to get stronger over the time skip.
I like that. That's really cool. Yeah, and that could be why Code could just be weaker than Jigen. Maybe Code volunteered to stop the extraction before he surpassed
Exactly.
Jigen.
It'd be the same exact thing as normal. And then in this case, instead of the power up where he fights Damon or whatever, you're not going to have that. He's just going to start extracting again at that point, and he would just, over the time skip, hit 100% with this one.
Yeah, I mean, limiters are so contrived to nerf a character anyways. It's like, you might as well just do it this way. It just feels better.
Extraction, though, is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because Amado has the pills to... Now, of course, you could say the one problem with this would be the code situation in the code arc as it is with the pills. Like, he can't halt the extraction. He can only stall it. And Momoshiki saying, it's a stopgap measure. It's not actually going to stop anything. That kind of takes away from that. So what you can't do is either Amado lied, he's giving Boruto not what he did to Code, or it's something he could only get to work with Code's karma that was unique, and he never got it to work with Boruto. Or he can even do a thing, instead of saying they're Byakugan suppressant drugs, he can just say, this is what I used to stop Code's extraction. Code's karma is unique, though. It might not work for you, Boruto, but it's worth a shot. You could also do that.
While we're at it, something we could do, if a karma seal is halted extracted, maybe that's when it's white. So if we're going with this one and Amado takes the extracting limiters off, then when Code gets this white hair at the end of the code arc or the epilogue or whatever from Amado, that's when it could turn black. So Code just has a black karma again.
He could, yeah. Even if it's not from another Otsutsuki, he can still have it and he can absorb jutsu again. That's one of his power-ups. That's another option, yeah.
Because I'm sure you agree, just in general, as cool as the white karma still is in concept, visually, especially in the anime, it's so bad. You can barely see it.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It sounds really cool, but it doesn't look as cool as it sounds. Like, the white karma sounds cooler, but it looks worse.
It looks a little bit better in the manga because you just do a black outline around it.
But anyway, option 2 here, which is really option like 7 at this point. The limiters limit Code's power, but not his ossification. So he's still becoming more Otsutsuki the whole time, but only the chakra power was limited.
Yeah, we were talking about it. We don't like this one as much.
I don't, yeah. And then number 3, I literally said it's the worst option, but I listed it. It limits Code's ossification somehow, but not the power somehow from karma. So I don't know how that even makes sense, but don't really like that one either.
Well, that one would keep things mostly the same because then Code could still just use his white karma in the code arc to get a massive power increase.
Yeah.
Plus, it doesn't feel like the karma's doing much for him afterwards anyways.
Yeah. But the only difference here is you just become a Suzuki in the future is all that one's doing for you. Option 4, though, is it limited Code's power and halted Karma's further extraction. So his power is limited as it is originally, and it also stops the extraction at, let's just say, 50%. So in the code arc, he gets his limiters off, he gets a power boost immediately, and will continue to grow stronger due to more extraction.
Yeah, the way
Option
I was
five.
imagining that real quick is more like it's blocking the power he could get from the Karma Seal outside of just the
But that
base
would
Karma
depend
Seal.
on whether you want to do the Karma's power or his base power, because we still don't really know how the freaking hell his limiters worked in the first place.
Yeah, but it just feels like as the Karma Seal progresses in its percentage extracted or whatever, the Karma Seal just gives a bigger and bigger amp. So in this case, it's just going to be a base 0%
Unless you're Code.
extracted Karma Seal amp for Code until he gets it off.
Yeah. So like he can only access, let's just say 30%, and then
I was
later
going to say 0%. Like it's like however strong Boruto would have been if he used his Karma Seal immediately after Momoshiki gave it to him before he goes back to Konoha.
I feel like it wouldn't do anything then.
Oh yeah, just like 0% extracted. But yeah,
but I
you'd still
mean, like
get
if
the
you had
base
to be
Karma
like
Seal.
10%, like enough for them to notice that Code's too strong, kind of thing.
Yeah,
I think a little bit's fine.
It's a little bit contrived to be a limiter in that case, rather than to be an inhibitor or blocker. But either way.
Yeah, but again, it depends on whether you want to do like a thing to where he gets a power boost or not, because
But again, he would get a power boost inherently in this case by unlocking his Otsutsukification, because that would just be a stronger Karma Seal.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have it Thuskified if he was stopped at 0%. He would have to start at 0 and start extracting now. That's what you're trying to say, is the extraction's happening, but he can't use any of it.
Well, this was under the extractions already happened. Like we were saying earlier, that the extraction was at, like, let's just say 50%. And that's when Amado halted it. So it's not progressing beyond 50%, and he can't access that 50% extracted power.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's number 4.
Okay, perfect.
So that's what I'm saying. That is number 4. Like, you're going to limit the power. It doesn't matter if it's Code's base or the Karma. The point was limit Code's power in one way. So if you want to do the Karma, that's totally cool.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay, yeah. So then his base would be the same. It's that current enter level, and then you limit the white Karma so that it basically does nothing, and it's further extraction. So then when he gets the limiters off, he gets that 50% boost. That's a pretty big jump, and then later he's going to progress to 100. Yeah, okay. That's number 4.
Yeah.
Option 5 is that I think option 4 is probably the best one.
I agree.
Or number
1
or 4.
I haven't seen 5 yet, but up to 4.
Option 5 is you only limit Code's power, and because Code doesn't have resonance to speed up his extraction like Boruto and Kawaki do, he's just not that far along by the time he gets to the Code arc. Like, it just is taking him longer.
I don't like that, because
again,
I like Code progressing at a similar rate to Boruto and Kawaki with the Karma Seal.
Yeah, I agree. I do like it, but
we also don't understand why Boruto and Kawaki's Karma Seal resonates.
Yeah, I bet.
So.
Hopefully that's not a false gun.
Yeah. So I think this is important for Code to naturally progress towards becoming an Otsutsuki, as opposed to trying to devour a chakra fruit to become an Otsutsuki. You can still have that be one of his goals for Ishiki's creed or whatever, but the problem is there's him, Momoshiki, and Jura, and it feels like all of them are endgame final villain after they devour a chakra fruit, which means we need 3 chakra fruits for 3 different people to devour, and that's not gonna happen.
Exactly. And like, let's be real, as much as we want it to potentially be Code, he's the least likely. As much as like you've got the Ada stuff with him and all these other things you can do with Code, it just doesn't feel like Code will be the one of the bunch to do it.
That's so bad, though, after what
Even though I feel like Momoshiki is kind of the worst candidate, because whereas it's good for him being an evil villain, who cares? We're not interested in what will happen. Jura, we're interested. What does that do to a Shinju? Code, what does that do for his character? Momoshiki, who cares? He shouldn't be the one. But I feel like for his villainy, he works as someone to do it.
For Momoshiki, I feel like it's endgame. It literally physically cannot happen because then there's no story. It's like if the bad guy wins, the world blows up. But if the bad guy the world blows up. So then you can't do that for the story because there's nothing to do after that.
But that's also true with all these guys. If they get a chakra fruit, the world's dead. This isn't Naruto filler arc Kaguya and Boruto. They keep saying it's going to devour the whole planet, So that's what Kochi foresaw. It was 10 directions.
I don't know. I feel like obviously they're not going to devour the whole planet, or if they are, they're going to somehow find a way to reverse it. But they're just going to make a chakra fruit that's going to be really strong without all life on the planet being devoured. It's just gotta happen. So, I don't know. I mean, Kaguya ate Earth's chakra
all
fruit.
The fodder characters and somehow be the strongest thing ever.
Well, remember, the Earth chakra fruit made a chakra fruit without devouring all life on the planet. So,
I know, it's
there you go.
But anyway, there's actually more to this.
Mm-hmm.
So, in all situations, he would simply not be Otsutsuki enough to be immune to Ada, or maybe he's just not sure of his feelings because he's part of Otsutsuki, but not full Otsutsuki. But eventually, in Two Blue Vortex, he'd be Otsutsuki enough to put Ada's love charm to the test like he wanted.
Yeah. I obviously really want that. Which gets into another thing you posted earlier. I don't know if you wanted to do that one next, but...
We can after. I don't know what you're referring to specifically, but... real quick on this, though. The point is... It's not if he devours the chakra fruit. No, we are getting the Ada love charm test. Because he's just gonna hit 100%. We just are gonna get that plot point.
Yeah.
Not because I'm rewriting it to that, but because of this rewrite, that plot point is now guaranteed.
Yeah. Which, obviously, we also really like. We both want that.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't even, I don't think you and I are gung-ho on a specific thing we want them to do with that. We just want them to do anything with it.
No, I just want them to do anything. Yeah. I just want to see the answer. I just want to know.
Exactly.
Because I feel like with that one, it doesn't really matter. It's just gonna be cool. I'm gonna be satisfied knowing whether and then Code's either gonna try to kill her because he's mad, or he's gonna still love her genuinely, and they're gonna do something there.
Yeah. I mean, he seemed pretty angry at the end, so I feel like if they never give us an answer, we could probably assume one way, but I don't want to do that.
Exactly. Don't make me assume this entire story.
Yeah.
But since Code is his own Itsuki, he can have his own unique horn shape that gets revealed after his limiters come off, and or sometime in TBV. And his claw marks can... This one, it doesn't really matter, but his claw marks can just be his own unique Shinjutsu instead of a Shibai Cell one. So that way Ada and Damon's are more unique and further explains why they're stronger than Code. So in this case, because Code's a new Code Otsutsuki, he can just have his own Shinjutsu. But if you prefer, it can also stay Shibai Shinjutsu. It doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, I feel like that's just tying up loose ends of things that you just personally have a little bit of a grievance with, maybe. Or just things that are slightly annoying or whatever, not actually a big deal, but just yeah, might as well just throw that in there. Just address it.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was just kind of that could be cool, but if you don't like it, just keep that the way it is. It doesn't really matter.
But man, you love Otsutsuki's unicorn shapes. You love that.
Well, if he's gonna be his own Otsutsuki, he should have his own shape, not an Ishiki's,
I mean, I'm down.
If you do it to where it is Ishiki's karma, he should just have Ishiki's horn.
Yeah, I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. I think the horns are really cool. I love seeing the Otsutsuki's horn. But it feels like every other word out of your mouth is unique horn shape from the Otsutsuki's. And that's 6 different words. That mathematically doesn't even make sense.
No, it's that Kawaki's not using his stupid horn in TBV. And I just I know. Why. It's cool. And I just want to know, why isn't he using his full power?
I think the coolest depiction...
I just want to know, is it the limiters? Is it something else? What is the case?
The coolest depiction they've ever had of the horns, in my opinion, was that one Boruto opening. You know the one.
Oh, Kawaki's horn?
The one with like the colored silhouettes. It was during the Ishiki
Okay,
arc.
yeah.
Yeah. Freaking cool. Especially since
that
they
was cool.
updated it. Because they didn't want to spoil, technically, quote unquote. It's like once Borushiki and Kawashiki came out, they did update it to where they have the karma on the silhouette. That was so cool. So cool.
I do like when they did the updated things on some of those openings. That was really nice.
Yeah. And that's
The
exactly
little
why I
reveals they
do it
did in the
both
car
perfections.
actuation arc. Those ones were a lot of subtle ones, but they had the shadows over the Kara members' faces, and then they unshadowed them
Yes.
at some point.
Same with Kawaki at the, I don't remember which opening it is,
yeah,
but
they did him, yeah.
yeah, when he's like turning around and like raising his hand up, and all the like Hokage-stone statue rocks are lifting up in the air.
Yep,
It's the coolest thing ever. It reminds me of the opening, and again, I'm not biased towards Madara when I say this, but it reminds me of that opening, or it might be an ending, where Madara starts by looking at the camera and he like smiles and reaches his hand out, and then you see like the tin tails in the background like reaching up with like tentacle
Yeah, it's an
things.
ending.
Yeah, pretty cool, bro. So cool. Oh my god, I can do freaking a 30-minute video analysis on just that.
I mean, honestly though, like that attention to detail, like, oh man, I want that in this manga too. Like that's just all cool shit. Like,
Yeah.
but anyway, you mentioned another rewrite I had, so I'm not sure which one you
I
were referring to.
did. This one in particular. Would we like
Okay.
this idea?
I haven't looked at this. I just like looked at what we like this idea, and I saw like code protect Ada from Mamushi, and
Yeah, I
Okay.
would just like we could look at all the comments because I think there was more than just. I think there was a couple of comments interesting too. So,
Sorry for flashbanging everyone.
the guy said Ko could actually step in between Damon and Mamushi's fight. He could prove to Ada that he is indeed her real and only knight, and could even eat the fruit left behind. So that's obviously assuming the Thorn Soul's a fruit. And I'm assuming for this, he's assuming that would make him an Otsuki because of it to get to that plot point. But
Okay.
I'm just assuming that. But let's see what.
I mean, I
comments
like
say.
that idea. It is a really cool idea. I just want to say, oh my god, what? This is gonna be a thumbnail in the future.
Yes. I have seen this image before.
Day monk.
Day monk. Okay, scroll down. I thought there might have been. Okay, that would be great, but we know Damon will just beat the shit out of Mamushi. So we think you're just doing nothing for like 15 chapters.
Bookmark.
Maybe. Okay, maybe it's this one from TX, whatever. Let's go up. I'm actually banking on him turning his back on her as she did to him. He can save or protect her in the moment, but I need him to give her no time of day. His character needs the IMO. So that kind of gets in line to the other thing we were just talking about. Like, what would we prefer? Like, what do we want him to do?
I don't think I have a preference. I'm just desperate for them to do it. I'm worried they won't.
I know. See, the problem though is that at this point, I know Mamushi's our Shinju. He's our guy. He's our boy. But like, we want Damon versus Mamushi, Mitsuki versus Mamushi, and now Code versus Mamushi. We also kind of want Ada versus Mamushi. We have too many people we want fighting Mamushi. We can't do all of that.
Well, whereas I want Ada versus Mamushi, I feel like that's the one I could
That's
just
the
put at
least-
the bottom and least likely. Exactly. Damon
Yeah.
versus Mamushi, it'd be so cool. But at the same time, would it if he's just gonna stomp Mamushi?
Yeah, that's the problem. It would be cool to see that, but at the same time, if he just stomps Mamushi, it's kind of like, that's cool for Damon, but, well, kind of takes the fun out of Mamushi to some extent.
Yeah.
And
Because
conversely, if it's a close fight, makes Mamushi fun, but now we're like, okay, so they're just making Damon weak, whatever. So that's
Yeah.
annoying. And then if it's Mitsuki, well, it depends. Is he going to be strong? Okay, I'm down. If he's going to be weak, screw that. Code, same question, but he's just more reasonably likely to be Mamushi level.
Yeah.
Plus, Mamushi and Code got history.
Exactly.
Or Bug and Code. So actually, I think that is my favorite one now.
if anything, I could imagine something similar to Jura, to where Mamushi's gonna change his target mid-fight.
That would be cool.
Especially-
especially in light of my Shinju analysis.
I was gonna
videos
say
where I
that.
said just based off what we've seen, he does seem very reactive. So
gonna say
that
that, yeah.
could be. I'm gonna write this down as a video topic. Not
Yeah.
a theory, but what I would like.
Since he only just chose Ada because she was there, he didn't put a lot of thought into it in the first place.
Exactly. I mean, granted, it does kind of get messed up by Koji saying, oh yeah, that Babushi's coming after you, Ada. And I feel like he would just foresee Coach showing up. But the coolest thing they could do. I'm gonna write this down.
I have a perfect thing for you to write down that's
okay, what if you're gonna say what I'm about to
Naruto-y.
say?
Back then, Mamushi chose Ada on a whim, but now he's choosing Code on a whim.
Okay, that's really funny. What I was gonna say is, what could be really cool is if Koda heard Koji and became a singularity of fate. So if he heard Koji through a claw mark. Now the problem is, why isn't he just going there? But if he's just being cautious,
So we do
and that's
know...
why he shows up against Mamushi, that could be cool. Or if he finds Sophia some other way.
We do... Okay, Code doesn't know that Koji betrayed Jigen, right? We've talked about this multiple times.
As far as we know, he doesn't know. He might know, but
He might.
Ishiki didn't tell him. It all depends on whether, before sending him to the Ten-Tails, if Jigen said, Koji betrayed us. But then again, if you go by the anime, Boro's talking to Koji doesn't know. He doesn't know until Boroshiki's killing him, so Code might just not know.
The biggest problem is what they just did with the beginning of Tubular Vortex Chapter 24. If anything, it's more likely and reasonable for them to go back and add Ishiki telling Code about Koji before he disappears. Especially since they do.
He
just have
literally
time in
noticed the
between.
toad. And the thing is, unlike Kawaki, he doesn't say, isn't this Kashin Koji's? He just says, what's this toad?
Yeah.
Does Code even know what Koji does for jutsu?
I feel like they should have been best buds or something.
Yeah, Coach should have said, isn't that ... not what's this toad?
Yeah. I know that Koji was teamed up with Delta, not Koji. Well, teams up as a really strong word there. They weren't teamed up, they were just that one mission.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But besides that, it feels like Code would really love those who are the most loyal to Kara. Boro wasn't loyal to Kara, he's loyal to Otsutsuki. Koji, from Code's perspective, I could imagine was the most loyal member.
Yeah, he probably thought he was, and he'd probably be the most heartbroken over the truth with him.
Exactly. So, especially once he sees that he's Boruto's ally, I'm wondering if he doesn't put two and two together and doesn't realize he betrayed Ishiki, he's going to have mixed feelings on that. Because he doesn't want him to help Boruto, who he hates, but at the same time, he loves Koji.
That would be really interesting. I'm not gonna lie. There's so many things they could do. I actually, like I said, I want Code to confront Koji one way or another, either because he doesn't know or he does know. I just want them to interact. It's just, the problem is I want Koji to interact with Amado. I want him to interact with Naruto. I want him to interact with Kawaki even.
I think the real
interact
problem...
with everyone, and he's not trying to do that. So
the real problem with Code versus Mamushi to protect Ada, first of all, plot, but it's the easiest thing to write around, but I'm going to mention it first just because it's the easiest thing to just dismiss. But how is Code going to find out this is happening in the first place? To know to go there?
So that's why I said, now the problem with this is, would Koji just foresee Code doing this? But if Code somehow got a claw mark to hear the conversation with where Koji's saying Mamushi's on the move, his target's you. If Code could somehow hear that, he can become a singularity and interfere. But the problem is, why wouldn't Koji foresee Code hearing? Unless he just didn't notice, it's a small detail he just doesn't notice. But
I feel like the best way for them to do it is he didn't hear that, but Boruto's already going behind Koji's back. He wanted to team up with Code in Chapter 5 or 4. So maybe Boruto could just go to Code. Yeah. Shouldn't be too hard.
That could be interesting.
I like the idea. But again, first of all, I don't think Boruto would necessarily do that after Code already turned us back on him.
Yeah, I know. What if Kawaki did it?
That would be ridiculous. It'd be cool though. I don't think he would do that at this point though. In the Code arc, maybe not anymore. But the problem with Code versus Mamushi is I know that Code isn't the most loyal to the Shinju of all time, but like they do have currently, as of right now, an alliance. Kinda weird to break. Like, what would Jura think about that? He's supposed to be helping the Shinju, not killing him.
Well, concerning what he did to Boruto, I don't think he cared.
I know, but like, Code sees them as like his minions or pets or whatever, like his babies, life forms. He's expecting them to follow his orders, and he was frustrated when they weren't and very impatient about it. I don't know. Maybe he's going to kill Mamushi. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe Jura would be the one that he looks at more favorably rather than all of the rest of them, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I feel like the best way to do whatever they're doing here, if they do Code versus Mamushi protecting Ada, I would like that to somehow relate or tie into or lead into Code figuring out about Koji and or fighting Koji afterwards.
I agree. I mean, like, some things to consider is that at the beginning of the arc, they set up Code's mission and haven't come back to it.
Yeah.
So they could come back to it in this arc or the next. One of Code's many themes, which pretty much only theme, is obsessive love, either with Ishiki or Ada. So if you're doing that with Ada here, that's thematically relevant to the love stuff in this arc.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that the problem is Mamushi versus Code, assuming this was the same arc. That's quite the interesting final battle climax.
I mean, I would like it.
I would like it. It would be a great epilogue, but should this be an epilogue?
You know what? If the Code arc can have Code versus Damon, which they were relevant, to be fair. But if they can do that, unrelated to Kawaki and everyone else.
Weren't that relevant. The two least irrelevant characters.
I know, yeah, but at the same time,
just subvert expectations.
I mean, the protagonist isn't there. You might as well do it. It's just something cool. In fact, maybe Sarada, Kawaki, Boruto, someone like that can show up to either witness it or help Code. That could be cool. That little team up does happen after all. The problem with that whole idea is, why would Code allow this instead of telling Damon to kill both of them on the spot?
Yeah.
So...
And it was just like, wait, David, let's watch.
Yeah. I mean, she could do that, but she's so totally icked out by Mamushi that she definitely wouldn't want to do that. It'd be funny if Hidari tells Ada the totally ick word he learned. See her reaction.
Yeah, I know. It'd be cool if he got it from Ada. That seems like something she would say, like to Mamushi.
So, addressing the elephant in the room, this doesn't debunk anything. If anything, it could be a red herring, but 10 Directions shows Mamushi, and in the next panel, Damon. So, they're really leading us in a certain direction there, considering Code's nowhere in sight. Still possible, but feels like that's not what they're trying to go for.
I'm also wondering about that Himawari panel, especially in light of this chapter, because Jiro made it clear he wants to devour Naruto, and now that he knows he's alive and has said that, I feel like he should be making he shouldn't overly focus on Himawari at this point. I mean, like, you know.
Well, actually, now this could be interesting. A consequence for Boruto is that Jura is going to go to Himawari with these questions that he now has. Now that Jura has confirmed that Naruto's alive, what's his most likely next move? he probably will go to Naruto's child, Himawari, to tell her and or ask about Naruto. And that's going to confirm to Himawari that Naruto's alive. Maybe that's the 10 Directions panel we saw. Himawari's reaction to the news.
It could be cool.
Yeah. At that point, I think Juro would specifically not devour Himawari anymore, because he would want to leave Himawari alive as a way to somehow get to Naruto or get more info or whatever.
Exactly. To get her to confront Kawaki, to get like basically, if Juro can't go there himself, he'll try to use whatever tactics he can to get Naruto out, like kind of thing.
So in a way, he both guaranteed Himawari's safety and put her in more peril than ever before.
And it could also be really cool for Kawaki, because if Kawaki's pushed into a position to where he basically has to release Naruto, that makes things tough for Kawaki on several fronts. One is, well, if Naruto's just alive, people are going to know he's not dead.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be like, Kawaki, you lied. Like, Naruto didn't die. And Naruto's alive. Juro can hunt him now. That makes Kawaki's goals tough. Is he going to have to re-seal Naruto in front of everyone? Like, what's he going to do?
It depends who's all there and who's all going to hear it, because all the Leaf higher-ups already have been told that, whether or not they believe it or not. To be fair, if they're not believing Boruto, are they going to believe Juro? They could, because it's Juro, but at the same time, it's Juro. It's like, it's an enemy, but it's also a random third party.
I mean, Damon thought they would believe Juro, so...
Then again, Juro literally doesn't have proof. What's he gonna tell Himawari? Oh, you want to know how I found out? Well, I asked Kawaki, and he looked funny. So that confirms it. Not like, it's very, very hard proof right there.
I mean, I guess Kawaki's like, oh, you know, your desire to go after Naruto, I acknowledge it. I mean, like, he could just say that even if Naruto was dead, but I feel like I'm going out of his way to say that just kind of leans in the direction that Juro is right.
I wonder what Juro would think if, instead of saying that, Kawaki's like, Juro, you read me wrong. Naruto is dead. Like, would Juro believe it or not? Like, what's he gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, Kawaki just has a poker face out of his love for Naruto. He's gonna make it seem believable, so...
I mean, to be fair though, like, he should have tried that, because what if it did work? He might have just saved himself.
That's what I would have done.
Might as well try.
Or no, the funniest thing he could have done. Yeah, Juro, actually, Naruto, he's actually like 7 septillion light years east of here, like 3 eon dimensions to the right. You should fly over there and go check. Just gets rid of him for several lifetimes.
You know, he's just like, he's actually in the sun, if you want to fly. Like, about to a plane, it's like, ooh, piece of candy. He's just gonna go fly out.
Juro, like, he gets so giddy and excited. He's like, ooh, let's go. He just bursts it out. With a smile on his face. That would really rub into innocent Cub Scout nature.
Yeah. Shikamaru's mission is a success.
That's the most gullible thing of all time. I love it.
I mean, Juro might fall for it.
Yeah, Juro. Naruto, I think he's in Mitsuki's venomous snake mouth. You should go check. yeah, I saw him in there just a minute ago.
Of the ocean where Jiraiya's body is.
Randomly, we make a Squidward meme, and Squidward. What does Squidward say when Sandy's looking for SpongeBob in that one episode? And SpongeBob, Squidward's like, he's not in my hopes and dreams or something.
It sounds like you're thinking of Here Lies Squidward's Hopes and Dreams.
I think I might be mixing the two. You know, the episode where Sandy's going extreme and SpongeBob's hiding from Sandy, so Sandy gets everyone to look for
what Squidward says exactly. I remember him like throwing a party or something.
I think I remember. It wasn't Squidward. I think it was some other fish, and the fish is like,
He's not in my mind. And Sandy says, well, think again.
Oh yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah. But I love the Squidward one, if that was there. That's stupid.
It might have been Squid. I don't know. I definitely remember the "Well, think again" thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I guess the most reasonable, realistic thing that Kawaki could say that would also still be funny would be Naruto's in the Pure Lands, so he just thinks he's dead, so Jiraiya kills himself to go to Naruto. Could work.
Oh, it's so stupid. Especially considering that he didn't do that before when he thought Naruto was dead.
Yeah. Or even stupider, he's not in a higher dimension, he's actually in a lower dimension. All you have to do, Jiraiya, is devolve and you'll go see him.
Naruto performed reverse evolution.
Jiraiya just turns back into the Ten Tails.
Naruto became the Ten Tails. He just tells Jiraiya that Naruto became a tree, and he just goes up to a random tree, like, that's Naruto.
Actually, do you think there's a reason? Seemingly, Kawaki thought that he could trap Boruto and Daikokuden. Do you think that he thought that Boruto would be stuck in time, or just trapped in the dimension, unable to get out?
I figure stuck in time.
I figure that as well,
So,
because
like,
it doesn't
you don't
make
know why
sense
he'd be
why he
trapped in the
wouldn't be able to just portal himself out. So he thinks that Otsutsuki's would be stuck in Daikokuten, ignoring himself because he has the ability. That's fine. Why is he even trying to kill Jura instead of portal him to Daikokuten or any Otsutsuki? Or Code, or anyone else he's ever confronted in Two Blue Vortex that's given him even the smidgen of trouble?
I guess because, actually, Boruto absorbed the portal, was how he got out of that.
Yeah, Hidari can't do
like-
that. Why did he start with rods against Hidari? It is in character. He started with the portal against Boruto.
Yeah, I mean, like, Code, depending on the way they want to write his claw marks on that given day of Ikemoto's life, because it's always changing, might be able to just instantly just teleport away, just go into the ground claw mark kind of thing, and get out of it. But Jura doesn't do that, so, like, actually, especially when Jura's not trying and he's just letting Kawaki hit him 50,000 times.
Yeah.
If he just does Daikokuden portal, like, unless Jura starts trying in that instant, he just is screwed.
Like, I understand that maybe Kawaki doesn't actually want to kill Boruto and he would prefer to seal him in Daikokuten if he could, and that he does want to kill Jura.
Yeah, that's what he said. It'd be nice if he could just do that.
But if he seals them in Daikokuten and they're stuck in time, I'm assuming he could just go to Daikokuten and kill them easily.
True.
So
he can move around, we think, anyway. It's possible that Kawaki can't move. He can only think in there because he was just standing still that panel, but I don't know.
I'm assuming he can move around. It would just be ridiculous otherwise. But it is possible since Sasuke seemingly... Well, we don't know. Sasuke might have been able to move around when Momoshiki stopped time.
Yeah, we just don't know. Was he faking it? Or
Exactly, yeah. I like the interpretation that he was faking it. That's why I refuse to let that one go.
That's the funniest one. It's so funny and cool at the same time. It's my favorite.
Yeah. But, like, think about it. If Kawaki was trying to kill Naruto, the rods or the cubes aren't going to insta-do it. The portal does. The portal just is OP. He should just be trying to spam it against OP villains. It's his strongest weapon.
Boruto, part 1 Boruto caught Ishiki with a portal. If that just was Daikoku 10 instead, just beats Ishiki. Right out of there.
Yeah, with that feat in mind, How did Boruto react to absorb at a time?
Part with Boruto surprised Ishiki a lot sooner than we realized.
Mello was right. Ishiki is.
Like, I know Ishiki was surprised and all, but like, geez, if it's that easy, is to just do the sword transformation juice.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's possible that just like Naruto, obviously, Ishiki couldn't shrink or absorb the portal, which is how Boruto got out in the first place. But I mean,
But at the same time, if you can absorb the portal, why can't he shrink it?
I mean, what is the portal? Is it a chakra black hole like Zarda's thing, or is it just like a rift open in space-time? I don't think you can shrink it.
But if it's just a rift open in space time, you shouldn't be able to absorb it.
Okay. So
Like, I feel like, to be honest, it's definitely not a living thing. So I feel like if you can absorb it, you should be able to shrink it.
I mean,
It's ridiculous. Or it should either be one or the other. You can absorb both or shrink both. Or shrink.
This goes back to how Daikokuten works, which I actually did do that topic with Mello and them the other night, so you'll see that whenever. But
not tonight at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I asked all the questions to cover it as much depth as possible, but like they didn't address it as much as I was hoping they would. So maybe you could ask in a different way with them, or more likely, we'll just probably have to do it with a different guest.
Sure. What are all the questions, or at least some of them?
You'll see.
Okay.
But it depends on if Daikokuten is the exact same thing. Not the thing, but like if it portals the exact same way as what Boruto does to teleport or portal, I guess.
Based off what we see, it seems like it works the same, but
yeah, but like
different
Daikokuten is like Kamui based on the way that Kawaki describes it to Boruto at the end of part 1. Daikokuten is a Shinjutsu that grants access to the dimension.
yeah.
I feel like that portal should be different from normal portals.
Hold on. There's a freaking spider climbing. Okay, hold on. Talk for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna go get a nap. I don't want to touch the spider.
I'm assuming you can still hear me, so that should be fine.
Kill the spider. I'll still be able to hear you, but I'm just gonna run away
Okay.
for a second.
Sure. So, just like in the exact same way that Kamui, the ability, and Flying Raijin are both space-time jutsus, and they both teleport, obviously, but one grants access to the Kamui dimension and the other doesn't. And they're just fundamentally different visually, obviously, but like, I think you get the idea there. It's possible that the Daikokuten Shinjutsu grants access to the dimension, but it doesn't grant you the ability to go to the dimension. If you have a way to portal there, then you can go there, but if not, then you can't. In which case, it's almost like...
You might be right with that, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run away again, but...
Okay.
So keep going.
Yeah, so if that's the case, with the hypothetical, or the analogy with like the Kamui ability versus the Flying Raijin ability, it's almost like, let's just say it's the exact same, or like Minato. It's like this. If Obito only had Flying Raijin, but randomly, once he unlocks the Kamui dimension ability, or just the Kamui ninjutsu, as it's described in the data book, the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan ability, the moment he unlocks that, it just spawns a Flying Raijin marker in the Kamui dimension, and if he has Flying Raijin, then he can teleport to that dimension. So it's almost like what Obito does when he marks Kaguya's coordinates. So it's almost like, I guess, if you unlock Daikokuten, it might just be you instinctively, based on the Mangekyo Sharingan, it'd be instinctively have knowledge of those coordinates.
Yeah. I mean, I could see it either way, to be honest, because Kawaki has both regardless.
Yeah.
So
It feels like they wouldn't do that though, because it's not like if Sasuke ever found out the coordinates to Daikokuten, it's not like Sasuke has the Daikokuten Shinjutsu.
yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
But then again,
theoretically,
with Kamui's case, like, as it is, you can teleport other people there, and you can go there yourself. So if it's like Kamui, then Daikokuten would work the same way. You would just
yeah.
be able to go there. But let's just say hypothetically, he got Daikokuten, but couldn't do Otsutsuki space time jutsu. He might only be able to go to Kamui or to go to Daikokuten and back, but nowhere else.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most likely. At least it sounds the
Yeah.
most reasonable.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense, and that's what would probably be the most preferable.
Yeah. I do think
Not that it matters because he has both anyway, but
if Sasuke learned the coordinates to Daikokuten, we wouldn't consider him having the Shinjutsu, but I think it would be pretty much the exact same as his fake application of Ice Style, to where he's like replicating it and can like use it in that fake way in combat. So like, for example, he would open the portal to Daikokuten and throw someone into the portal, and then they would go to Daikokuten.
I mean, he might be able to do that because he can pick where he wants to go. So
Yeah. That'd be so cool if he like did that to
Unless-
Kawaki or something.
I can say, unless we don't know if this is true, if he has a condition to where he has to go there wherever the portal opens, like he just can't send someone else without going there himself, if that's just a rule,
Mhm.
then this wouldn't work. But if that's not a rule, then he could do that. Yeah,
It's also
that's just
possible.
hacking the system right there.
Yeah. It's also possible that, so let's just go with like the Kamui is a sealed dimension data book scan thing that we talked about that one time. So assuming it is, it's possible that the Kamui ninjutsu or data book, whatever Kamui is, the Kamui ability, it's the only thing that can teleport into and out of the dimension, which is how Obito could get to the idea that if he gets Minato in there, Minato can't get out through Flying Raijin.
Yeah. But what if
Similarly,
Minato could get in without being able to get out? Really stupid, but like hypothetically.
I don't know. I don't know.
The reason I ask is because what if that Minato could teleport people to Kamui
It's ridiculous, yeah.
and they're just sealed?
But like similarly, I feel like having access to Daikokuten is what allows you to freely be immune to the time thing that is there.
Yeah, I agree.
So I feel like that's similar in that regard, where you can't leave Kamui based on that, and you can't move in Kamui because you're frozen in time based on that. It's because I feel like, let's just say Boruto learns Daikokuten. If Boruto seals Kawaki in Daikokuten, do we think Kawaki would be frozen in time or not?
I feel like he wouldn't be because he has the ability, but
Yeah, because at that point, it's like, because that's the thing with some jutsus that we always say, is that the user is what makes it different or unique in whatever case. So like if Boruto uses it on anyone, then Boruto's immune whenever he goes, but the person he seals is always going to be affected. But like if Kawaki has Daikokuten and anyone else with Daikokuten happens to get it off on Kawaki, it probably wouldn't affect him, I would imagine.
yeah, because I mean, this isn't exactly the same because Kakashi has Obito's eye, but like Kakashi and Obito can both go in and out of Kamui regardless of who sent the other in there. So
Yeah, exactly. So there is that
that's
aspect.
probably the safest answer. The other answers could be possible, but if it's gonna be truly the same dimension. Now, if it's their own personal Daikokuten, that's a different story. But if it's just the same place, I feel like they should just be immune at that point.
In which case, I wonder, under that hypothetical, if Boruto knew that, I wonder if Boruto would want to learn Daikokuten or not, because he did absorb it that one time, but if he just gets caught off guard or just can't react in time or whatever else, and he just doesn't absorb Daikokuten, he would just be stuck in there. But if he learns it, then he can't use that on Kawaki either. So it's just like, just stalemate in terms of Daikokuten. So would he waste his time learning a jutsu just to guarantee that Kawaki's strongest thing that he can already negate can't affect him if he does happen to get it off.
Depends on what the alternative is. If he has an alternative thing to learn in that time frame, that's better. Then do that. But
It depends on if he considers it better. Like, would Boruto consider just Uzuhiko more important for like the Kawaki fight that he plans to have in the future? I don't know.
but, I had something. Oh yeah. So Momoshiki, base Momoshiki, can absorb and release jutsu. So like, if he absorbs Daikoku 10, does he just? He actually just can release a giant Daikoku 10 portal.
I would love that. Shout out the Walky Talky podcast live stream chat. You know that thing we never look at? So shout out Voz and Space and Eddie Marketing Resume. Do we want to look at this? I feel like we should.
Up to you.
Okay, let's look at it since it's already pulled up. Five Kage Summit was a copy of Marineford from One Piece. Kishimoto was burnt out. Maybe. Kishimoto admitted he was burnt out after pain. Naruto's reaction to Sasuke's assassination was really similar to Marineford, from my opinion at least. Well, me and Kamui wouldn't know, but maybe one day we'll find out.
Yeah.
Apparently both arcs came out in 2009, which I guess is pretty cool. Just a lot of One Piece comments here. Okay. Wish I could give my whole wallet to this podcast. Well, Voz, we wish it too.
Yeah. I mean, who said you can't?
Not us.
If this was Six or Seth the Programmer or something stream, we'd be demanding you do that, or else we won't say anything to you.
And maybe we'll get them on the podcast one day, but we'll find out. Can someone explain? Oh, we already did. We no. Okay, we're gonna do that with J-Man. Never mind. Kishimoto said Boruto is Ikemoto's manga. Yes, he did. Everyone on Reddit is going crazy saying it's not canon. Is Boruto still canon in Naruto? Okay. People have been unironically saying this. So
Well, that's a good point, actually, because their argument's always if it's written by Kishimoto or not.
yeah, but this has been a thing that's sparked up in the community very recently. I don't know if I wrote this somewhere or not.
I don't.
What is this? Quick news update, by the way. Just side note. Looking at my share screen here.
Yeah.
Boruto Volume 5 is the number 1 in weekly rankings on Jump Plus. I think that's the first time that's ever happened for Boruto. So, there you go. Don't know what you think about that, but I think that's interesting considering what we think about the series right now.
Yeah, I know. I like it's just. I don't get how now.
So
But
many
I also
people.
see graphs showing it just being worse and worse and worse. So I don't know what. I don't know what's accurate. Like, I see such conflicting things.
I know. But yeah, so Kishimoto recently said the most directed thing at all time that at first I thought it was literally just a meme that someone else typed out. In fact, it still might be, I don't know. But I hope I can find it so I don't just say it without finding it. This is it. Okay. This, I think, should be real because it's from Anime Rave and they have a blue check mark. I'm assuming this looks like some official anime company.
Oodie.
They are
This
real.
isn't new. Remember that Ikemoto France interview? I saw this. I was like, this is like maybe they changed 2 words ever so slightly, but like I mean, we already knew this. We already knew he said this.
He already said something like this. Maybe I'm just forgetting exactly what he said, but I feel like he didn't say it this bluntly.
Like, almost word for word the exact same thing in that phrase.
This is so direct. I can't believe he said this. Like, maybe it's just they're taking this exact specific quote and like isolating it from everything else, which maybe I'm just looking at it with that perspective. But like Kishimoto says, Ikemoto is completely in charge of the story and main illustrations. Boruto really is Ikemoto's manga. It's like he's rubbing it in.
Yeah, better not mention Kawaki. He didn't say Boruto TBV Vortex. He just said Boruto.
Yeah, he's making sure we know. This is Ikemoto soul. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Shout out Kawaki. Like, no Kodachi, no Kishimoto, they are not involved with this dumpster fire.
Ikemoto story. I mean, maybe like
really
Kishimoto really doesn't like Boruto. It's so he's purposefully just saying whatever and everything Ikemoto does so he can wipe his hands free and have interviews like this and be like, yo, no, like, I promise you, I'm not helping.
Yeah. But Kamui, sure, he said this at the France interview or something akin to this like a few months ago or whatever. Maybe he said even the exact same thing. I just think it's especially funny, especially if this tweet at least is new. If Ikemoto is just coming out again to just say the exact same thing again, just to really make sure it gets through into our brains. Kishimoto is not involved with Two Blue Vortex, okay, guys? I really want you to know. I am coming out of retirement to tell you, this is Ikemoto's manga, not mine.
It's the same, bro. He wants to make sure they know. It's more important than it's Ikemoto's manga is that it's not Kishimoto's.
Yeah, in case I wasn't clear in the France interview, let me really make sure here.
Yeah, I did not write any of this.
In case you guys forgot, I'm really afraid you're gonna start associating this with me. So.
I know it says supervised by Kishimoto, but let me promise you, I am not supervising.
Listen, they just put that on there for the sales. I told them not to do it. I sold the rights. I can't tell them not to do it. It's a whole complicated thing. We're going to court next year over it.
It's like, I did not do this.
Please don't say I did this.
I wonder if Dan's throwing a fit over that.
I don't know why my Discord keeps breaking, but whatever.
I know my Discord's been bad today too, as you know at the start of stream. So.
Yes.
I still can't believe it just did that to me. It muted a mortal, deleted my admin. Like, it's doing all this shit. Why? Why did it mute a mortal specifically randomly?
Oh my god.
It's just so random and uncalled for.
It's so funny. Okay. So we finished your rewrite. It is 3 a.m. I don't know if we, that might be a good place to call it, or we could do another topic.
As many topics as I want to do, we should call it, so...
okay, we'll catch up on chat. We'll not do any more topics, we'll just catch up on chat since we're practically there. As long as chat doesn't segue to another good topic like that, but... yeah, so people have been using that recent thing that I just posted the other day to say that Boruto's not canon in Naruto anymore. I think it's that anyways. But like, this is like a new discussion that people are really, really bringing up. It's not new per se, but like, It's like viral, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, people have been talking about it, but like seriously, not like the entire Boruto franchise should just not get Naruto. Kind of funny.
Because of Ikemoto writing it.
Yeah. This is so innovative. I don't know what Vaz is talking about. Let's go. I get to watch 2 Walky Talky podcasts at the same time. Oh, I think that was in reference to when you were pulling up that one clip.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. Vaz says, this Kamui guy always getting mad. He needs to be more nonchalant, like Oodie. Yeah, I'm gonna pin that. I like that comment.
Okay, so like, he was either specifically only there for the sword chip scene, or he's just wrong.
Oh, hey, tell it to Vaz, not me.
If he's only there for the sword chip scene, he can't say always.
I just mentioned on the pod, my life is complete. Well, you just got like 5 mentions in a row, so I hope you got to this point. Do Boruto haters count the Shin Uchiha manga as canon? Well, we're 2 Blue Vortex haters, does that count?
That was written by Kishimoto, drawn by Kishimoto, and it's Naruto, so...
It couldn't be more canon of all things a Boruto.
Yeah, literally.
On Reddit, they are saying Boruto is not canon because Kishi said it was Ikemoto's manga. Okay, so yeah, I was right on that. Kawaki's dad think Boruto was Kawaki. That is funny. That is... Oh, I didn't consider omnipotence when talking about that. Oh, man, that does throw things off.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Okay, so with that in mind, Kawaki is just gonna see him one day, go up to him, and be like, Dad? And the irony is, maybe Kawaki in his emotions, he does know about omnipotence, but maybe in his emotions, he's not gonna be considering omnipotence, and Kawaki's dad's gonna be like, huh? Who are you, punk? Go away! I don't know you! And he's just gonna think his dad, like, forgot him.
Or he's just confused, and he's just like, it's been so long, he's like, Boruto? You've changed.
Okay, the funniest thing they could do that I think would actually be good, this is an instance where I think Ikemoto should forget, because it might just be better. Kawaki's is just immune to omnipotence for no reason. Ikemoto just forgot.
I mean, it is funny if he's just like, who are you? He has no idea. And that hits harder though if he's not under omnipotence, but like
Okay. Both funny and cool. The best thing I think they could do under this hypothetical, they do something similar to Boruto talking to Naruto in the time slip arc, to where Kawaki's dad looks at Kawaki and is like, oh, your lips are even more chapped than my son's. Like he says like things about Kawaki to Kawaki, not knowing it's Kawaki.
Yeah, like Kawaki says something like maybe like a kid bumps into him. He's like, yeah, annoying, huh? I used to have one of those, a kid like that myself. He was the worst thing ever. He's just dissing Kawaki.
To an extent, I wonder if people would like or accept if Kawaki's dad comes back and he's just like a completely, I don't want to say changed person, but like maybe regret or PTSD just did eat away at him. And he's like talking in this regard. And he's like, man, I really miss my kid. Oh, I was too harsh on him back then. I should have been nicer. Oh, I'm such a bad dad. Oh, it could be something.
Yeah, like, or if he was just like, he's talking to Kawaki, doesn't know it's Kawaki, and he's just like, you can tell he's depressed. He's like, I made a horrible mistake. Like, you know, like he just genuinely like feels bad.
Yeah.
How would Kawaki react? Like, kind of thing.
It could be goofy if they did that, but also kept him his evil personality anyways. Like, yeah, you know, I traded him for a lot of money, and that was awesome. But I ran out of the money. But the kid was irreplaceable. Like, money's limited. Slave labor is forever.
he's like, I made a huge mistake. Like, you know, like Kawaki thinks like he's like grieving and he's like he's regretful, and then at the end he's just like, I realized that kid was worth so much more than the money I got. It's just, and Kawaki's like thinking like, he meant that much to you. He's like, no, he made that much for me. He just kills him.
He just like looks at Kawaki, shrugs, and is like, oh, you know, like teach a man to fish. That saying.
I also like the idea that like maybe Kawaki walks by his dad and he's just thinking the omnipotence is still going on, and he's just like, who are you? Like he's like, he wouldn't recognize me anyway. But then later, after omnipotence is undone, he sees him again another time, and he's like, Dad? And he says the same line again. Who are you? And then Kawaki loses it.
So it wasn't omnipotence. He just genuinely doesn't know who Kawaki is.
Exactly, yeah.
Like Kawaki was giving him the benefit of the doubt because he was like so emotionally involved. This just all wasn't the case. He just sucks.
But I didn't think about omnipotence, bro. Like you can't.
Yeah.
Like the Kawaki's dad scene's gonna be so goofy if he's around.
I know, unless he just randomly is the third and only other person randomly immune, which debunks every theory we've ever had with Start and Super.
Well, that was Ada wanted him to be immune so that he could have the conversation with Kawaki.
I guess.
So random.
I know. But I think
or
should,
if he really did get karma.
Yeah, exactly. No, I was thinking that as well. If he just is Otsutsuki, he'd be immune. So there you go.
What if he's studying Shigen Otsutsuki? He just is Otsutsuki in general, and that's why Kawaki was a good vessel. He's just evil. It was actually how Chiken found him. He just sensed that Otsutsuki. He's like, oh yeah, his child work, great. Give some money. He's like an Otsutsuki outcast who just loves money.
I love it.
Alcoholic.
Yes. So good, bro. Vaz says, we talking about making the best character ever even better. Okay. Well, he definitely likes whoever we were talking about at the time, probably Kawaki.
Yeah, I don't know who it was, but...
IMO, in my opinion, says, Dari Shikage, yo 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 yo! Code and Mamushi will be like Madara and Obito, but inverse. Interesting. I don't...
Not sure I understand.
So, I think only...
it'll be like Obito and Madara?
I think only specifically in the aspect of Obito and Madara, like, sussing each other out, side-eyeing, like they're an alliance, but not really ready to turn on each other at any moment. It could be like that, I think that's roughly... Not in any other aspect, is my guess.
What's the inverse? Just...
to where they aren't on an alliance, but they're sussing each other out about, do they want to be?
Yeah, like...
Which at that point, that's almost like Boruto and Kawaki.
Yeah. Which step though?
I know. I'm just gonna ignore that one.
Space. What do you think?
Oh, ridiculous. Isn't Jump Plus like not a known website? Also, most of the other shonen are currently completed, like MHA, JJK, Kaiju number 8, etc. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it plays out, if that plays into it. I would just probably look at the numbers or whatever, see if it's like gone up a lot or what. Anyways, there's literally a clip of you guys showing us that Kishimoto only works like 4%. It's 3% of the outline.
Yeah.
In fact, no, it wasn't 3. It was less than 3%.
Yeah.
Just to get it right. This is the same debate as if the novels are canon or not, since Kishimoto didn't completely work on them. Yeah, but I'm only giving the benefit of the doubt since they don't suck. I'm so mean. At this point, why do fans care if Kishimoto was in charge of wiring Boruto or not? Or Boruto?
Depends on the fan. If it's for some people, if it was Kishimoto, they're gonna... Oh my god, my headphones are dying. That's annoying. Whatever.
We're almost done.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play it out loud. Hopefully there's no echo. For some fans, that's their justification for the story being better because Kishimoto's in charge.
other fans, so they could say, "Oh, so Kishimoto or Ikemoto is the go. He's the best guy ever. He's so much better." That's Jonathan Oliver, right?
Yeah,
You know,
destroyed Kishimoto.
Yeah.
I think it also comes down to what some fans consider canon, since it's a pretty loose definition with multiple different interpretations. The official canon, whatever the people in charge say, the authorial canon, to where only the original author Kishimoto can make a canon, the fan canon, which is whatever the fans consider to be canon, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So that's probably part of it. But anyways. Also, Boruto is still canon, even if Kishimoto isn't working on it. I mean, there are plenty of examples where spin-offs are canon to the main series, even when it isn't written by the original author. Yeah, we'll tell that to the 33% of the fan base that, only goes with Kishimoto, so. The YouTube podcast is definitely behind the Discord stream. Alright, cool. Well, I'm kind of not surprised, but hopefully it's not too bad. Remember when the fandom knew Boruto as Bolt back then? I don't remember. I think we saw that just the other day as well, in one of the translations or something.
Yeah, you see it sometimes.
Yeah.
I wish Neji was still in the Boruto series, though, so we could see Screw.
Yeah, I agree. For Space's last message here, I'm just going to screenshot it, because that's a great topic that we should do with a guest that should be, more time than we're willing to do right now, so.
I have a pretty funny... Okay, this isn't the worst way, but a pretty funny answer. It just ends with chapter 24.
We have done something like that before. What if Boruto ended now? We have addressed something like that.
How do we do the let's just say Boruto ends next chapter. How are we ending the series?
So, Boruto and Kawaki teleport back to Konoha. Jura follows behind to do the Himawari questioning, like I said. Himawari reveals the truth about Kawaki. Kawaki loses his mind, goes nuts, destroys the village, and calls it destroying the Shinobi world, or whatever, the Shinobi system. Shinobi world, that's how you get to the last one,
because
too.
we won chapter, we don't resolve it.
I mean, it would end with Boruto saying, "This is my story." There you go. Well, that was it.
Oh my god, that's so stupid, but it works.
All right. Well, I feel like we should have this be not just a one-time thing, but reoccurring. Kamui, I learned a new word.
Oh, what is it?
Totally icky. Moto failed. Oh, that might be the favorite outro of us that we have.
We really need to get the Icky Vicky but Moto song thing.